In a dimly lit room, a young man sits in front of a computer, thoughtfully pondering a thought he considers to concern everyone. The screen shows a scene from a video game, and he thoughtfully notices a strange thing. The mothers of the main characters here are unquestionably more attractive than the heroines themselves. Suddenly, the world seems to shake, and a female voice sharply addresses Ray, confirming his identity and saying that her daughter has already told her about him. She introduces herself as Maniana, extends her hand with a confident smile, and says that she is finally pleased to meet him. A rapid sequence of moments flies by. Maniana is graceful and deadly in a sword duel. She laughs quietly, praising the opponent for impressive skill. Another scene follows. Maniana in the shower, surprised, but a mischievous smile plays on her lips, and she calls someone a naughty boy. The montage ends with a blur, harsh, unclear movement. The final scene is pure tragedy. Maniana lies defeated, tears streaming down her battered face. She sobs and apologizes for being a bad mother, and nearby a fist thuds dully near the keyboard. Returning to his room, a mask of horror and disgust freezes on Ray's face, only whispers how terrible this whole nightmare was. The phone suddenly beeps. A message from the game admins appears on the screen. He grabs his head and roars in despair, not understanding why such a beloved character had to die. He freezes, looking at the message on the phone. A wave of hope rises in his chest, and he asks aloud whether the game developers have finally heard his request and created a story branch where mothers can be saved. Everything instantly shatters with a groan of despair. He hits his head on the table. This was not a news story, but just another event for the main heroines who already had happy endings. And this was the world of an ordinary office worker whose main hobby is playing such browser games. Fear and sincere grief streamed from his face as he begged the indifferent developers. He asked for a break, wondering how much longer they would ignore the mothers. After all, he was a great admirer of the mothers of the heroine. The game was called Malmagia Fantasia, or simply Mama Fana, typical fantasy in an academy where there are only swords and magic. Although it was a game for adults with hardcore content, its role-playing part received a lot of praise. The heroine, each with her own bright, distinct personality, were undoubtedly one of the game's attractions, but the real highlight was something entirely different. The main attraction was the incredible cast of moms, these charming older women, who, although only secondary characters without their own storylines, became the true center of attention for the passionate part of the players. But most were doomed to a terrible fate. They were brutally killed or poisoned, attacked by dogs, captured and tortured by powerful villains. Many died saving the main hero, one tragic death after another. In contrast to their grim fates, the main character of the game, Ray, would simply risk his life to protect the young heroines. After his mother's pale death, he vowed not to let anyone harm his partners, declaring that they had no choice but to move forward. Turning back to his desk, Ray was boiling with rage. He couldn't understand why the main character wasn't a deacon for moms. He knew that a huge number of players, including himself, had sent requests to the developers for a storyline with moms, but all were ignored. And although the game remained popular, its fans seemed obsessed with schoolgirl heroines, and to him, this was completely incomprehensible. He sat in front of the computer boiling with irritation. It seemed as if everyone from the game developers to the hero himself had abandoned the mother. In him settled a dark determination. If he were the main character, he would do everything to save them. But when the game ended, he sighed and resigned himself to everyday life. It was time to go to work. Descending the street stairs, his foot slipped. Stumbling, the cinnamon spilled and swirled. He shouted, but instead of a solid floor, he fell with a soft, dull thud onto a plush bed and found himself in a magnificent hall, completely bewildered. He stood up high, his head was spinning. He did not know where he was or if he had really fallen down the stairs. The luxurious mansion in the Western style strangely seemed familiar, as if he had seen this place before. His eyes ran across the room and stopped at the portrait on the wall. A recognition flashed in his chest, immediately followed by growing horror. The truth began to crash down on him. He jumped back, his mind spinning. It couldn't be he was inside the game. When this impossible reality settled, the door suddenly opened. A woman with a face full of anxiety ran in. She said she heard his loud screams and, calling him Demanio, asked if he was okay. He froze, looking at her. Pure shock ran through his whole body. He knew who she was. The woman before him was Rosa, one of the tragic mothers of the game. He recalled her story. She would choose to stand by her son Demanio, her only, dearest son, even if the whole world became her enemy. She stood before him in a luxurious room, and this finally confirmed his deepest suspicion. He really was in the game world, and this woman was one of its characters. This realization did not cause fear, but an explosion of excitement. He clenched his fist, rejoicing at the thought that it would transport him to Mama Fan, the very game he was playing. His excitement suddenly wavered. An important moment surfaced in his memory. He turned back to the elegant mirror and recalled that Rosa had just called him Demanio, and the woman looked at him embarrassed. The reflection only confirmed his growing horror. A strange face looked at him in the glass, and cold fear washed over him when he realized that this was the last person he would ever want to become. It was very, very bad. Memories of the character he now inhabited flooded him. Demanio tried an arrogant and heartless aristocrat. His magic was first class, but in his soul he was a typical nasty scoundrel who clung to the hero only to be immediately defeated. His path of arrogance always ended the same way. After defeat, Demanio succumbed to forbidden magic, lost control, and died horribly. This could not be avoided, and this knowledge overwhelmed him with panic again. He had finally entered the world of Manhwa, but was doomed to a bad end. His panic was interrupted by a gentle voice. Rosa approached, her face full of concern. She asked if everything was all right, noticing that he was very pale and her presence was unexpectedly calming. Her name echoed in his head like an echo along with her gaming story. Rosa Tridal, stepmother of Demanio. She is a minor character who hardly appeared in the main stories. Although her role was modest, he knew. Among a certain circle of players, she was extremely popular, and he himself was one of them. She looked away and apologized for entering his room without knocking. Then she explained why she appeared so unexpectedly. Anxiety was written on her face. She heard her scream and became worried, admitting that perhaps her interference was inappropriate. She was terribly frightened, and when Demanio stood before her, he immediately felt her unease. He watched as she quietly and hesitantly made a sound, and his eyebrows furrowed in surprise. She smiled warmly and waved her hand, insisting that it was entirely her fault and that he should not worry about the bump on her face. Her tender words suddenly triggered a strong flash of memory in him. He saw the very same demon who had knocked her down and accused her of some filth. Although she was simply reaching for his father's money, the realization hit him with full force. These were the memories of the body he now lived in. Memories continue to surface, revealing the backstory of events. Having lost his beloved mother in youth, Demanio coped with the pain by hating Rosa to the core of his soul. In a memory, he disdainfully pours a drink over her head. Despite his constant mockery, Rosa never wavered, always gave him that unconditional motherly love. But this devotion turned tragic. In the vision of the final battle of the game, when Demanio fell into darkness, Rosa stood between him and the main hero, risking her life to protect her son-in-law. Her plea met pure malice. A distorted Demanio with a sadistic smile pierced her with a blade, growling for her not to interfere. He trembled when the vision ended with the image of her bleeding onto the cold floor, the inevitable end that Rosa met in every storyline path of the game. The burden of knowledge about the future fell upon him, and he grabbed Rose by the hands, his voice breaking with pain as he apologized, saying that the original Demanio was pure filth, sincerely regretting everything that was done to her and fearing that it would leave scars on her. He awkwardly stumbles in his explanations, trying to pass off his previous hostility as just a rebellious grimace. With a nervous smile, he says that he actually just wanted to get closer to her and even calls her Mama Rose. Frozen by the sudden change of address, she only repeats the words with disbelief. Mama Rose. Inside, he trembled with panic, had just realized that out of habit from his previous life. When he played that game, he called her Mama, cursed himself for the mistake, and blurted out an apology, fearing that she felt uncomfortable, but Rose just lowered her gaze and sank into thought. At first, it was a complete shock, but her face instantly lit up, and she rushed to him, joyfully exclaiming how happy she was. She threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly, tears of joy rolling down her cheeks. She whispered that he finally acknowledged her as Mama, and he only stunnedly stumbled and said her name. He remains tense and confused while she presses him to herself, and pure bliss shines on her face. She steps back a little, and everything rushes through his mind. Sudden touch stunned him. Gathering himself, Rose smiles warmly and asks him to call her Mama more often now, soothing him and saying that she understands everything and always felt in the depths of her soul that he is a good boy. She says there is no need to rush, they can slowly, step by step, build their family bond from today. With a final joyful farewell, she turned and left the room, leaving him alone as the door quietly clicked shut. He stands alone in his room, the recent conversation with Rose constantly replaying in his mind. A blush rises to his cheeks at the thought of how sweet she is, and then a pang of sadness grips his chest at the realization that such a sweet and kind person was doomed to die, and no one will ever truly recognize her kindness. His thoughts rush mercilessly. The matter was not only about her. Suddenly, a decisive detail emerges from the game. It was Demanio who killed Rosa and Mama Fan, and this grim truth ignites a daring thought in him. If he tries hard enough, maybe his mother Rosa will not have to die. This realization fills him with wild energy. A broad, determined smile spreads across his face as he looks at his hands and asks himself if he really has the power to save all the mothers who were never given a chance to live in the original story. The world he now found himself in was called Malmagia Fantasia, or simply Mama Fan. In that world of this story, while the protagonists saved the main heroines from merciless fates, other forgotten heroines did not have such salvation. His eyes narrowed with sharp concentration. He understood. To save the mothers, he needed power above all else. He knows he needs such power that can defeat any enemy, overcome any obstacle, and ultimately overturn the very course of this story. Fortunately, although that original demon was an obvious scoundrel, his talent was genuine, and as a high-ranking nobleman he had both money and influence, so he plunged into study and leafed through books by candlelight. He decides, if he trains as if his life depends on it and consciously avoids the villain's path, he will be able to achieve his goal. In the clearing he begins physical and magical training, and dark energy already begins to swirl around her. With a confident smile, he makes a decision. Let the main hero of the game save the heroines, and his own mission is different. He unleashes a storm of dark power, certain that by following this path he will gain the incredible might he needs. He stretches out his hand forward, dark energy coils around the outstretched palm, and a fierce, almost maniacal determination flashes in his eyes. He utters a bold vow that distinguishes him from the original hero of the game. He instead will save all the mothers of this world, and behind him appear ghostly images of Maniana and other matriarchs, reinforcing his new goal. The peacekeeping squad Tridal faced a gigantic wild bear. Its jaws dripped as it let out a deafening roar, and the soldiers realized with horror that the beast was much larger than in the reports, and whether they had any chance was a question hanging in the air. But Lord Demanio stepped forward, raised his hand, and calmly ordered a retreat. Wasting no time, with a swift movement Demanio casts an intermediate spell, Black Dance. A whip of pure dark energy bursts from his hand, strikes the bear with tremendous force, and throws it far back into the air. The warriors stood, not believing their eyes, stunned that he had felled the monster with a single blow, and surprised that their lord had personally come to deal with such a beast. But Demanio had his own motives. He needed to finish quickly to go praise Rosa, as 3 months had passed since he had transformed into the body of the treacherous nobleman. His actions did not go unnoticed in the Grand Mansion estate among the servants. It is whispered that Lord Demanio has recently begun to treat them differently, no longer as mere cattle. Meanwhile, 2 maids push a cart. One recalls how he just helped her. The other says that he is clearly training hard and even risked taming the beast. Nearby, a servant eavesdrops, blushes, and admits to himself that such a change is very pleasant to him. In his majestic office, Demanio sits at the table, fingers steepled and thoughtful. Rosa stands behind with a barely noticeable smile, looking at him and quietly thinking that he has become a respectable man. The reason for his new attention is clear. The current master of the Glen House is often absent from the estate, so his son Demanio has taken on the duties of temporary leader. Here he is seen finishing a business meeting and confirming that the deal is concluded. The meeting ends, he returns to Rosa and hands her the completed document, telling her to put it in the safe. She accepts the document with a simple yes, slightly bowing, and tells him she will excuse herself and go carry out the task. Then the important document is carefully placed into the heavy steel interior of the safe. A business meeting continues in the Tridal mansion, tension hidden behind the shine of luxury. One of the family men, a stout man with a smug smile, addressed Demanio directly in a contemptuous tone. "That is not proper, Lord Demanio." He turns his gaze to Rosa. She anxiously rereads the document, and his assistant doubts whether to give her the contract, hinting that she might just take it and run away with the family fortress. His companion picks up the slander, crudely implying that Rosa seduced Lord Glen with her body. They mock, saying her skills as a woman are a completely different matter, and they would like to see how those skills would be applied to them. From the far end of the room, Demanio sees his face a mask of icy anger. He knows that Rosa is from a ruined, impoverished noble family, and that is exactly what makes her an easy target for such contempt. Tension was visible on Rosa's face as she forced a painful smile. The accomplice continues to oppress her, reminding her that since she became the second wife of the Glen family, she has been branded a gold digger. He notes that the constant humiliations have clearly taken their toll, and pretending to be concerned, calls her closer. His words finally break Demanio's restraint. A sharp crack sounds as he clenches his fist and his fingers turn white from tension. He recalls his previous life before he was reborn. No one except the real Demanio treated her that way, and in his thoughts he sees that vile prostitute, raging that they only care about his father's money. His rage grows as he thinks about the woman they are humiliating. To him, Mama Rosa is wonderful, dignified, charming, and full of love. Protective fury burns in his eyes. Fury exploded, he slammed his hands on the table, frightening two employees. One of them looks with disbelief and whispers to the other. Did Demanio really just call his mother with such a terrible expression on his face? He stands up, dark energy swirling around him like a shroud, and says threateningly that the fact they allowed themselves to despise his mother right to her face means he no longer needs their necks. His shadow power squeezes two frightened men, lifting them into the air. They gasp hoarsely for air and choke, and with shining eyes he issues the final chilling command. Now disappear from my sight. As the commotion spread through the great hall, two spectators fled in horror, and one, confused, shouted, "What was that?" Because he was sure that Lord Demanio was supposed to hate his stepmother. In the office, Rosa gently reproached Demanio for his outburst, reminding him that as the next head of the family, he must not allow himself to react so emotionally. He immediately recoiled, looking small and repentant, and apologized. He says he just got angry when he saw how they disrespected her. Rose reaches out her hand to him. She presses him in warm embraces, her gaze soft and full of understanding. With a gentle smile, she calls him a bad boy and asks what he wants to achieve by making Mama so happy. He buried his face in her chest, a blush spreading across his cheeks. Suddenly he realized that he has a very good relationship with his stepmother and admitted to himself that he would like to flirt with her all his life. His thoughts fly to the true goal of the game. He remembers his duty to save all the mothers of that world, a mission that requires him to gain more and more power. He remembers the terrible fate awaiting his character. At the end of one quest, Demanio finds himself on an irreversible path to destruction and devastation, a future where ancient ruins crumble under a lonely moon. But this fate can be changed. He recalls a side quest that does not alter the main story, but gives the player an extraordinarily rare weapon, the family treasure Glen. Still with his face pressed to her chest, he decides to do everything in his power to get it and save his mother. Demanio raced through the corridors of the hidden dungeon, only one goal in his mind: to obtain the rare weapon. He navigated by memory, clearly reproducing the sequence. Turn right, then left, and destroy a certain statue. He goes further, consciously ignoring the room full of gargoyles, knowing they only distract from his true path. For a moment he leaned against the stone wall, once again confirming his plan. This dungeon appears near the end of the game, but he knows the entire route by heart and intends to choose only the right paths, avoiding any encounters with monsters to reach the deepest level as quickly as possible. His thoughts carry him back to a past life. Then he was Ray, bent over the computer screen, irritated. He knew the game by heart. It was a crazy obsession. He remembers messing up and realizes that relying on a save now would mean the same as admitting defeat then. Returning to the present, Demanio stands before the huge final gate, and his entire path to this point has gone exactly according to plan. He steps into a huge hall with massive columns, and high in the air, suspended on thick chains, hangs his trophy, a formidable dark blade. Here is the demonic sword of Despina, a weapon capable of exponentially amplifying the dark match of its wielder. He, however, remembered, although this weapon was rare in the game, back then it was almost useless to him. Once he had a universal weapon that enhanced all his magical attributes. A surge of power, he reaches out and grabs the hilt, breaking the chains. He feels that this sword now fits him perfectly, and as the last link breaks, a dark vortex begins to swirl around, opening the final quest. Darkness thickens into a huge smiling creature, the treasure guardian. To claim his reward, he will have to overcome this creature. A huge monster rose before Demanio. Its wide smile was a silent threat. Despite the frightening figure, Demanio stood firm with a sword in hand. He calmed down because it was the fierce guardian of Despina, and all its attacks were already known to him. His confidence was instantly threatened when the keeper swung a huge tentacle. It struck the stone floor with incredible force, scattering the earth where he had stood just a moment before. Her determination is firm, says she will not waver for anything. Suddenly thick, vine-like tentacles burst from the ground and tightly wrap around Hirsch, only gasps in confusion. When the tentacles squeeze her, she feels a sinister presence completely different from the one she encountered 800 years ago. Cruel laughter echoes around, and she realizes something is terribly wrong. The source of laughter finally appears, a slender silhouette casually settled on one of the tentacles. The bound and helpless Tiara demands who he is, and the silhouette only mocks. He did not expect everything to go so smoothly, and it is too funny for him not to laugh. He begins to mock her, calling the elves a backward, closed race that always tries to solve everything on their own, and says he predicted. As soon as they interfered with the world tree, the elves would panic and rush to perform the ritual because their only salvation is their long life. The figure raised a hand, a dark symbol shone on her palm. He admits he did not expect Tiara to become the victim instead of her daughter, but indifferently adds that he can quite manage with such a result. He even cruelly mocks her motives, doubting whether what she feels is true motherly love. And when the tentacles squeeze her, he laughs at the very thought that a millennial creature talks about love, considering it perfectly normal. The antagonist proclaims, everything is going as he planned. His final step is to suck the mana from the world tree, using it as a guide. She looks contemptuously at the elf caught in the trap and delivers the final devastating blow with words, telling her that her noble sacrifice was in vain. He says what a bitter pity it is, and tears roll down his face. The figure leans closer, face full of pure malice, and he calls it a futile self-sacrifice. Twitching his tongue grotesquely, he offers his sincerest condolences. His mockery abruptly stopped. A fist struck his face and silenced him mid-sentence, while below Lady Tiara and the masked swordsman stood in shock at this sudden and brutal intervention. The blow threw the slender opponent backward. He cried out in pain. The masked swordsman stood firm, fists still clenched, signaling to his comrade Pina that this was the moment he had been waiting for. The enemy, he noted, always comes to hunt and becomes prey at the moment you do not know where he is. This intervention was a sharp deviation from the initial tragic course of events. In the world as it was at first, the mana and life force of Mama Tiara had been completely drained, leaving her an empty shell before she died. When the immediate threat receded, Lady Tiara looked at the savior and suddenly, through tears, recognized him, weakly uttering the name Demo Boy. He stood before her colossal figure, alongside Pina, and apologized. It almost ended badly. He said this addressing her respectfully as Mama Tiara. From afar, their defeated enemies fell to their knees and demanded to know who they were. But the pair paid no attention. All their focus was fixed on the rescue glade. Then she directly addressed Lady Tiara, acknowledged that the tremors in the world tree were caused by enemies, but said that nothing would return to normal until that grown woman was sealed, and frankly asked if Tiara intended to sacrifice her daughter to solve the problem. Before Tiara could answer, the masked swordsman spoke confidently. He said he would do nothing against Mama Tiara's wishes, and assured everyone that he had a plan. Hina added her own determination and promised to protect the mothers and daughters they sought to guard. The masked swordsman drew a dagger, and explaining that doing both is what it means to love mothers, declared, "This is how Demanio understands professionalism." At the sight of the elven ritual, a commotion broke out. The spectators did not understand what was happening or whether the ritual had ended, and one of the students quietly admitted that from the very first moment everything seemed wrong to him. Ray, the masked swordsman, stood at a distance, intently watching the scene, and noticed that suddenly two men appeared on the sacred platform. Under the majestic tree, the priestess Tiara looks down with wide and frightened eyes. She recognizes the figure in dark clothing and quietly whispers his name, Demo Boy. The realization came only a moment after the swordsman had already acted. The slender opponent lies on the ground, pressing his bruised jaw, complaining that the blow hurt terribly, and angrily demands to know why he was suddenly attacked. He receives no sympathy. The swordsman replies that he could say the same about the mess that man made. The enraged, slender man calls him a cursed boy and promises that his death will not be easy, but the swordsman calmly lists his crimes. Forced Mama Tiara to make a painful choice, despised her, and tried to kill her. His eyes burn with cold fury as he draws his serrated blade. He warns the enemy, "Do not think you will get away with just death." While the clash intensified, other opponents conferred. The man in the helmet reproached the burly Dorodio for retreating from orders, but Dorodio waved it off. He said it doesn't matter. Without him, the plan would not have succeeded, so he told the leader, "Let me do as I want." The figure in the helmet ignores the subordinate's insolence, and instead contemptuously notes how pathetic it is that their other ally was knocked down with one blow. From afar, Ray watches the gathered group of villains and recognizes in it the source of all evil. The plan really turned out to be a great evil. They violated the world tree and forced the elves to perform a ritual during which the priestess merges with it. What was supposed to protect the mana reserves that sustain the continent, instead, caused an exponential increase in mana. Her boundless power was their true goal. The slender opponent boldly raises a dark object marked with a symbol, tells the leader in the helmet that he does not need his orders, and then announces the goal of their organization, Ultimotor, to steal all that concentrated mana before the tree completely dries up. The slender enemy addresses his muscular comrade, brushing off thoughts about ranks, and explains that there is no hierarchy in their organization because their mother is equal to all and forgives every sin. And behind them, massive roots of the world tree begin to crack and move. Ray flared up, saying he would not let anyone else command him. When a huge root burst from the ground, he rushed into battle, twisting fatally between wildly thrashing tentacles, while the masked swordsman Ray prepared to attack. Watching the chaos unfold, Tiara realizes with growing horror. Someone is controlling the branches of the sacred tree, and she is sure it is not an elf, something she always considered impossible. Our fears are instantly confirmed. The slender antagonist approaches and in a blurred gleam releases his swift strike, and the masked swordsman instantly reacts and parries the attack. The attacker abruptly steps forward and raises an open palm to Ray's face. A dark, swirling mark appears on his skin. Ray pulls back at the last moment, avoiding the touch, and Tiara gasps in shock. At that moment, the winged girl Pina appears beside Ray, sensing the ominous presence of the enemy. She urgently warns her master, "Do not let the planets you control touch the cursed sword." Her warning imprints a memory in Ray. He recognizes the man from the original game's plot, Dorodio, the Soul Devourer, and realizing he cannot fend off his attacks with Pina, he understands a tough battle lies ahead. He remembers every detail about Dorodio's vitality and how he absorbs mana. His palms suck both mana and life force from victims. This power made him such a notorious serial killer that even the Neon Nation declared a bounty on his head. Dorodio smirked, easily crushing a thick root piece in his hand, taunting the opponent and telling the perceptive kid not to dare run away. He smiled maliciously to himself. The world tree trick was his. His powerful mana absorption draws energy directly from the roots, and as a bonus, he now controls the trees and plants themselves. He carelessly admitted to himself how foolish it was to fight the swordsman head-on. Roots grew from the ground, firmly wrapping around Mama Tiara and making her howl in pain. He mockingly emphasized the swordsman's obvious concern for that elven old hag and declared her a hostage, a stern warning. One move and the roots will crush her. But when he looked back, the swordsman had already disappeared. Only a shadow remained, dissipating. Confused, he frantically searched around, desperately asking himself where the opponent could have vanished. Suddenly, a voice sounded right behind him, reproaching him for his carelessness. The swordsman noted that predicting a slime's actions was an easy task. Before he could fully turn, a powerful blow struck his cheek, and too late he realized that his focus on the hostage had opened the very gap the opponent was waiting for. He retreated, groaning in pain, and dark energy began to gather around the swordsman's hand. Meanwhile, the attacker offered to tell one more thing. He pressed his shining hand against the man's back, ordered him never to call Mama Tiara an old witch again, and poured his power into him. The man howled, and the swordsman asked with a smirk what it feels like to be pierced by love. The swordsman in the Demanio mask stands over the fallen body of the enemy. Nearby, Tiara asks aloud if they succeeded, but Ray knows. Such a blow would not have killed, and from the swirling vortex of dark energy, the slender antagonist rises, confirming that he absorbed a huge amount of the world tree's power. This enemy is Dorodio, the Soul Devourer and the final boss of this story arc. He was already a formidable user of forbidden spells, but after the buff and the power of the world tree, he gained incredible strength and an astonishing ability to regenerate. River says that in the original story, even the hero, Ray Brave himself, could not touch him. Dorodio was defeated only after the magic he absorbed from Tiara went out of control inside him. And hearing this, Ray insists. Finish him off while there is still a chance. Civilization is rising on Tiara, but it is still rooted. If they want to enjoy this moment, they cannot hope for a convenient weakening at the last minute. They must defeat him at full strength, with no easy ways, and Demanio listens, feeling how serious their new trouble has become. At a distance, the muscular antagonist warns Dorodio not to get cocky, reminding him that Demanio is not an ordinary student. Clutching his chest, Dorodio growls and dismissively calls their opponent just a brat. The figure in the helmet watches the swordsman closely, impressed by his incredible skill and instincts that seem to sense the future. This is Demanio Tridor, and even the primordial mother is watching him. A flash, he suddenly rushes and catches the diadem in his arms. She exclaims in surprise, but he quickly reassures her that he is fine, tenses up, and asks her to hold on tight, preparing to flee. He bounces back with her. The enraged Dorodio growls that Shrine Heg will not escape and begins the pursuit. The figure in the helmet calls out, warning him not to chase them so recklessly. The muscular man stops his companion in the helmet and tells them to leave Dorodio be, because he believes that in this state he will not win and should be allowed to run wild. And the one in the helmet notes how quickly he has sided with Manio. He clenches his fist and, as if justifying himself, says he cannot do otherwise. He is indebted to Demanio, because when he absorbed him, he shared with him part of the world tree's power. He roared with laughter, feeling how the immense power of the world tree surged through his body, and declared that this new might would be their end. In the distance, a powerful explosion thundered where Demanio and Tiara stood. He clenches his fist. This is the perfect opportunity to test his new strength. He recalls their initial plan. As soon as the ritual ends, they were to completely annihilate the elves. His gaze falls on the two remaining, an elf warrior and a student. He approaches and throws out that he expects at least some backbone from them, while Ray Brave stands with his sword ready, protecting the frightened elf guard. Meanwhile, Demanio rushes through the trees, carrying Tiara in his arms. She looks back and calls his name anxiously. He tenses, calming her that she is not heavy at all, explaining that gravity just turned out to be stronger than he expected. Tiara, worried, hurried to clarify that this was not what she meant. As they run further, he reports on the pursuers. The other two stayed behind, but now one of them is chasing them, an incredible force that seems to be growing. She wonders aloud if what she feels is not an elven tracking ability. Demanio, with a grim expression, interrupts her and insists that they must return immediately. He reassures her, "Don't worry about the chase. The most important thing for us is to save everyone in the village," he says. He frankly says that ideally he could solve everything himself, but unfortunately he is still too inexperienced and finally admits he is just an ordinary student. At the scene, Dora Rodeo decides to take advantage of the chance and make the most of student privileges. With a powerful groan, he lifts a huge stone slab from the ground, and two of his companions only note that they have just arrived. He unleashes power, tears a colossal boulder from the ground, and hurls it at the defenseless pair. While the massive projectile falls, he speaks of a right that belongs only to students, a thought hanging in the air before the approaching threat. A huge boulder falls from the sky, a mountain of stone meant to crush them, and from the ground they only watch in horror as it fills their field of vision, a dark shadow sealing their F. But even before the impact, a flash of steel and white cut through the air. Maniana, the Thunder Witch, appeared as if from nowhere and with her sword sliced that huge rock into safe, small fragments, then quietly reminded them that asking adults for help is perfectly normal. She does not limit herself to defense alone. In the same smooth movement, she turns and strikes Dorodio directly in the jaw with her heel. Throwing him back, he lets out a groan of pain and surprise. As he stumbles, the last fragments of stone fall around them, clattering loudly against the ground. She lands flawlessly, balanced, her body tense like a spring, ready for the next move. Seeing the sudden turn of events, Demanio's eyes widen. He finally understands her words. When you have to rely on someone, you must trust completely. Her voice cuts through his thoughts, sharp and clear. She tells him to rely on his senses and the guards, then issues a stern warning. Their enemies are approaching. Ray rushes madly through the forest, carrying the unconscious Tiara in his arms, escaping immediate danger like. As he flees, his small, round companion hovers nearby, thoughts racing. Behind the so-called master's game, these two reinforcements, the spoiled older woman and the tanned older woman, should not have been here at all. His face hardens with determination. He feels that his tangled feelings toward the mothers are gradually changing the course of history itself. At that very moment, two formidable figures appear on the battlefield, Maniana and Gloria, back to back, ready to fight. The sudden appearance stunned Monica. She rushed forward and exclaimed, "Mom, why are you here?" Gloria turned to her with a warm smile and replied that she could not help but come when her dear daughter was in trouble. She explains to the gathered students that they received an official rescue request from Sharon, one of the senior officers of the village, who rushed through the teleportation gates straight from the academy. And Amashi notes that this is extremely unusual for the academy and for a slacker. As Ray Brave listened to her explanation, he suddenly realized what was happening behind the scenes and understood. It was probably Demanio who managed to persuade them to intervene. Understanding the situation, Maniana steps forward decisively, extends her hand to stop the others, addresses everyone, even Gloria, and asks them to retreat and entrust the rest to her. Her eyes shine with fierce confidence. She clenches her fist and says that unfamiliar work has been causing her a lot of stress lately, so now she is going to properly let off steam. Opposite her, the muscular antagonist Dora Rodeo spreads into a wide, admiring smile, crouches low, and roars that he is incredibly lucky to meet such a promising opponent. He watched as two women approached, and surprise flashed across his face when he recognized one of them. He never thought that such a famous figure, grim Maniana, one of the 7 knights of the heavenly demon, would appear in such a place. Behind her, Monica loudly warned, "Be careful. Their opponent has incredible strength." Maniana looked only forward and coldly noted that although she hit him quite hard, it seemed he was not hurt at all. She confirmed that they already knew about the threat, explaining that Demanio had passed them information about the enemy. Their opponent was Galmo Ruber, a man wanted for the murder of their own. Intelligence found out that he came from a southern tribe of the local minority. Obsessed with power, he resorted to forbidden spells and drugs, which he called tests of strength, and began attacking people and their villages. He almost laughed in response to the unspoken accusation, clenching his fist, asked what was wrong with striving for power, and declared that there is no greater pleasure than crushing the strong and trampling the weak with overwhelming force. He addressed Maniana directly, like thunder because, as he reasoned, someone as powerful as her surely feels delight in violence. In response, Maniana drew her sword. The blade began to shine. She admitted that she could not say she did not understand his point of view, and that in fact she had nothing against men like him. Her face twisted into a predatory smile as she finished her thought. She explained why she did not feel hostility towards him, because he looked like it would really be pleasant on him. She cut off, saying she had a sharp tongue. In response, Maniana firmly planted her foot on the ground and prepared to take the blows. The confrontation broke out when Galmo rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow. Maniana met it with the flat side of her shining sword, and a shockwave rolled out from the collision. Thus their fight began. She responded to his rough strength with her own. Her sparkling blade scraped against his hardened fist, and they froze in a dull confrontation of pure power. The shockwave shattered the ground, pushing her back, and fragments of her sword scattered in the air. She landed lightly a little aside. Her face hardened as she assessed her unarmed state before the mighty enemy. Her opponent, Galmo Ruber, threw back his head and roared with laughter, boasting that with the power of the world tree he was invincible. Watching from afar, Gloria explained to the students that Maniana's sword was no ordinary one. It was a special type for enhancing physical strength with abnormal durability and mana density, and Maniana herself, now standing unarmed before Galmo, acknowledged him as a serious opponent and realized that she had not had to fight seriously for a long time. Gloria suddenly asked aloud whether Maniana really intended to use that power, and while the students looked confused, she explained that the king gives each of the 7 knights of the celestial demon a sacred artifact. These artifacts are national treasures passed down from ancient times, true secret weapons, and there are only 7 of them in the whole world. The sacred artifact that Lady Maniani received a national treasure belonging only to her was Gungir, the divine thunder spear. A memory surfaced. Young, tearful Maniana cried out that it was not her fault the spear simply broke when she used it as usual, on the very day she received it. In the present, Gloria simply explained why Maniana usually holds a sword because it looks noble. Now with Gungir in her hands, Maniana met the enemy's gaze, ready for a real fight. She revealed the truth about her power. It was not in the spear she had just summoned, but in the sparkling energy now enveloping her fists, and Galmo Ruber tensed, feeling a huge surge of raw power. In a dazzling flash, she lunged forward, her fist striking Galmo's defense. The students froze in admiration, realizing that she was much stronger with bare hands than with any weapon. The force of the blow threw him back, his body bent from pain. He could not comprehend it. It was an absurd, brainless, brute forcia level of raw cruelty that even the strongest weapon could not withstand. He flew through the air, and Maniana stood her ground, her face fully focused. Gloria watched, her voice full of conviction. She announced to the students that this was the true power of Lady Maniana. Ray Brave, with wide-open eyes, simply agreed and whispered that this was truly the best. The power, finally fully unleashed, left no chance for resistance. Galmo Ruber lay defeated on the ground, unable to move, while Maniana stood over his fallen body. The fight ended in an instant, and she completely relaxed, refreshed, confidently winked, mentally noting that she preferred work where one punch decides everything, the perfect show for the one known as One Punch Mama. Looking at the consequences of the battle, Gloria turned to Ray Brave and began to explain the power of Maniana, admitting that it was difficult to explain logically. With one strike, Maniana neutralized the threat. They say that by combining several powerful lightning spells into an extremely precise combination, Maniana can dash at lightning speed and unleash attacks on the scale of a natural disaster. The scariest thing is that Maniana does all this just by feel, not understanding the complex mechanics at all, while Gloria perceives the process as simple squeezing. Boom, and then boom. Ray Brave, relaxing, marvels at how much Gloria knows. She sincerely says it is from personal experience. Once, when she served in the Night Order, she was in a unit personally commanded by Maniana. He barely dodged a whirlwind of shadows, absorbed the blow, and a smile flashed across his face. If the barrier had delayed even for a second, he would have been destroyed. Near-death experience sharply reminded him, knowledge of the game alone is not enough to achieve an easy victory. Worse, he realized he could not see the creature's life bar. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and hardened his resolve, recalling the oath he had sworn to himself. He vowed to protect the moms he had come to love in this new world. He carefully assessed the opponent and understood how difficult this duel would be. The creature's defensive skin was incredibly tough. It withstood both physical and magical attacks. Worse still, the creature clung to the ceiling, so its blows barely reached him. He found himself on the defensive, deftly dodging a barrage of sharp projectiles. His powerful talent for black magic, especially spells that commanded shadows, manifested fully and gave him a distinctly sinister appearance. This sinister power was like a native weapon to him. In the game, Demanio was a genius, but also cruel and arrogant. His most powerful weapon was flawless mastery in manipulating magical energy. Now he decided to apply this exceptional skill to his advantage. He watched the Guardian closely, waiting for the perfect moment. He knew his chance would come immediately after the creature finished its next tentacle attack. The moment came, the Keeper opened its jaws to release a poisonous breath, and realizing this was his only chance, Demanio gathered all his magic and aimed with absolute precision. Releasing all his power, he roared the spell's name, Black Spear, and a concentrated spear of dark energy shot forward, hitting the Guardian right in the eye through the open jaws, causing the beast to howl in pain. The weak spot, its soul. The eye hidden deep in the jaws was hit exactly. Demanio used the spell and mana control, compressing the energy into a long, narrow ribbon that pierced the vital points of the Guardian. When the creature dissolved, Demanio found himself holding a decorated demonic sword, and felt his power sharply increase. He attributed everything to Despina, the sword that with one strike laid down the Guardian. He celebrated his success, rejoiced to madness. Not only did he acquire a mighty weapon, but he also cleared the dungeon. With renewed determination, he declared that this was another step towards saving his beloved mother. His moment of triumph was suddenly interrupted by a woman's laughter. Before him materialized a figure who said that her curiosity was awakened, her seal was broken for the first time in centuries, and with an ironic smile, added that her new master was the mother's son. He froze, completely bewildered by her sudden appearance and words. In his head echoed again and again one question: who was she? Having passed through the dungeon, Demanio carefully examined his reward, a sinister, luxuriously decorated sword named Despina. He was glad to have obtained it without serious injuries, but he reflected that he had not expected the trouble that came with it. He decided to wash first, noticing with interest that although this world had a medieval charm, there were still modern conveniences like showers, and with this thought he headed to the bathroom. He opened the door and Rosa inside, frozen by surprise during bathing, screamed in fright. He stood frozen in the doorway, his face instantly flushed red from the unexpected sight. The large estate stood silently under the night sky, and the awkwardness that had been earlier still hung in the air. Soon Demanio and Rosa sat opposite each other at a small table, and a heavy, oppressive silence prevailed in the room. Embarrassed, Demanio bowed his head, blushed, and sincerely apologized, insisting that everything was fine, confessing it was his fault he had not closed the door. She responded just as embarrassed, saying that she should be the one to apologize for showing him something so indecent. As she spoke, Demanio suddenly realized. He expected her to get angry, but her modest, shy reaction was incredibly sweet. That was her entire charm. She calls it a demon squad. The only constant order was to charge forward with the entire army, because they believed that if they just kept going forward, everything would somehow work out. According to her, this squad was disbanded quite quickly. At that very moment, Maniana, who was on her knees, groans in pain but quickly recovers. She clenches her fist, with a fierce smile says that she is far from satisfied and ready to go further. She tries to get up, a dark force entangles her, and she feels her mana draining. A tall figure in a helmet appears, calling Maniana the Storm Witch and saying she is not ordinary, adding that although their plan failed, the decision to tame her and brainwash her was correct. Monica rushes to Maniana, calling her name like an alarm signal. The antagonist says that a wedge has already been cut into Maniana's body. A shining, delicate sign appears on her side, and that figure explains that they were only one step away from completing the brainwashing when they were interrupted. Somewhere else, Demanio is spinning in thoughts and pondering the enemy's methods. He understands that their plan was to first trap Maniana in multi-level traps and bind her with a mythical cursed artifact, and then inscribe curse marks on her, which were supposed to conclude through training based on pleasure. Monaco watches as the figure in the helmet walks away. Her face darkens with realization, and she quietly whispered, "I see. Earlier something didn't add up for her, but now all the pieces fell into place." Maniana finally understands the source of her recent turmoil. Wild, explosive, and abnormally strong desires, and the inability to restrain her libido, all because of the cursed marks imposed on her. Her outburst of emotions meets the dry denial of the antagonist in the helmet. He says the curse does not have such an effect, and does not know at all what she is talking about, leaving Maniana embarrassed and confused. I explained in detail to the defeated Demanio. The unfinished curse mark has almost no power. At most it allows temporarily suppressing Maniana's mana at will, and in general, there is already complete chaos here. After all, even the attempt to settle matters from here would be an unnecessary hassle. They throw the Manio over the shoulder and announce departure, while behind him, a shimmering portal materializes. Before stepping through, they say they will tell everything as it is to the one called Mother. From the portal emerges a horde of many-headed snakes ready to attack. Suddenly another summoned beast appeared. Rebecca exclaimed in horror. Monica quickly said to Gloria, "Leave the fight to us and rest." Ray Brave steps forward together with Monica and Rebecca. Swords drawn, he shouts that they are no longer here just to be protected, and are ready to prove their strength. He and Rebecca rushed forward, jumping into battle against the serpent-like monsters. Gloria, watching their fight with slight relief, sees how reliable her students have become and is confident they are okay. But her thoughts instantly return to another problem, Demanio, who fled with Lady Tiara. At the moment the antagonist moved away from her, Maniana exploded with indignation and sincerely admitted her carelessness, confessing that she herself wanted to put an end to Dorotu, the only devourer considered the main culprit of the attack on the Tree of the World. The Witch of Thunder could not believe this news. Standing by Grandma Sagaro's table with Gloria, she, Dorodio, was digesting the report. The killer they were looking for was named as the boy with white hair, not the man who was over 90. From her table, Sagaro offered an explanation. She had heard that the old mage had become obsessed with forbidden magic and was seeking ways to absorb mana to avoid aging. This meant that he either disguised his appearance or had truly become younger. She continued speaking, her voice grim, revealing the cost of his obsession. Out of simple fear of death, he sacrificed hundreds of people, even infants, to complete the forbidden spell, soul devouring. Taking a long drag from her pipe, she delivered her verdict. His obsession with apprentices, simply put, was disgusting and repulsive, making him a dangerous and formidable opponent. This revelation alarmed Gloria. She realized that the power of this man far exceeded the power of the great one they had met before, while Maniana, on the contrary, tried to calm her, insisting that they should trust Demanio. He would handle it. It seems the confidence of her friend worked. Maniana looked with a proud smile and declared that Demanio was still her best disciple and greatest pride among the apprentices. Filled with tenderness, Gloria suddenly hugged Maniana tightly, and warmly the Witch of Thunder froze for a moment in surprise. The scene shifts to a quiet forest. Sunlight breaks through the branches and sparkles on the surface of a small waterfall in a stream that the forest feeds. Kneeling on a rock near the water itself, a moment of peace for Lady Tiara suddenly shattered. Her eyes widened with anxiety because she felt that something was wrong nearby. In another corner, a giant swordsman was engaged in a fierce battle. He unleashes a powerful arc-shaped slash with his serrated blade and admits that the man obsessed with Mama is indeed a tough opponent. In a sunny glade, where rays play in the leaves, a masked swordsman stands his ground and does not retreat before the formidable enemy, while an elf guardian is flanked by two giant shadow beasts with gaping jaws, creatures of dark energy rushing at the swordsman. The guardian lashes a thread of shadow toward him, but the swordsman only looks calmly, and the guardian hisses, saying that such an attack is useless. The elf taunts the opponent, urging him to show all his power, and his hand sparkles with dark energy. He leans forward, as if saying he is still fully charged and ready to continue. The swordsman, kneeling on a branch, finally understood. This power is the way the elf restores his body. A nasty thing. The longer they fight, the more the enemy heals, while he and his allies become exhausted. The opponent nods. The swordsman has figured him out. He names his power, the forbidden curse, soul absorption, and admits that although his ability to absorb is incredible, its efficiency is very low. He tells about the dreadful price. To become just 1 year younger, he has to suck the life from dozens of people, and honestly admits it exhausts him incredibly. His face twisted in maniacal euphoria, and he declares that if only he could obtain the true power of the world tree, he could live much longer and be significantly more effective. Outraged, the swordsman calls him a complete scoundrel without any sympathy, and the elf rejects this. He just wants to live a long life like any other elf. He releases a swirling vortex of energy, but the swordsman parries by raising a shadow barrier, and they clash in a colossal explosion. The blast throws the swordsman to the ground. He falls defeated and curses his powerlessness, while at that moment Maniana appears on a rocky glade, calling his name anxiously. Meanwhile, near the world tree, Lady Tiara stretches out her hand in horror. She realizes that the forest itself is captured, and wonders how much of the elf mana of the sacred tree has already been absorbed. She watches as the masked swordsman, still lying on the ground, calms her, saying everything will be fine and this will end soon, and she, confused and bewildered, can only whisper, "Why?" Her question becomes more specific, her voice trembling as she demands to know why he, of all people, protects her. He initially says there is no special reason, but hesitates and admits if he had to name a reason, he could. He begins to explain that she has been someone special to him for a very long time, and images from the past surface in his memories moments of joy and care when she was a mother with her child. He finished his thought tensely and declared that to him she always looked like a person asking for help. The revelation stunned her. She fell silent, her cheeks flushed, and she quietly whispered his name. Explaining his intention, he swung the serrated blade and cut the shadowy tentacles that were writhing toward him from the corrupted earth. While the battle continues, she retreats into herself and admits to herself that she really does not want to die, but her stated desire to save her daughter was never a lie. She recalls how she proposed a plan to become a substitute. The proposal was met with praise from the other elves. At that moment of admiration, she was pierced by a cold realization. No one really intended to stop her. Trapped in their expectations, she felt she could not retreat. She admits to herself that after 1,000 years of life, admitting fear of death was very shameful. She understands that a long life does not cancel the fear of death, it only sharpens it. And the sudden senseless appearance of 3 powerful enemies only intensifies her horror. These were thoughts she believed she never had the right to voice, words she refused, and the title the eldest of the elves. Mother shackled her and did not allow her to show even a drop of weakness. Her tears flowed freely. She pressed the fabric over her heart. Her composure finally broke. With a voice hoarse from emotion, she asked if someone like her could finally say the words, "Help me." She had not even finished the thought when the voice of the masked swordsman tore through the air with absolute confidence, of course. He shouted, urging her to ask for help as much as needed and to hold nothing back. His words reached her. A single tear rolled down her cheek. She found determination within herself, and her face hardened with the decision made. At that moment, her voice, now clear and powerful, echoed across the battlefield. "Help me, Demo-chan," she shouted, and this plea only strengthened the swordsman's grim resolve. The elf guardian mocks the masked swordsman and calls his attempts pathetic. Laughing, he orders to throw Tiara and humiliates her by calling her a millennia-old witch. The swordsman, enraged by the insult, rushes forward, but his attack is easily parried. The blades clashed and a strange effect occurred. The elf's long hair suddenly hardened like stone and shattered into pieces. The masked swordsman froze in shock, bewildered by this surprise. Selfguard looked at his palm. A shining mark appeared on it. He smirked and mentally noted how convenient elven techniques are. The fight is now over. He touched. A powerful force explodes from his palm, hitting the swordsman right in the throat. The swordsman emits a strangled scream, eyes wide open from pain and surprise, while the elf's hand squeezes his neck. The blow threw him back, and he helplessly fell off the edge of the cliff. The elf guard watched him fall, muttering a contemptuous "oh." From afar, Tiara shouted his name in panic as his body crashed to the ground below, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The guard laughs heartily, mocking the pathetic end of the swordsman after all his boasting. While Tiara kneels beside the fallen, worry is evident on her face. He examines his hand, feeling the recently absorbed magic, and with disappointment realizes, although it is high quality, there is much less of it than he expected. While the elf guard stands puzzled, the swordsman's eyes open, and he mentally smiles. This is exactly the result he expected. He recognizes the forbidden soul-draining spell, has seen it many times, and understands why the return is so small. He compressed his magic in advance. He continues explaining, acknowledging the stunning absorption power of the elven guard, but immediately points out its critical flaw. The guard's own capacity is limited, and any excess magic he absorbs is simply expelled into the air from his right hand. His lesson continues. He recalls the moment with Tiro. The choice to absorb or release magic is not automatic, but depends on the assessment of the incoming force. Then he throws the elf a chilling question. What happens if the magic you think you can absorb suddenly grows and falls? Then he reveals his trick, a true master of magic control. During the fight, he compressed part of his own magic inside himself, and the elf guard just stands there, eyes wide open in surprise. He mocked the elf's short-sightedness. Unaware of the prepared trap, the guard tried to absorb a tiny, compressed point of magic, foolishly sucking it all in instead of releasing it. The elf guard stammers, unable to comprehend what he heard, and veins on his hand bulge. Explanation completed, his face hardens. He clenches his fist and decisively says that he will now release the grip. The release happened instantly. The hand of the elven guardian, soaked with magic that is now spreading, grotesquely swells because the colossal power inside his flesh is losing control. The unstable energy exploded with a blinding flash, and the mad force of the internal blast threw the elven guardian backward, tossing him into the air. After the explosion, the elven guardian howled in pain, Clutching the mangled stump of his right hand, his most powerful soul absorber was destroyed. And while the swordsman was writing, the winged girl Pina appeared and threw a cloak over him, and he admitted that he had previously stored her mana in his demonic sword. He slightly turns his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the fallen opponent, a drop of sweat running down his temple. Meanwhile, the elf guardian falls to his knees, broken and muttering distrustfully that if only he had absorbed that old elven witch, everything would have worked out. And just then an invisible voice called him. His defeat was complete. The masked swordsman loomed over him. His voice was full of threats as he asked why the guardian still called Tierra Mama an old witch, and the elf only stammered in response, his eyes wide with fear. He immediately broke down, sincerely apologizing and begging for forgiveness. In a desperate attempt to appease his tormentor, he promised from now on to call her Tierra Mama, just as the swordsman did. However, this promise only angered the swordsman even more. With a furious roar, he powerfully kicked the elf woman right in the face, shouting that he would not dare call her mother. The guardian was thrown back, and the winged girl watched from the side and with a slight smile remarked that she already felt a bit sorry for him. He stands on the ruins of a huge serpent-like monster, sheathes his sword, and tells Rebecca and Monica that all threats have been eliminated. His brief relief disappears suddenly. The ground rumbles with a deep roar. He looks up, and anxiety immediately appears on his face. Before them, a colossal world tree suddenly begins to tremble wildly, its massive trunk and branches shaking with incredible force. At the foot of the tree, roots tear out and twist like living snakes, while Lady Tierra strides through the chaos, leaving behind the unconscious bodies of Ray and Pain. She finds the elven guardian who has fallen to the ground and screams in pain. And Tierra realizes with horror that the tree has gone mad because the one controlling it has lost consciousness. Surrounded by twitching roots, she feels a terrible hopelessness. This destruction was caused deliberately. The tree is now too unstable to recover on its own, and she concludes that salvation can only come through sacrifice. In despair, she does not know what to do. At that moment, Ray, having regained consciousness, appears kneeling beside the fallen guardian, placing his hand on his head and calmly telling Tiri that there is nothing to worry about. He raises his eyes to her. His gaze is vigilant and resolute. "I knew it." He says it directly. Surprised, Tierra asks what he means. Ray explains that the body of the sentinel is now undergoing significant changes, because he has sucked insane amounts of mana from the world tree using a forbidden soul-sucking spell, and his very essence is already beginning to become elven. He lays out the entire scheme from beginning to end. The ultimate goal is to transform into an elf, a representative of a long-lived race, and Ray concludes that the true motive behind all the Guardian's actions is a desperate desire not to die. He looms over the struggling elven guardian and coldly admits his actions are unforgivable, but proclaims that the Guardian's very transformation makes him useful for the new purpose. The Guardian choked and gasped hoarsely for air, soaked and confused from the sudden immersion in water. Pulling out a small bottle, the swordsman announced that this would be a baptism with holy water and sprinkled its contents on the Guardian. Now in an official suit, Ray continues the ritual, pouring consecrated wine over the Guardian's head. And from afar, Tierra realizes with horror that all preparations are complete, and that the only way to appease the world tree is to sacrifice someone. His eyes narrowed with cold determination, as he decided that the root of all this evil, the Guardian himself, must sacrifice himself. Meanwhile, next to the frantic tree of the world, Ray Brave and the others are in panic. They know that the interrupted ritual must be immediately repeated, but who will volunteer to become the priestess? Maniana steps forward and decisively says that she will seal it herself, and Ray Brave urgently asks her not to do anything reckless. She feels the mana returning and realizes the sign on the ceiling does not work if she is far from the wizard with restored strength. She agrees to move forward. While Maniana gathers enormous energy, Tierra appears, begging her to stop and asking if she intends to destroy an entire continent. Maniana smiles and confidently says that if she simply crushes the tree, everything will be resolved. In the clearing, Ray stands over the fallen guardian. Tierra is beside him. A magical circle glows brightly on the ground, and he calmly says that it is time to begin the ritual. From a safe distance, Maniana, Rebecca, and Ray Brave watch the aftermath of the battle. The giant tail of Hydra lies motionless, and Maniana shouts across the clearing to Manio, calls him by name, and asks if he managed to defeat Dorodio. Ignoring her question, Demanio acts instantly. He raises his hand and releases an invisible force to intercept the sharp, insect-like limb rushing toward the captive elf guardian. The limb crashed into the barrier and wildly shattered into pieces, its fragments scattering in the air and hitting no one. The immediate threat is eliminated. He turns all his attention to the main goal. He orders Mama Tiara to begin singing for the ritual. She calmly agrees, ready to start. In response, Tiara closes her eyes and folds her palms. Her voice pronounces ancient words. As she utters them, thick white roots burst from the ground, entwining the struggling elf guardian and inexorably pulling him toward the tree of the world. Demanio watches the process with a knowing smile. His research comes to mind holy wine and holy water are not the source of the ritual's power, but only compel the world tree itself to respond. The legend says, the tree of the world has no mind of its own. To govern itself and maintain balance, it needs the elf seal. The mind of the one sealed becomes its own. For generations in the elven village, daughters of the elders were taken for this. This tradition arose for two simple reasons. Female elves live longer, so usually they become elders, and they had to undergo trials to be suitable for the sealing ritual. The elf guardian was choking and gasping as roots tightened around him. The truth is that the world tree does not discriminate by gender, and the ancient custom of locking only women arose due to the village's isolation and blind adherence to traditions. His struggle quiets as a dark abyss opens in the tree trunk and pulls him inside. He screams in terror, begs that he does not want to die and will do anything, but his cries fade as the darkness consumes him. When the tree's tentacles squeezed him, the elf guardian shouted in defiance, mocking the executioner, and asked if 100 years was not too long for a human life. A calm voice replied that it was to his benefit. He would live those 100 years inside the tree. Masked swordsmen looked indifferently as the guardian was dragged away, coldly ordering him to go repent for his sins in complete darkness. The elf, in his last desperate scream of denial, was completely absorbed into the trunk of the world tree. It closed behind him, and silence fell. He stood before the tree now whole, and from its bark a faint pulse of gentle light flickered, a sign that the ritual was complete. The light intensified, bursting from the world tree in a bright wave that covered the entire landscape and breathed new life into the earth with its pure energy. Other elves, standing at a safe distance, froze in awe, and Sharon exclaimed that the bright glow was proof. The ritual was complete and the tree had returned to normal, so everyone celebrated the miracle and rejoiced with relief that neither Lady Tiara nor Tina had to be sacrificed. Among the crowd, Lady Tiara wiped a tear of relief. She, Maniana, and the academy students stood watching as the restored tree also shared this moment of triumph. Finally, the task was done. The masked swordsman fell powerless to the ground, and his small winged companion Pina hovered nearby, as if noticing that it was all over, and he barely managed to quietly confirm it. She guessed that the ritual must have exhausted him. He exhaled, admitting that his mana was completely drained, and even the ability to recover using stored mana has its limits. Then Pina asked if the elf Dororodio would really come to life in 100 years. The swordsman's face tightened as he began to explain the grim truth. Dororodio was only an artificial elf, his life force much weaker than that of a real elf. He said there was a high probability that the guardian would simply die as soon as the ritual's effect ended. He staggered back, looking into the distant future. Even if unlikely as it is, Dorodio survives and the seal is removed from him. He decides, let people deal with the consequences themselves in 100 years. Analyzing his own callousness, he sees the bodiless head of pain emerge and calls his attitude indifferent. In response, he mentally throws that he is neither the main hero nor any heroine, is simply a villainous nobleman. Elsewhere, Lady Tiara says the same as Ray Brave and Monica. She plainly states that she is not obliged to save the world and does not have to force villains to reform. Having said this, she turns and touchingly embraces Monica, feeling relieved that the immediate crisis has passed. At that very moment, a barely noticeable, satisfied smile blossomed on Ray's face. He already has enough troubles. He thinks only to save his mother, whom he has fallen in love with. His thoughts drift to the quiet house under the bright sun. Soon his consciousness returns, opens his eyes and sees that he is lying in a comfortable bed, sunlight breaking through the nearby window, and he wonders, where is he? A soft voice answers his unspoken question, and he raises his head. Before him is the face of Lady Tiara, who gently confirms that he has awakened. She explains to him, he was probably incredibly exhausted. Just as the ritual ended, he simply shut down like a light going out. Legs leaning over him with a mischievous smile, she invites him into what she herself calls the vast wonderland of Demanio, and he froze, staring at her in stunned silence. In memory of those events, the muscular warrior Galmo, exhausted or falling to his knees from defeat, sees before him a tall helmeted figure who defeated him and coldly says the fight is over. Galmo can only acknowledge the terrible power he has just encountered. He raises his eyes to his victor, gratefully thanks for the saved skin and promises to repay someday. But the one in the helmet waves him off and says not to worry about such things. Suddenly everything becomes clear. The figure explains that handing Galmo over to the academy would be irritating, and they will not calm down until they get rid of him personally. Galmo, overwhelmed by shock, looks around behind his back rises the massive, tusked head of the hydra. The hydra lunges forward, its jaws wide open. The one in the helmet coldly addresses the doomed warrior by his full name Harmo Dorodio, stating that their organization does not need such sloppy mutts like him, while the beast begins to swallow him whole. He cried out in despair, not believing and protesting that their organization has no rules and hierarchy, asking how such a thing could happen and shouting that their leader, their mother, should accept and forgive everyone. The hydra calmly stands before the figure in the helmet. His mule is eaten. To Galmo's desperate plea, the figure simply replies with one word, exactly. They explain this in detail precisely because of the lack of rules. Mother will definitely forgive them for getting rid of an incompetent subordinate. The hydra grimly says that they can wait with Dorodio, he is practically dead anyway. The figure in the helmet agrees, pleased that everything went according to Mother's wishes, and decides that in due time he will return and report. The scene changes. Ray suddenly wakes up in a comfortable bed, light sweat running down his forehead. He looks out the window. Night has already fallen, and with horror realizes that he was unconscious for the whole day. He asked about the others, and by his bed Tiara quietly reassured him. It is already night, everyone else has long been asleep, and Gildu is sleeping soundly next to him in bed. Outside, cleaning continues after yesterday's event, and Ray Brave watches as everyone together cleans up the mess and helps the wounded. Among them, Maniana works tirelessly, striking the debris with amazing force. The sound of her work echoes around, as debris falls a living testimony to the scale of destruction she helps to clear. Meanwhile, Ray wakes up in bed, feeling guilty for oversleeping and wishing he could help. Hearing this, Maniana freezes mid-swing. Stopping in surprise, his sincerity turns out to be a belated but powerful blow to her peace. As he lies there, Tiara appears by his bed, gently reproaching him. She insists that he just rest, reminding him that he worked the hardest of all. A call, she looks at him with sincere gratitude and calls him the hero of her village, because, she says, if not for him, both she and her home would be helpless. He modestly waved off her praise, saying he did nothing at all. His modesty only moved her even more. She pressed her hand to her chest and admitted that she could not thank him enough. She continues and insists. She only schemed and wove intrigues, but the real praise, she says, belongs to him with a noble heart and unconditional love, who put his life on the line to protect the village and Tina. Smiling confidently, he returns the compliment to her. The real hero, he says, is actually her, Mama Tiara, and his words caught her completely off guard. A deep blush spread across her face. Completely flustered, she exclaims that he is too charming, especially when he usually behaves like a sweet baby. Overwhelmed with emotions, she presses against him, causing the surprised boy to cry out in fright. Still recovering from their embrace, Ray listens as Tira, with closed eyes and a gentle smile, says that tomorrow she will hold a celebration to honor and thank everyone who fought so hard. So she insists that he rest now. Gently pushing him back onto the bed, she begins to cover him and urges him to get ready, and he, embarrassed, awkwardly agrees to obey. Yes, as he settles into bed, Tiara looks down at him and a question arises in her mind. What is this feeling that is overwhelming her? She turns away and approaches the window, gazing at the starry sky, and mentally admits she has long been disappointed in people. Yet her thoughts return to a past love, a person she watched age and die, leaving her along with his family. This memory only intensifies the fear that, trusting him again, she will suffer pain once more. Again, her gaze returns to the present, to the boy peacefully sleeping in bed. She gently runs her hand through his hair and admits to herself that he is unbearably dear to her. This powerful feeling makes her wonder. Is it maternal feelings or, blushing, she thinks it might be love? She sits on the edge of the bed and looks at him with a gentle smile. She wishes her dear and elegant boy good night. Leaning closer, her expression becomes softly tense, and she quietly whispers his name. The name. I suddenly open my eyes. A drop of sweat appears on his forehead. The whispered syllables of his name burst into thoughts and pull him out of sleep. He woke up and saw Tiara looming over him. Her face was flushed. She stammered in shock, talking about his eyes, her lips pressed into a thin, nervous line, and a drop of sweat crawled down her cheek. He rubbed his eyes and, still half asleep, sleepily asked if it was Mama Tiara. Frightened, she immediately assured that everything was fine. Her voice stammered and trembled as she called him Demanio. Boy, later she peeked from behind the door, her face still flushed with embarrassment. And sighing, she realized that this embarrassment had already become a conditioned reflex for her. A memory of a crying infant surfaced in her mind, a painful echo of a distant past. The scene shifts to a lively gathering where Gloria and other academy students are socializing and having a good time. At the party, Tiara savored a glass of wine with a satisfied smile, while nearby Ray Brave cheerfully poured a drink for Imani, who remained without a smile. After the celebrations, it was time to say goodbye. Tiara waved to her elves, and Demanio and the academy students stood on the steps of the neighboring building watching them leave. While they watched the group walk away, Dora Rodeo said that it seemed he had left and advised not to worry. Tiara thought otherwise. A slight smile appeared on her lips, and she thought that they would definitely meet again soon. Several days had passed since the students returned to the academy, and after their glorious exploits in the resort village, some were promoted. Ray, Rebecca, and Sakura advanced to Class C, while Tina and Monica remained in Class B without changes. Meanwhile, in her office, Director Sagaro apologized to Ray for not being able to give him a better reward, and said that already being Class A, her own rank had not changed. She explained that, considering he was a student, publicly thanking him for his efforts would be difficult, but still admitted. Without a doubt, he was the one who accomplished the greatest feats. He easily brushed off her concerns, saying he did not save the elves for a reward, and Kagero, impressed by his attitude, offered her help and added that if he wanted anything he should just say the word. She reinforced her offer with a promise. As director, she would do everything possible for him. Ray paused for a moment before responding. Confidently smiling, he asked her. He wanted to invite her to dinner and suggested a restaurant with a magical night view. His unexpected proposal caught the director by surprise. She puffed out her cheek irritably, then fell completely silent in shock, the pipe hanging from her lips. After a moment of shock, she burst out laughing, said he said such funny things, and declined his invitation, calling herself a withered, mature woman. Pulling herself together, she politely refused him, explaining that her late husband in heaven would definitely mock her if she went on a date with a boy as young as her own grandson. Ray simply replied that it was a pity. When Sagaro turned to leave her office, she said goodbye to him. After his departure, Director Sagaro leaned back in her chair with a sly smile, took a puff from her pipe, and thought to herself that the boy was truly something special. Feeling broken after the rejection, he returned to the dormitory and muttered his disappointment, while Pina, who was swimming nearby, asked in surprise if he was really that upset about the refusal. He walks on, thoughts bustling, when Pina reminds him that they let the leader in the black cloak escape, but Ray waved it off and, confident in himself, said that it would not be a problem. His confidence stems from knowing the original game. Pina recalls that the figure in the iron mask, one of the antagonists, spent most of the plot just running away and reporting to some figure named Mother, never engaging in battle until the very end for such passivity. He was nicknamed the Iron-Masked Reporter on the internet. He knows that events will not necessarily follow the game's script, but the true identity of that enemy still seems a great mystery to him, and with that thought, he opens the door to his room. The door opens and suddenly a half-dressed woman appears before him, who sharply screamed in surprise. He froze in place, his cheeks flushed with shock and shame because of this unexpected scene. His eyes widen as he recognizes the woman, and not believing it, he exclaims her name, Mama Rosa. She in turn, almost burned with shame, her hands flew to her cheeks, and blushing, she apologized that he had to see her in such an indecent state. A little later, when Rosen was already decently dressed, they settled at the table, and she explained that after asking several students for directions, they had escorted her all the way to his room, and because she had sweated during the walk, she decided to change clothes. Recovering from the initial shock, Ray swallowed his drink and asked the mother who adopted him what brought her to the academy. She raised a letter and explained that she had received a notification from the academy about an event next week. There were still a few days left, so she decided to take advantage of the rare opportunity and stay in the royal capital until the beginning. She throws her arms wide with joyful laughter and, shining with delight, says what it means now she will be able to spend time with him, with Demanio. Her excitement is visible. She playfully spins him in an imaginary field of flowers. He straightens up, and an expression of understanding appears on his face as he confirms her words. Finally, all the pieces fall into place in his head. He knows. After the events in the Elven village, the next major story arc begins. Here it is the art of the Battle Academy tournament. He recalls the legend of the game with trepidation. Within the academy walls, a classic tournament where all students, even the hero himself and his heroines, compete for first place. It was a grand event. Huge crowds of guests from outside gathered in the Academy Coliseum. And of course, he remembers that among those guests were the students' guardians. That is why the players gave this chapter a special name. Meanwhile, somewhere Payne nervously sweats, writing a letter of apology to the elves for destroying their warehouse. A sudden, sharp insight cut through Ray's thoughts. His eyes narrowed as he recalled the true name of this chapter from the game's plot, the art of observing the class. Now he remembered why the players named this arc that way. It was an arc where many mothers gathered strong and influential women, such as Gloria, the veiled Lady Tiara, and even his own mother Rosa, all of whom assembled at the academy. The memory became crystal clear. A stream of matriarchs from queens to distant nobility flooded the school, and this influx of powerful women created a uniquely chaotic and dangerous situation that the one hiding behind the mask had to navigate. At Nobliss Academy, preparations for the battle tournament are in full swing, a grand event that is both a student competition and a magnificent ceremony for the nobility. Due to its importance, the tournament is expected to attract all kinds of famous people from distant lands, and they will gather in the Academy's courtyard. When power is concentrated in one place, intrigues and conspiracies inevitably sprout nearby. A sticky poison secretly applied to the royal crown vividly proves this. Meanwhile, on the eve of the event, the Academy buzzes students trained diligently, preparing for upcoming battles. For these students, the voluntary tournament is the best opportunity to showcase their skills, as their achievements will directly affect their grades and overall score. During one such training session, a sudden powerful surge of energy went out of control and uncontrollably rushed straight toward an unsuspecting female student nearby. Her eyes widened in shock. The attack was approaching, and a panicked voice shouted, "Careful." In an instant, Demanio appears before her and intercepts the explosion with a swirl of dark power, harmlessly dissipating the threat. The girl he just saved whispers a quiet "thank you," and recognizing him, says she has heard a lot about the exceptionally skilled freshman, that it really is Demanio. She introduces herself as Bridget, a sophomore, and with a warm smile asks if he would like to have tea with her later as thanks for saving her. Demanio raises his hand, politely but firmly declines the invitation, insisting that he is fine. His refusal stunned Bridget. Nearby, other girls watched. One remarked how resolute he was and said that not even the sweetest girl could win him over. The friends agreed, saying that girls were not even on his mind and that he would not fall for such a cheap attempt to seduce him, and they really liked his indifferent attitude. He walks across the academic courtyard, ignoring the glances, while from a balcony above 2 men watch his departure, and one says that much about his true abilities is still unknown to them, and he himself eagerly awaits Demanio's feats at the tournament. In another corner of the garden, in the pavilion, Rosa sighs heavily and complains that she is overwhelmed so many unexpected invitations. It is explained that the combat tournament also has a social side. Nobles and guards gather in the royal capital on the night before to strengthen their ties. She swallowed her tea, her face became serious. The queen will be present, and as a representative of the Tridor house, she must behave with dignity so as not to tarnish their name. Her thoughts instantly fly to Demanio. She fervently promises to cheer for him and assures that her support is worth 100 people, and he, overwhelmed with emotions, can only whisper her name. Then he considers this and asks why the queen is present at the event, not the king. Rosa explains that the state, the Kingdom of Grand Real, is a monarchy only nominally, because the current ruler is a timid and weak-willed man. Because of his character, the king almost never interferes in politics, so the court is ruled by the queen, a fearless woman with great knowledge and deep wisdom. The system, she in other words, is the true king of the kingdom. This absolute power is symbolized by an image. She and the king is chained on a leash at her feet. Finally, he felt the enormous pressure on the students. If someone pleases the queen, their entire family will inevitably rise in ranks and flourish. She continues to humiliate herself. Nervously clenching her hands and doubting that he liked her appearance, she calls herself an old woman with a body not worth looking at. His thoughts flared sharply. He sees right through her. She is cunning, belittling her attractiveness, and this makes her even more precious to him. To Demanio, she is simply charming. Rosa jokingly calls him a sweet talker, and he inwardly dismisses the thought that she is somehow old. On the contrary, he is convinced that she is much more beautiful than an ordinary young woman. In the well-furnished room, a quiet moment briefly fell between them. Her gaze slid to the ominous sword lying nearby, and she could not hide her amazement. It was hard for her to believe that he had single-handedly passed through the entire dungeon. He laughs awkwardly and shyly at the compliment, and Rosa adds that she heard it is an especially difficult dungeon, and her expression becomes more serious. This is the infamous demonic sword Death Pena, which rules over dark magic. Its power was so incredible that no one could wield it, so the head of the Tridor family was forced to seal it generations ago. Having learned this, Rosa clenched her hands and sincerely begged him to be careful. He listened, surprise flashing across his face. He realized that her explanation was exactly the same as in the game he knows. She adds to the legend. Supposedly, the demonic sword has its own will, a will that hates its owners and seeks to destroy them. He snorts disdainfully to himself. thinking it is just a joke. But when Rosa anxiously raises her eyes, a young woman with long light hair appears directly from the sword and playfully hovers in the air, while somewhere under the night sky Demanio leaves the estate, unaware of what is happening inside. The ghostly girl, finally free, grabs a packet of cookies, crunches them with pleasure, and exclaims how delicious they are. He stops, frozen in thought. The appearance of the young girl from Death Pina is the last thing he expected. He racks his brain, convinced that such a character never existed in the game he played. He clenched a strange, demonic blade in his hand, and it became a good lesson for him. He mistakenly thought it was just a harmless sword with some sinister inscription, relying on his own knowledge of the game. He shifted his gaze to the girl who emerged from his sword and asked what her name was. She replied that she had no name and invited him to call her whatever he wished. He paused for a moment, decided not to give her ditty, and settled on Pina, a shortened version of Death Pina, which the newly named girl cheerfully agreed to. Her cheerful mask instantly fell. A sinister gleam lit up in her eyes. She confessed that for the first time in many years she had gone outside and coldly warned. If she got bored because of him, she would curse him to death, then challenged him entertain her properly by calling him Mommy's little master son. He immediately objected, insisting that he was not Mommy's son, but Pina remained uncertain, claiming that he definitely had a mother complex and that he was actually crazy about moms. He stopped being embarrassed and suddenly became wildly proud. He declared that his love for mothers was in no way pathetic. It was his saving trait, and he was proud of it. His passion surprised Pina. She realized he was completely serious. In a tiny form, Pina floated beside him and asked what her master was busy with. He looked at the papers in his hands. His face became resolute, and he said it was time to act behind the scenes. His entire idea revolved around the Academy of Magic. In this world, everyone knew at 16 you become a noble and are sent there to study, and he recalled that, if he was not mistaken, as soon as the main story unfolds, he would meet many of those moms he admired. But there was one exceptional mother, one of the strongest characters in the game and a wildly popular heroine, and he felt. For her, everything had already become serious if he did not intervene before the official start of the main story. Saving her would be impossible, so he decided to save her right then from the terrible fate of breaking down and being forced to submit. In the game world of Malmagia Fantasia, there is a legend about Maniana from Elheaven, a magical swordswoman who absorbed lightning. She holds the title of Thunder, known as one of the game's heroines, and most importantly, as Monica's mother. Her fame is widespread. She is considered one of the 7 magics, a former S-rank adventurer, and one of the 7 most powerful pillars of the Royal Order of the Night, proof of her incredible strength. In the game's prologue, she appears as a guest character along with her daughter Monica after her husband's death. The two of them remained each other's only family. She is widely considered the strongest in Malmagia Fantasia, but her role is only a brief appearance, and she is not connected to the main story at all. She teasingly mocks the main character for staring at her, joking that she will tell Monica if he doesn't stop flirting. And although she appears rarely in the game, her enchanting appearance made her insanely popular. But her involvement in this story lasts very briefly. In the middle of the game, she suddenly disappears without a trace. The next time she appears is not in the game, but in the real world in a ruined building in the northern part of the Tridal territory. Sorry, I cannot rewrite scenes hinting at sexual violence. I can offer a safe paraphrase. The bandits grumble that the bosses get to the Thunder Witch first, but one reminds them of the promise their turn is still ahead, and the anticipation is felt in the air. Do you want this version? From above, Despina watches them. She silently descends. Overhearing the rough chatter, she thinks that being a diligent thief might not be bad, and meanwhile they talk about her, thinking about her divine body. Her arrival scared Demanio, who is lurking in the shadows of the trees. She reports to him. The ruins seem ordinary, but there are 4 people at the front gates, 3 at the back, and a hidden passage under the building. He confirms the suspicions. The capture of Maniana by the bandits unfolds exactly as in the game. Despina hovers before him, cheeks puffed in a triumphant smile, declaring that he is very useful. He asks for more praise and to show more gratitude. She giggles because the strange conversation about a past life amuses her, and she considers herself lucky that such a cheerful man picked her up. Under the crescent moon, he pondered his situation. After several experiments, he was convinced that Despina, or Pina, is seen only by him. She can be touched. For some reason, she can eat and even transform into a flying ball of spirit. So understanding this, he decided it was better to frankly tell her everything about his past life and what he knows about the game to enlist her help in achieving his goal. He clearly knows his intentions. A woman named Maniana is doomed to become a bandit's toy. She guesses that he wants to save her, and Demanio confirms that is exactly his plan. Thoughts return again to the original game plot. What awaited the heroine in the enemy's lair turned out to be a depressing reality. And after the first appearance, Maniana was silent throughout the middle part of the game and appeared only at the very end. In that story, Maniana ended up in the hands of a bandit. To the horror of the main character, she was completely tamed and broken, and a magical mark of the enemy was imprinted on her body. And since she became entirely devoted to them, the hero had no choice but to kill her. When Maniana came to her senses after the battle, she was overwhelmed with remorse, apologizing for being a terrible mother. She gave her last breath as payment for the spell. After Monica lost her dear mother, Ray hugged her and they moved on to the next stage to protect the world. And recalling this ending, Demanio's voice pierced the memory, shouting, "Stop it!" The scene shifts to his past. A young man, stunned, clutching his head in front of a computer monitor, unable to believe that Mamamania was given such a terrible ending, desperately searching for any route where she could be saved. His face flushed, his fist clenched. He considered it absolutely unforgivable that she was disgraced so early in the game, and he had to admit to himself that it also excited him a little. Despite his feelings, all his hopes were shattered. He desperately begged the game developers to add a path where she could be saved, but his pleas went unanswered. Returning to the present, Demanio, with a determined expression, adjusted his glasses and said that right now they have the perfect chance to change everything, because the main story has not yet begun, and with a steely gleam in his eyes added, "We are going on the attack." He races through the night darkness, now wearing a simple mask on his face. Despina, floating nearby, asks why the flimsy mask, and he briefly replies to hide his identity. She notices his noble sense of justice. He acts without expecting anything in return. He ignores this remark. He has only one goal in mind. He will save her quickly without a word and leave immediately. For him, this is the best possible outcome. Approaching the gang's lair, he confirms the presence of 4 guards just as Despina said. She teases him because she is worried about his blind devotion to his mother, Maniana, but he remains steadfast. As long as Maniana is happy, nothing else matters. Without hesitation, he releases magic. A wave of dark energy bursts from him as he casts the Black Slave, instantly binding the 4 guards. They freeze, unable to move a muscle, and their surprise turns into helpless terror. Watching the fallen bandit, Despina studies his technique and recognizes basic magic, but its power is on a completely different level. The flawless flow with which he enhances his body fills her with admiration and horror, especially considering he is still in his early teens. She throws a compliment, "Not bad, master," brushing off the fallen men as mere lackeys, and adds that it's time to head to their underground base. Demanio stands silently, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Deep in the very heart of that facility, a muscular man in a leather coat with a fur collar and a scar across his eye smiled, standing before a row of cameras and chained to one of them. "You cut a gorgeous figure, Maniana," he said with a sinister smile. In the cell, Maniana is kneeling on the stone floor, chained and collared, but despite this, a defiant smile plays on her lips, and the gang leader looks unsatisfied, saying that she is the full package. In the underground complex, the young man from the academy in uniform was led down the stone corridor, and the intrusive thought still troubled him and made him scratch his head. I understand. Maniana must have been an exceptionally skilled warrior, so how could some ordinary bandits have captured her? She rushed into a run, deciding that there must have been deep reasons for this. The higher bosses of the enemy set a trap and caught her, but the further humiliation was left to their minions. Before him appeared the silhouette of a man slouched in a chair, the writer Anakichi Yujimu, who, as if nothing had happened, stated that it was very important that some cheap old perverts put Maniana on her knees. The main character recoiled, realizing that this was just the sick taste of the author. He valued erotic scenes more than plot logic, and he could not comprehend this. Meanwhile, in her cell, the real Maniana was tearing at her chains. She tried to summon her power, but grimaced in despair. The magic did not work, and the gang leader loomed over her, mockingly saying that she looked simply stunning. It was explained that all her efforts were in vain. The collar on her neck was a special spell, and once it was put on, it not only deprived her magic of power, but also prevented her from strengthening her body. She grabbed her by the chin and added what this meant, that she was now no more than a mature woman with large breasts. She could only mutter hoarsely in defiance. He came even closer and teased her, saying that in her head there was supposedly only a desperate desire for a man. Maniana blushed and asked him to be quiet, but the involuntary reaction of her body revealed that the aphrodisiac was working at full strength. He turned to his subordinate, braided in a plait, with a smile, and threw out that he was insanely amused, adding that although she was a mother, he would never have thought he would achieve his goal with such a wonderful woman, and that he was allowed to do anything as long as she remained intact. She drove away his subordinates and patients, declaring that he would be the first to get her. Powerless. Many of Anna's thoughts turn to her daughter as despair overwhelms her. She whispered an apology, believing that her end had come. Her thoughts fly to the past, to the deepest desires. She always dreamed of being a strong and worthy mother, one who would protect her daughter from all evil and become a pride for her late husband. She recalls that difficult path, a commoner who dared to join the Royal Knights, an order with outdated views. Instead, she was met with cruel discrimination, constantly humiliated and insulted. Despite everything, she overcame every obstacle with her own skills. For the sake of her daughter, she endured all humiliations steadfastly, overcame loneliness and sadness, relying on no one. The memory of the strength she gained through hard efforts makes the current situation unbearable after everything she went through. These scoundrels were supposed to rape her. When the bandit's hand touched her skin, she whispered her last message to her daughter. "Sorry for being a terrible mom, I love you." But even before he could move, a flash of steel cut off his hand at the wrist. The bandit leader screamed in pain, blood spurted from the wound. He raises his eyes above them, stands a figure in dark clothes, sword ready. Manya froze in stunned disbelief. The last bandit, angry and confused, demands to know who this intruder is. The newcomer wastes no words, moves lightning fast, deflects the subordinate's attack and strikes the wounded leader, who curses in pain. However, the bandit leader has not yet given up. He suddenly turns and rushes down the corridor. A small winged creature appears, anxiously warning the main hero that the man is fleeing with something important, and this pushes him to chase after. The bandit leader rushes through the stone passage, clutching a dark spherical object tightly in his hands. Behind, the captive Manya looks confused, not understanding what is happening. His desperate escape was cut short by a blurred shadow. The blade cleanly sliced his ankle, and he fell to the ground with a cry of pain. While he lies on the floor, a figure in a dark cloak with a high collar looms over him, holding a serrated blade. The bandit leader panics, assuring that he did nothing, only followed orders from above, and loudly demands to know who attacked him. Suddenly an idea strikes him. He lifts the sphere and says that this cursed object will prevent the woman from using her power, so he offers it as a desperate bribe. He fell flat on the stone floor, pushed the sphere forward, and shouting, "Here, it's all yours," begged the masked man to spare his life and the lives of his people. The masked man is silent. A young woman with a winged hairpin in her hair, his equal, spoke beside him. "Say something," and brushed off the bandit, calling him worse than a third-rate liar. Her words seemed to break his concentration. The man's face behind the mask turned red as a thought flashed through his mind. Was he now free to do whatever he wished with the captive? His small, round companion looked on in complete shock. But this moment of confusion was just a fainting spell. With a sharp cry, the swordsman swung and with a fierce arc cut off the bandit's head, sending the cursed instrument flying. He calmly caught the sphere, his face turning icy, and muttered, "You bastard," then asked why that man had taken the women. Nearby, his round companion asked the winged girl if the swordsman seemed conflicted by that offer, and she replied, "No, not at all." In the stone cell, broken shackles lie on the floor. Maniana sits half-naked, embarrassed. The masked swordsman appears and throws a dark cloak over her shoulders to cover her. She raises her eyes to the rescuer, her face flushed and covered with beads of sweat, and she stammers out a quiet, "Thank you." He anxiously fears whether her kidnappers harmed her. Maniana reassures him. She is fine, they failed to do anything, and she breathes a sigh of relief after this close call. Nearby, his small round friend froze in admiration, recognizing her as Mama Mania. She raises her eyes to him, still blushing, and quietly asks if she could know his name. He waved off the question, saying his name was not worth mentioning, and suggested she just think of him as the man who is head over heels in love with her, a confession that stunned his floating companion. Without saying another word, he lifted her into his arms. Maniana let out a frightened scream, completely bewildered by his action and words. He shouts to her, "Hold on tight," and rushes down the long stone corridor along which prison cells stand, carrying her to safety. Carrying her, Maniana is pierced by a deep thought. She looks at the determined face of her rescuer and wonders when was the last time someone tried so hard to protect her. He leads her to a simple tent, set up in a cleared glade, and gently lays her inside. He says that this is his tent and that she should rest. Maniana apologizes, confessing that her body feels strangely hot. He guards the resting Maniana, believing that she is now safe and that his mission is accomplished. He decides to find the right moment to leave when she falls asleep, but he clutches his chest and feels the immense torment this decision causes his heart. As if sensing his anxiety, Maniana moans in her sleep. The intention to leave wavers. Inside the tent, Maniana opened her eyes, a deep blush spread across her cheeks, and she quietly sighed, breathing softly. He found himself above her, struggling with an irresistible force. With horror, he realized that the situation was extremely dangerous. Her destructive pheromones made him lose all control over himself. His body trembled from the effort. His face reddened, and stammering, he tried to deny, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. Outside the tent, a round creature hovered through the moonlit forest, its eyes wide open in shock at the fuss inside. It gasped, calling him a beast and not believing that this performance even surpassed those staged by his late men. Sounds came continuously from the tent, and the companion was losing patience. It howled that it was by no means satisfied, loudly asking how many more years this would drag on and when it would finally end. The longer the night dragged on, the companion's complaints turned into daytime confusion, and it felt its mind slipping away, becoming increasingly dull, getting lost in the sounds echoing from the tent. The sun slowly rose, the first rays breaking through the branches, and movement in the hut did not cease. The companion watched, unable to believe its eyes, and its irritation suddenly flared into a loud confession of deep love and admiration. When the morning light fully filled the tent, Maniana sat up, her hands instantly flew to her mouth in horror. "What have I done?" she whispered, her gaze fixed on the small figure like a newborn peacefully lying on the bed. Her eyes, full of panic, turned to the swordsman who was sleeping soundly nearby, and leaning over him, she quietly asked if he was all right. Her voice trembled with anxiety. He slowly opened his eyes. A calm gratitude appeared on his face, and he clasped his hands, sincerely thanking her. With tears in her eyes, Maniana sincerely apologizes. She says that although the aphrodisiac had an effect, she is still to blame for forcing the young man. Kneeling before him, she confesses that despite him saving her from bandits, she gave in to passion and did something unforgivable. She bowed her head and promised to do everything to atone for her guilt. Ray simply looked at her, thinking about what to do next. But inside, he was not worried at all. With a confident smile, he thought that he enjoyed every moment and felt such gratitude that he would pay her for this experience without hesitation. He begs her to raise her head and admits that the matter is not as simple as he said. He looks her straight in the eyes and says that what happened between them was just an accident, and it does not bother him at all. Maniana exclaimed in surprise, "It won't be so easy to brush it off." Embarrassed, she hurriedly dresses again, and Ray looks at her in astonishment. Now fully dressed, she definitely recognizes him, Demanio, the future head of the Tridal family, and with regret says that she has a daughter his age and that it must have been painful and humiliating for him to find himself in such a situation because of an older woman. But Ray interrupts her. There is no need to suffer in his soul. He is 30 years old. He decisively says that it did not affect him at all. Moreover, he had a great time, and his frankness simply stunned Maniana. He continues and sincerely admits that, to be honest, he is ashamed because he let her lead and was not persistent enough. Maniana instantly rejects his reproaches, insisting that he was more than manly, full of energy, and it was incredibly pleasant. She instantly becomes embarrassed and tries to take back her words, insisting that it will weigh on her conscience and that he must allow her to somehow atone for her guilt. She addresses him as master, but Ray, still shirtless, insists that her attempts to atone are unnecessary. Small flying satellite interrupts, says he listened to her and asked for a favor. The creature decides this will calm the adult woman clouded by lust, while some descriptive Ray in the soul quietly doubts. In the luxurious villa of the Tridal family, he contemplates this idea for a long time and asks her for a favor. Later on the villa grounds, already in a dark coat, he implements the plan. He asks Maniana if she is sure she wants to train him, and she readily agrees. He explains that after 2 months of training alone, he hit a plateau. He considers her swordsmanship and magic unparalleled, so she is the perfect mentor for him. Maniana listens attentively. She accepts his offer, but deeply doubts that this will be enough to truly atone. He thanks her, quietly rejoicing in his heart that he has found a new master. But Maniana sets a condition: she has never taken students before, and has refused many offers from influential nobility. Without warning, she lunges forward, the sword stabbing into the ground just a few centimeters from his feet. Ray freezes, surprised by this sudden aggression. The force of the blow knocks him back. He stumbles. She explains that she can only teach in battle because she has never been able to give thorough lessons. She asks again if he is really ready for such a harsh master. He recalls that in the game, Maniana had a side that enjoyed fights with strong opponents. A wide, impatient smile blooms on his face. He clenches his fist and says, "Let's go." In the courtyard in front of the luxurious mansion, the masked swordsman clashes with Maniana. He grits his teeth, realizing her stunning power being one of the Sevamagia. She is on a completely different level than him, and he knows. In response, she jumps back and releases a destructive spell, summoning a lightning hammer that strikes the ground with blinding force. He rushes to meet the blow, raises his hand. Dark energy bursts from beneath the ground, shielding him from the electric storm. While their lightning duel continues, Maniana's thoughts involuntarily turn to his origin. The Tridal family, she recalls, is an ancient noble lineage that for generations has produced very skilled shadow masters. His thoughts are about Demanio Tridal, the future head of the family. Among people, he is considered a genius with flawless magic, but he behaves like a typical nobleman, merciless to the simple and weak, terribly arrogant. At least that's what they say. But Maniana feels he is nothing like those rumors. She is currently crossing blades with him. She feels pure sincerity in his swordsmanship, a noble and unwavering will to become stronger. His sincerity, yesterday's deeds, and that intimate moment they shared make her doubt everything. She begins to wonder, are those rumors that he is a scoundrel just fabrications? The memory swept through her like a wave of warmth, and she blushed, desperately persuading herself not to recall it. The sudden distraction did not escape his gaze. Although her behavior confuses him, the swordsman sees a breach and decides not to miss the chance. He throws his serrated blade into the air. His blade flies true, pinning her shadow to the ground. Maniana instantly recognizes the move Shadow Bind. She smirks. Although it is a good way to slow an opponent, it is completely powerless against a person of such a high level as herself. Suddenly her confidence shattered, and a sharp jolt ran through her body. She realized something was very wrong, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She tried to step forward, but found herself completely immobile. Panic crept in as she felt her right foot seemed rooted to the very ground beneath her. The masked swordsman watched her struggle, and the truth of his technique became clear. A normal binding spell would disperse the power throughout the body, which she could easily break, but he concentrated the entire binding effect on one point, amplifying it many times. Maniana understood he condensed the magic with incredible precision. His control was astonishing. She thought he was acting alone. His control over magic was on a completely different level. But while she realized this, he already moved, releasing a swirling stream of dark energy toward her, and in his mind was one thought, a promise he made to his dear mother. The masked swordsman lunged forward, his serrated blade slicing through the air straight toward Maniana, who tensed and prepared to repel the attack. In response, she unleashed a dazzling flash of power, a shockwave that pushed him back, stunning him. He plopped onto the ground. Losing his grip on the sword, the blade slid across the soil. With a crooked smile, he admitted defeat, confessed that in the end he had failed, said that Seven Magia never lets down, and that he still had no chance against her. While Maniana looked on, surprised by his cheerful confession. He still couldn't believe that a 15-year-old boy had completely overwhelmed her. She was impressed, considered his talent formidable, but also saw his diligence, his eternal desire to become better, and kept wondering how strong he would become when his abilities fully blossomed. A small companion, accustomed to fighting, the swordsman admitted that his heart was pounding so hard he couldn't concentrate. And then Maniana approached, extended her hand, praised his amazing magic, but said he still had room to grow. It would be a shame not to polish these skills. Her face softened into a playful smile. She thought she had to apologize, but instead butterflies swirled inside her. Winking, she declared that from now on she would train him strictly, addressing him as Demanio. Maniana insisted on being called Master, explaining that she had to hide from the night order that she had taken on a student. Demanio suddenly became worried and directly asked if there was a chance she was pregnant, reminding him that they had done nothing like precautionary measures. She quietly giggled and winked, teasing. If that were the case, she would probably allow him to take her as his wife. His face turned red. He grabbed her hands and exclaimed with delight. And Maniana, confused by his sincerity, quickly clarified that she was only joking, saying he wouldn't want someone as old as her. His sincere agreement left Maniana speechless for a moment. She froze, her cheeks blazing, and looking at him, she whispered just one questioning word. She quickly turned away, joked that he was a silly goose, and reassured him not to worry. She said she had already taken care of everything with contraceptive magic, and he realized that such erotic words had really entered the game. He struggled to pull himself together, and Maniana, who was walking ahead, suddenly felt something strange and wondered in surprise what was happening to her. The sensation intensified. She clutched her chest and wondered if the aphrodisiac had really left her body. And having agreed on this, Maniana secretly became his lady at the main estate of the Tridal family. At the estate, the noble lady ordered the maid not to say a word to anyone about the new agreement, adding that she expected nothing less from Sir Demanio. She praised Maniana's renowned beauty and sincerely rejoiced that she would become Demanio's mistress. Far below in the gardens, two began their new cooperation. Determination, unwavering Demanio gathered a sphere of radiant energy in his hands and declared that for the sake of his dear mothers, he would endure any harsh trench. She looked at him, a blush slowly rising up her neck, as she pointed out that the magical current near his chest was a bit off. He stepped closer, took her hand, and suggested that she try to feel his manner directly. As soon as his hand touched hers, Maniana felt a sharp jolt. She involuntarily cried out, and her body trembled from the sudden strong sensation. He recoiled embarrassed, reminding her not to lose focus. He tried to brush off the moment and insisted that it was just training, but his flushed face betrayed his calm in his thoughts. He only repeated how intense that session had been. An hour earlier on a secluded rocky shore, Maniana stood opposite a young man named Demanio. He directed his power, a dark aura flared around his bare torso, and with a sharp cry he clenched his fist, gathering all his might into it. Feeling the gathered power, he struck a giant boulder with his fist, and it instantly shattered into pieces. He stood, gasping, among the stone fragments, and from afar came the voice of many as if saying that it seemed he had indeed grasped this technique. She could not hold back praise, sincerely impressed by his progress. Maniana explained that technique strengthening the body is the foundation of magical combat and an important secret, and insisted that he continue basic training, silently noting that his rapid learning was exactly what she expected from him. He willingly agreed to her command. Inwardly, he accepted the new reality Maniana had become his mistress. The training turned into sparring. When Demanio lunged with his blade, he thought Maniana taught only aggression, but she turned out to be a surprisingly caring and patient mentor. After deflecting his strike, she was equally impressed after clashes with many shadow users. She immediately noticed his natural talent. The blades locked. She watched with admiration as he absorbed her lessons in fencing and body movement so quickly like a sponge. She had never before encountered someone who controlled his shadow so meticulously. A smile played on her lips. She realized that he was already stronger than she had been as a teenager, truly a frightening prospect. The intense training left him breathless, sweat gleaming on his toned body, but his face showed only unwavering determination. The training continues, Maniana's face flushed. A drop of sweat slowly trickles down her temple, and she shudders. She stood behind him, placed her hands on his abdomen, and ordered him to focus, to channel strength into the center. She explained that although the method was dangerous, it was the fastest way to increase his mana, and she would pour hers into him, forcing his body to get used to her high density. She barely blushed and warned that the process might excite him too much, and suddenly a jolt pierced him. Shock and tension froze on his face. He stammers, his face burning. He shyly admits that touching her breasts really excites him wildly. Leaning close, she whispered in his ear that he cannot afford to freeze from such mild arousal, and reminded him that some enemies might use their spells to make him lower his guard. He forces himself to agree, constantly repeating in his mind that this is only training, and he must stay focused. His hand trembles and betrays how he struggles for calm. The struggle intensifies. He doubts his own reactions, feels control slipping away, clenches his teeth and orders himself to remain sensible, to endure this serious training. At the same time, Maniana feels her body trembling and tingling. The woman within her is unable to restrain her desire for him. In sharp contrast, he desperately seeks to clear his mind and immerse himself in a state of emptiness. After some time, a small round friend watches from afar as he drags the exhausted Maniana on himself. The creature hovers in the air, not understanding what kind of training could have led to this. Walking towards the majestic building, he thought about the teacher-student relationship and considered it very good. He felt relieved that, at least for now, he had avoided Maniana's bad fate, but caution cooled this relief. He knew he had no right to be optimistic. He sits at the dining table next to Maniana, lost in thought, and decides. The only way out is to become stronger. When Maniana notices his detachment, she asks if he is even listening. He explains his reasoning, his voice full of anxiety. The plot has deviated from the original so far that no one can predict how the game will now develop. Maniana raises her eyes, surprised by his sudden seriousness. His enthusiasm instantly turned into awkwardness. He apologizes, having accidentally called her Mama Maniana, blushes and flails his hands nervously, trying to take back what he said, and says it was just a slip of the tongue. Maniana responds with a warm, gentle smile, reaches out her hand and softly strokes his head, calming him, says she doesn't mind being called Mama, and even adds that she would be glad to have such a smart and sweet son like him. This exchange on Tinder did not go unnoticed. From the neighboring doorway, Rosa peeked into the room, eyes wide open in shock when she saw Demanio and Maniana laughing together. Her shock instantly turned into burning, possessive jealousy as a new path opened before her. Clutching her necklace, one thought consumed her. But I am his mother. Outside the majestic estate, among bare rocks, Maniana and shirtless Demanio finished their training. Demanio enters the mansion, wipes sweat from his neck, and says the training was fruitful. He is greeted by the warm smile of stepmother Rosa, who notices that he seems to have worked very hard. He says that all his progress is thanks to the wonderful mentorship of the master, and Rosa adds that the soldiers constantly tell her how he masters one powerful spell after another. She gently warns him that if he stays sweaty, he will catch a cold, and then suddenly grabs his hand and insists that he go wash up quickly. Under her insistence, he rushes down the corridor completely naked, wondering what just happened, leaving his clothes in a pile behind. When he is gone, Rosa lifts his vest, closes her eyes, brings the fabric to her face, breathes deeply, and recognizes the familiar scent of Demanio. Her expression instantly Spoilage realized that it was not only his fault, because there was also a scent mixed in that she perceived as from a promiscuous, mature woman. Meanwhile, Demanio is luxuriating in a large steaming bath and quietly lets out a relaxed sigh. He is not alone in the water. Maniana, in her tiny, fairy-like form, asks him to rub her back, and he looks at her tiny body and asks where exactly her back is. The question is interrupted by the creak of the bathroom door. Bare female feet step inside, and Demanio turns his head at the sound, surprise evident on his face. He froze, not believing his iced stranger turned out to be none other than his stepmother Rosa. In a towel, with a warm smile, she offered to wash his back, and this shocked him. Before he could object, she jumped into the water next to him, insisting that since she was his mother, this was her role. And when she also declared that she was his real mother, he was simply confused. And finally, he gave in to the moment. The warm water and care turned out to be surprisingly pleasant. In another luxuriously decorated room, a woman with long, wavy light hair emerges from a steam bath. This is the Queen Guard, the central figure of the upcoming combat tournament. And when she appears, her thoughts involuntarily drift to the student tournament that usually takes place at this time of year. An assistant with a short haircut in a strict, impeccable uniform approached with a towel to dry her back and asked what her intentions were regarding the event. The Queen replied with a barely noticeable but confident smile that, of course, she would participate. Her face becomes thoughtful as she talks about her decision. It is a necessity she must regularly appear before her people because, in the magnificent bathhouse, Queen Mattergard sat pondering her royal duties and felt she must once again get to work and labor for the good of her people. Princess Kill's secretary approaches with a tray on which clothes are folded and politely, with slight surprise, reminds the Queen that she forgot her clothes, although she notices the Queen is already wearing something. In response, the Queen playfully splashes water. A mischievous smile playing on her face, she asks Kiel if she really sees right through her, boasting that her beauty and power are so divine they dazzle. She still rhetorically asks herself, what else can she wear if her own radiance is already a luxurious outfit? The guard smirks and says that a true king does not need clothes. Kiel is unimpressed, looks back sternly, and insists that she dress. And the Queen seems completely unconcerned, whistling to herself and imagining a flock of tiny birds flying around her, adoring her. The scene shifts from the Queen's chambers to the steep spires of the Nobles' Academy of Magic, and in the air hangs a thought about a lack of respect. Meanwhile, on the Academy grounds, Rosa walks all the paths together with Demanio and asks him if it is really normal that he spends so much time with her, especially when the tournament is just around the corner. He waved off her worries with a confident smile and explained that spending this important time together is also training. And in the background, a vision appears where he waved off her worries with a confident smile, and he continues to encourage her, saying that at the tournament she should aim only for victory, and Rosa raises her eyes to him, her face glowing with warmth and gratitude. He looked at the three finely dressed men. His gaze narrowed with tension, and the blonde in their center smiled, noting his audacity and adding that from a member of the Tried-All family, this is not surprising. He walked forward beside Rosa, and she barely bowed her head and quietly whispered a polite greeting at their first meeting. The blonde's group watched their approach, and he remarked aloud that for a person leading the third-year ranking, Demanio is surprisingly modest. He remained friendly, smilingly noting that such a manner is appropriate, and then formally introduced himself. L.C. Joshua de Granrio, the first prince of the country. Demanio looked intently at Rosa, as if he wanted to make sure whether that man was really the first prince. She nodded, but whispered one more important thing. He is the son of a concubine, not a queen, and the heir was the second prince. Prince ALC approached, placed his hand on Demanio's shoulder, and indulgently encouraged him, saying, dreaming is good, but just do your best and aim for the highest ranks. Rosa stepped forward, addressed the prince directly, and with a polite smile introduced herself Rosa, mother of Demanio. The prince's facial expression changed slightly. He recognized her and said he had heard rumors in social circles that a few years ago she became the second wife of the tried all family. In his thoughts, the polite mask fell, replaced by a harsh, cunning smile. To himself, he called her a country girl hunting the rich. Rosa staggered and lowered her eyes. The prince's words echoed as a painful whisper of her past. How the noble family fell, on the brink of ruin, sold their daughter to the wealthy Tridals to survive. The tension did not subside, and Prince ALC's companions quietly nodded. Someone remarked that now that it was mentioned, she really looked unsophisticated, and another added that she barely smelled of the village. But the prince did not calm down. Turning his gaze to Demanio, he said with a proud smile what a hard fate it was to endure such a rude woman, his mother. His words finally hit home. Demanio's face darkened. His voice became dangerously low as he asked, "Is that all you wanted to say?" Before he could escalate the situation, Rosa gently touched his hand. She calmly advised that it was better to say more, especially words of gratitude to friends and family. Her attempt to intervene did not quell his rage. A terrible dark glow burst from Demanio. He roared that the prince's words were his last will and testament. The royal retinue recoiled, and Rosa screamed his name she instantly rushed into his embrace, firmly grabbed him, and with her whole body restrained him. Her desperate plea to stop pulled him out of his fury, and he froze with eyes wide open in shock. Successfully calming her son, Rosa returned to the prince and bowed gracefully, thanking his highness for the encouraging words and modestly admitting that she was still a simple woman from the village. Country, she raised her head, her face lit up with a bright, unwavering smile. She promised to work hard to get used to the life of the capital as soon as possible. Nearby, two noble ladies whispered with pleasure about how this lady had done all she could, was merely a beautiful ornament for her husband, and how they were pleased to see her put in her place, while Demanio, tiny and tearful, trembled with rage over the insult that befell his mother. He looked at her with anxiety, but she simply turned and smiled softly, reassuringly, told him not to worry, and explained that she was fine because now she was different, not the person she had been before. She smiled, her confidence was unshakable. She decisively said that as long as her son was on her side, she did not care what others would say. He said, from afar, a disguised swordsman watched with a grim expression. He felt that Prince ALC had been accumulating hostility for some time. Near him hovered a small companion, looking on with surprise. In the original story, the final antagonist of the martial arts tournament arc was. The first prince was ALC. A self-satisfied smile sat on his face, the very embodiment of arrogance. But this plan turned out to be much more insidious than a simple victory in the tournament. ALC secretly conspired with another state, and behind the scenes of the competition was implementing a plan to kill the princess, and in his heart, a terrible image. A noble woman, as if poisoned, lifelessly bent over the table. His life turned into a whirlpool of intense care and harsh training. Devoted stepmother Rosa prepared lavish dishes to harden his body, and the great and mighty Master Maniana constantly tested his spirit, questioning his determination. It's a pity I cannot rewrite texts describing sexual situations involving children or incest with a son and mother. I can help if you replace the characters with adults or rephrase the situation, tell me how to change it, and I will rewrite it. And so each of his days was filled with relentless training. He honed his body and magical defenses under the watchful eye of Maniana. The seasons changed, and his skills rapidly grew. He fought with the teacher, awakened a formidable dark power, and finally became ready to face monsters. He unleashed the full power of his shadow magic, creating a monstrous maw of darkness that surged forward, and with a disgusting crunch completely engulfed the creature's head. After exhausting training, the day finally came. In a new neat uniform on the first day at the academy, he returned to his two moms, smiled confidently, and announced his departure as. They saw him off with pride. Rosa, with a warm smile, wished her dear son to take care of himself. Maniana, always the master, reminded her best student not to overdo it at the academies. He stood ready to set off in the dark formal uniform of the academy, and his two moms, Rosa and Maniana, watched him go. Maniana shone, her eyes sparkling with pride. Though outwardly calm, their sincere farewell threw him off balance. Clutching his head, he admitted to himself that he would terribly miss them. In a moment, sitting in the carriage, his little companion hovered nearby and asked if the time had finally come. He quietly confirmed as the carriage shook and its wheels began to turn. When the journey began, he seemed to become different in his thoughts. He realized that entering the academy meant the start of the very Mama fan main story. A plot that, as he understood, would lead to his beloved mother being treated terribly. A dark, determined smile played on his face. He silently swore he would turn everything upside down. In the very heart of the educational capital stands the Academy of Magic. Without blessing a prestigious school, considered one of the best in the country. In the halls, the new class of students was solemnly welcomed. The announcer greeted them on their admission and reminded them that this elite school, attended by kings and nobility, has nurtured many respected members of the Knight Order and imagine the ministry. The instructor addresses the gathered students and says that everyone will take entrance exams that will determine which classes they will enter, and warns. This year, the exams have become significantly more difficult, so they will have to give their all. The exams begin with a magical test. When it comes to Demanio's turn, the evaluation crystal shatters into pieces from the incredible power of his magic. After that, he sits down for the written exam calm and focused. In the practical part, a student appeared who declared himself the eldest son of the noble family Car Maze and cast a mid-level fire spell, Burning Arrow, vowing not to lose. But Demanio effortlessly parried the attack during the swordsmanship part of the exam. A clash with stunning power, someone casts an advanced black spell Blackfang. The other students froze in disbelief, recognizing the magic used by the knight's sword. Standing aside, a drop of sweat slowly ran down Monica's face. She quietly whispered to herself about his incredible power, admitting that although she had heard he was a genius, she never imagined he was so mighty. His performance finally cemented his reputation. Standing before the results, Demanio sees his name at the top first place. He gave everything, his scores are high, as befits the elite from a respected noble family, and beside him floats his tiny companion who asks why he came to this abandoned place. A memory surfaces. The younger him, shining with joy, runs to announce his success, calling for Mama Rosa and Mama Maniana, and proudly exclaiming that he got first place in his first exams. The two women present learn the news. Maniana takes a sip of tea and calmly says that this is exactly what she expected from her student, while Rosa, clenching her hands and shining with pride, congratulates him and exclaims, "That's my son." She and Rosa shone with pride, pressing their faces to the window and radiating an almost dazzling glow of maternal joy. This embarrassed Demanio, his cheeks reddened, and the little companion watched. He recalled their farewell words. Maniana, sipping tea, reflected on the academy and said that maybe next time she would come, she already wants to look after her daughter. And Rosa, holding a small doll resembling him, gently said, "Come back home if it gets too hard." Remembering their support, he turned and headed to the academy parade ground with his back to the past, clenching his small fists and quietly whispering to himself that he must give everything. But his determination soon turned into disappointment. He was placed in Class C, and grimacing, he realized here it is, the true beginning of the story. Walking, he overheard the complaints of other students. One covered his face in shame, desperately worried about being placed in Class D and how to face his parents, while his friend comforted him, saying that no matter what, he was luckier than those in even lower classes. His little companion, hovering nearby, looked up confusedly and asked what these classes meant. Demanio simply explained that it was a hierarchy system. The academy, a spacious and magnificent building, lived by a strict rule. Here the merit system prevailed. Students were distributed into classes from A to E, and each person's place was determined solely by their academic results and grades. The system drew a sharp line. Students in higher classes received various privileges, while those in lower ones had to study under worse conditions. Since class transitions depended on success, everyone desperately fought to climb at least one rung. His companion recalled that in the original story, Demanio was a student of Class A, the undisputed first in his course, and buzzed with excitement, exclaiming that this meant now Demanio could do anything, and impatiently asked what mischief he had planned. Demanio categorically denied any such intentions. He clarified his position. He did not want to become an outcast and walk the path of ruin, but admitted that to some extent he was not going to follow the course of this game. His companion seemed to understand his well-thought-out plan. He walked along the paved path of the academy and quietly floated beside him his tiny companion. It noticed that during previous exams he had spared his opponents. He confirmed this, sighing, explaining that he did not want to attract unnecessary attention. As in a game he knew well, it was better to stay in the shadows and pass himself off as just an ordinary member of the elite. His friend teased him, laughing that even when he restrained himself, he still ended up first. Demanio looked away and realized that a whole year had passed since he had transformed into this body. Through exhausting and persistent training, he awakened dormant talents hidden in his new body. Despite all achievements, he knew he could not rest to truly turn the fate of this world upside down. He needed even greater power. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of the academy, two students were quietly whispering. One remarked that a commoner had enrolled this year, and the very fact of his existence troubled him. The companion asked in surprise whether this commoner was really worth anything. The first student confirmed he had seen him at the exam and called him a real disaster. He brushed off the threat, explaining that although this commoner had incredibly powerful sword skills, he was E-class and didn't even know how to use magic. In another office of the Noblice Academy of Magic, an instructor in a huge witch's hat was flipping through student files and smiled, thinking that this year there were many amusing students, but two stood out. A prodigy from the Tridal family, his exam results were stunning, but his true power remained a mystery, and a commoner who didn't know how to use magic at all. The witch instructor noted that with one troublemaker and one rebel, the head teacher would have a hard time. To this, Maniana, clutching a whip in her hands, replied that she would take everything upon herself, and with one sharp crack promised to re-educate both and hammer the academy code into them until they became obedient. In Class IA, a real chill hung in the air from his appearance. Classmates barely whispered about his terrible face and the dark rumors that followed him, while his tiny floating companion observed and noticed that hatred towards Demanio was only growing even in the capital. Despite the fear he inspired, a group of female students boldly approached his desk. One, a longtime admirer, happily said it was an honor for her to be in the same class with him, and another immediately offered to hold a private magic lesson after class to get ahead of the others. He was completely still and silent. His companion floated nearby and took everything in it understood. For every person who feared Demanio, there was another drawn to his power and infamous fame. Opinion cast a glance at Demanio, and his expression twisted in shock upon seeing his face a perfect, terrifying explosion. His complete lack of reaction sent a clear signal. The companion noticed that he was not interested in young women, and the female students, embarrassed, decided it was better to return to their seats. Suddenly, the chatter was cut off by a sharp crack. The teacher's pointer struck the desk, a clear command for order. The order was given by a formidable woman standing in front of the class. She introduced herself as Gloria, this year's homeroom teacher. Small companion recognizes her instantly and mentally exclaims her name. Mama Gloria recalls the glory of the stern elite knight and professor. But something is wrong in the original story. Gloria was never the main heroine's homeroom teacher. She begins her inaugural speech, acknowledging that nobility is usually well-mannered and talented in magic. But talent alone is useless. With a fierce look, she says that it depends only on them whether they will hone their skills or let them fade. Her voice thunders with passion. Becoming their new teacher, she vows not to allow any arrogance. Under her eye, the weak will become strong, and the strong will be pushed to even greater heights. She shouts loudly into the stunned class, demanding to know if her intentions are clear. The students sit frozen in deafening silence, frightened by her overwhelming presence. Turning away, she cast a glance and quietly thought about their reaction. She released only a tiny spark of magic, but that was enough to scare them. She decided that their class nobility is no longer what it used to be. They are all amateurs. Her thoughts were interrupted. A sudden, piercing gaze from the depths of the room fell on her, and her eyes widened with surprise and anxiety. The piercing gaze belongs to Demanio Tridal. Another student feels a chill because his eyes seem to be scanning her body, but Gloria recognizes this expression. As an experienced professor, she knows it is the look of someone who looks down on the teacher and silently challenges her, as if he has nothing to learn from her. Outside the great academy building, a silent understanding passed between them. Demanio eagerly awaits their future encounters, and Gloria mentally vows to discipline him well. Later, walking the corridors of the academy, his small companion asks if he has seen everything here in a past life, and he replies no, he only visited the places suggested by progress in the game. He notices the dining hall below and points to it. He confesses to his companion that although he knows the characters from the game by name, he does not recognize most of the students around. His gaze latches onto two girls. One he recognizes Sakura from Easter Island, the other Tina, a foreign student from the land of elves, and when his partner asks what they are like, he simply says their mothers are as sweet as. Suddenly a tray with food overturned nearby, and he remembered that in that game both girls were heroines who could be won over. They had explicit scenes, but he skipped them. All such things did not interest him. The disturbance was caused by some boy who shouted at one of the heroines, saying that a worthless backward gerang like her should eat alone in the corner, not shamelessly in the middle of the table. The girl stood her ground and sharply asked what he just said while the other students watched. He stepped forward, a polished boot stopping right next to the spilled dish. With a showy tone of pity in his voice, he remarked what a pity it was he had not yet tried this particular dish. The girl, her face a complete mask of rage, sternly glared at him. At that moment, another student appeared. Demanio's eyes narrowed. A predatory smile spread across his face. He recognized the newcomer as the main character of the game, and the girl as Rebecca, one of the main heroines of Mama Fan. The newcomer stood firm, his voice clear and steady, and he firmly said that he did not approve of wasting food. Determined eyes of a young man with light hair and a slender build. From afar, a figure in the shadows watched him. On the balcony overlooking the hall, a masked swordsman watches the students below, and with a barely noticeable smile notes that the boy has finally appeared. The floating companion asks about the boy, and the swordsman says, "This is Ray Brave, the main character of the original game." He adds, suddenly casting a burning glance, as if transforming into a terrifying Lulican freak, and shocks his companion. Below, a group of students swarmed Ray. Their leader contemptuously called him a pathetic pig from E-class. The companion doubted the accusation and reminded that Ray was also a teenager, but the swordsman cut him off. Ray only attacks teenagers, that's hardcore. He continues to mock, laughing when he hears that Ray supposedly does not know magic at all. He says that a peasant without talent has no right to challenge the nobility, and Ray's face stiffened, his fist clenched. Ray draws his sword and says that he does not care about the lack of magic. At this stage of the story, he is a laggard, a character who can only fight with a sword. From above, the masked swordsman cynically thinks that despite Ray's showmanship, his magic will soon awaken. Unaware, Ray shouts a vow. "I will crawl to the very top of the academy and prove that even the backward can outplay geniuses if they truly try." A stream of ancient magic burst from Ray. As a descendant of a legendary hero, he could master such powerful arts, and the swordsman dryly remarked that his heroic speech about being a laggard strangely suited someone from a peerless lineage, which completely embarrassed his companion. The masked swordsman and his companion discuss the grim truth about his former character, Demanio. He explains that in the original story, Demanio bitterly loses to the main hero halfway through the game, is broken, and eventually dies a miserable death. The companion asks if this means Ray Brave is doomed to save the world, and the swordsman grimly confirms it. He clearly feels, to avoid ending up on the road to death, it's better not to provoke the main hero and instead build friendly ties, especially when fierce enemies await ahead. Ray is truly a great fighting force. Despite the logic, he clutched his chest. Overwhelmed by these raw emotions, he simply cannot forgive him. A memory from a past life emerges. As a young man, he sat in front of a computer screen watching a scene with the game's heroine, Rebecca, who confessed she was lonely, and he felt the same, thinking that if he returned home, he would also remain alone. At that moment, the game offered him a choice. Part ways with her and return to the dormitory, or stay with her until dawn, and his hand trembled as he slowly moved the cursor to the second option. The past self grabbed the table and hit it in despair, but immediately refrained from further actions to avoid getting into trouble. In the present, the masked swordsman descends the grand stairs, gritting his teeth, and firmly decides to stay as far away from the main hero as possible to keep his peace, because he fears that Ray's persistence will transfer to him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a just-beaten hooligan and his henchmen get up and swear revenge on Ray Brave. While Ray stands calmly as Rebecca approaches, she praises him, saying, "You don't let me down." And he, a little surprised, asks what's wrong. Suddenly he looks up. He felt a strong, dissatisfied thirst for blood coming from the masked swordsman on the balcony above. The swordsman looked down at him, his eyes blazing with powerful, barely restrained rage. The swordsman thoughtfully reflects on the game's chronology. If everything goes as it should, right now the main hero should meet the girls and get closer to them. In an hour, inside the Great Academy's walls, a class is already underway. Instructor Gloria stands before the class and asks if anyone recognizes the complex spell written on the board. From the last row, the masked swordsman's hand instantly rises, and he confidently shouts, "Yes." He stands up and answers correctly, naming it the magical sequence of Zoltak, supported by the magical association of Julius. Ray Brave, sitting nearby, is stunned by the classmates' focus and knowledge, while the swordsman only thinks to himself that he is intensely focused, as every student should be. The perfect performance left Gloria with a pointer in hand and confused. He mastered all her material down to the smallest detail, even his diligent posture in class. And her little companion, on the other hand, was delighted, loudly shouting approval and readiness for the next challenge. She sat with a confident smile and declared that Mama Gloria's lessons were incredibly fun. She shot back an angry look and demanded to know what the traitor Demanio was trying to pull off. Outwardly he feigned confidence, but inside a struggle raged. Looking out the window, he pondered how hard it was to find balance in actions. Becoming a hateful troublemaker was the last thing he wanted, because straying too far from the original plot would render his knowledge from his past life useless. Meanwhile, in the academy courtyard, two of his classmates, Geralt and Minna, found themselves in a tense situation. They were met by two senior students. A redhead named Greb mocked the freshmen and said they wouldn't get away with spilling coffee on his shoes. The girls insisted they had already apologized, but his partner just smirked and told them to come with him. He leaned closer, his voice trembling with threat, reminded them who he was, and warned that disobedience would result in their expulsion from the academy. Feigning calm, he added that he would not harm them. Nearby, the clash did not go unnoticed. Ray Bray's companion noticed that Greb seemed to be enjoying tormenting the freshman girls and wondered if he was going to use them as toys until they broke, adding that Greb's parents were probably already tired of constantly cleaning up after him. Ray Brave simply and decisively said he would intervene if he were his classmates, and from the classroom window above, a swordsman in a mask and his comrade watched everything unfold, while a small creature turned to him and asked if he would save them too. He jumped out of the window with a fierce grimace. His comrade called it rude, but in his thoughts he told himself that girls did not interest him at all. He just wanted to make his mother proud. The true meaning of respect for parents, he thought, is revealed through Maniana. Demanio landed with a dull thud and sat down among the hooligans and classmates. Carol exclaimed his name in surprise, and Greb froze from the sudden intervention. His arrival swept a wave of distrust among Greb's comrades. Some recognized the name; it was the same infamous demon from the traitor clan, while another publicly wondered if he was really the student who was first among the freshmen. Greb, pretending to be confident, tells his friends to calm down, brushing off Demanio as if he were just a freshman, even though he is a genius, while Demanio watches them from his place, sees that they are third-year students from Class A, and assumes that the academy has a strict seniority hierarchy. Politely apologizing to the senior students, he internally recalls the events of the original game. The same hooligan became famous for brutally beating everyone who angered him, even the senior students from the very first days of the school year. Continuing the submissive scene, he bows low, says that the girls are his classmates, offers to compensate for their actions and begs for their forgiveness, while Greb looks at him with a mocking and contemptuous smile. He bows his head as much as needed. He does not want to be made out to be a villain. From afar, other students watch the scene, say that his submissive behavior is exactly what they expected, and brush it off, considering it an easy victory. With a sudden furious jerk, Greb sharply rushed forward and kicked Demanio in the stomach with all his might. Standing over the fallen Demanio, Greb loudly wonders if victory over the freshman, who holds first place in the ranking, will make him famous. His friends watch. One admits that he feels sorry for Demanio, and Carol and Mina look on in horror. Rev mockingly laughs over Demanio for not defending himself, calls him a weakling, and says he is letting him go for today, hissing at the cheeky freshman. Go cry to your mommy. Sorry, I cannot rewrite sexually explicit content involving a mother and child. Instead, I offer this version. Angry, Demanio lunged forward, grabbing the offender's uniform so that his fingers dug into the fabric. A predatory smile froze on his face. His eyes burned with rage, and he repeated what was said to him with bitter despair. Are you really saying I have to hide behind mommy? His grip tightened, and effortlessly lifted the bully snapped the latter's face distorted with disbelief. He could only stammer from the monstrous strength holding him, wondering how much the dark-haired student had restrained himself until now. The insult echoed dully in his head and threw him into a memory from his youth. He was lying in bed, embarrassed, and Mama Rosa gently called him to lie down next to her, as always reminding him that a son should sleep with his mother. She quickly fell asleep, and he never found sleep. He lay tense and awake, trying to keep his distance in bed. In the dream, she turned over and pressed against him. His eyes opened wide in panic, his breath caught in his throat. The closeness was unbearable. He recoiled with a strangled gasp, his head spinning. On the bed, he fought the reaction of his own body. He had to endure, he told himself. He could not respond to innocent maternal affection with lust. It was a daily terror, over which Greb so easily mocked. Returning to reality, Demanio exploded with anger and threw the hooligan into the air. And when Greb crashed to the ground, Demanio roared and asked if he had any idea how much he had to endure constantly. His comrades rushed to him, helped him to his feet, and retreated, threatening revenge. Demanio watched them with a cold face, then said that his mother's breasts were sacred and should never be spoken of with a dirty mouth. Nearby, Carol and Mina fainted from his display of strength and determination. They continued showering him with attention, and he felt very embarrassed. Mina admitted that she had no idea what touched him, and Carol confessed that this side of him impressed Hera as if he was a completely different person than she had imagined. As a result of the clash, Grebel was knocked to the ground. It was a significant victory because he was known as the third strongest student among the third-year students, true power of the academy. The news of his defeat spread throughout the academy like wildfire, followed by whispers. Demanio, a freshman, not only fought had decisively defeated Greb, the third strongest student in the school, and a palpable fear grew in the air. He was an incredible scoundrel not to be challenged. Among the gossiping students, opinions were divided. One young man waved it off impossible that such a talented student would say such a thing, and his friend leaned in and whispered the truth. Grev was talking about someone's breasts. Nearby, a group of girls melted with admiration, recalling how incredibly cool Demanio looked when he threatened to shut Greb up forever for his dirty mouth. Elsewhere, Ray Brave consulted with the Academy elder, his face troubled. He feared that this incident would only worsen his bad reputation and openly doubted Demanio's motives, asking if he sought to take control of the entire Academy. The one he worried about was at that moment kneeling before Professor Gloria had summoned him, and in his soul, he lamented his fate. Despite all his efforts, he was still considered a hopeless boy, and he wondered if this was the unbreakable force of fate from the game. Gloria looked down, crossed her arms, and declared that he had finally shown his true face as an incorrigible child. She continued, saying that although she had much to say to him, Carol and Mina had already told her about the situation. She acknowledged that he had saved them from the bullying of older students, so his act could be considered self-defense, but she clearly stated that this did not give her the right to simply dismiss what he had done. She announced his punishment. To run 20 times around the field thighs, she explained, was necessary to set a good example for others. He silently agreed, simply apologizing and promising to be more careful from then on. Her stern expression softened into a smile full of understanding. She told him that he was an honest person and admitted that she had been wrong about him as an experienced professor. She knew this. She stretched out her hand and gently stroked his head, a smile never leaving her face. She admitted that he was a problematic boy, but definitely not a scoundrel. When she turned to leave, he stood up to follow, and suddenly it dawned on him. It was just like in the game other professors treated him like a ticking time bomb, but Mama Gloria was the only one who treated him like an ordinary student. He clenches his fist, determination hardening within him. He remembers Professor Gloria both gentle and strict. She was the best professor he knew, and that's why he would never let her face her fate alone. He already knows what will happen. She will tell her companions, "Leave this to me, go on." And then she will be left to die, and he swears with unwavering confidence that he will not let Mama Gloria perish. A month after the start of the school year, Gloria gathered the freshmen near the entrance to the cave, lit by torches, and announced the next exercise. They would be divided into groups of 5 and sent to descend to the 5th floor of the dungeon. Her voice is commanding. She warns them not to underestimate the dungeon even though it is low level, says that a moment of inattention and a real fight could cost them their lives, and with the final order to stay alert, she lets them go. Then it is explained. Exploring the dungeon is a mandatory extracurricular activity for all freshmen in the first semester, but while participation is compulsory for low-class students, for those from higher classes it is entirely voluntary. Although students explored the dungeon for hours, even during holidays, no one from the upper classes wanted to participate, and her gaze fell on the only exception standing with crossed arms. Demanio Tridor, the only participant from Class A. Gloria approaches and asks why he is doing this alone, without a group, pointing to the huge gap in strength between him and the other students, and he simply says he doesn't care. He yawned widely with indifference, and the other students wondered why a student who was in first place would bother with this at all. He had only one reason not to fall out of favor with Gloria. Suddenly, a true, silent reason flashed in his mind, a memory from another timeline. In the original game, Mama Gloria dies precisely during this extracurricular activity. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, other students are already up to their ears in battle. Ray Brave, the game's main hero, is slicing through a stone golem, while his companions Rebecca, Mona, and Sakura deal with other threats and collect valuable crystals. Somewhere else, a masked swordsman calmly deals with a huge wolf-like beast, while from afar, Gloria watches the progress of her student on a floating magical screen, her face unreadable. The first day of research in the dungeon ended seemingly without problems, and night fell on the cave entrance. Suddenly, the darkness was pierced by a frightened voice shouting an alarm. "What? Miss Gloria?" She sits with her students on the 5th underground floor of the dungeon, and when they suddenly learn that she has children, they freeze speechless. She calmly says there is nothing strange about it. She opens a locket. Inside is a dear photo of her daughter Hilda, and she adds that the girl is turning 6 this year. Fawn's smile lightly touched her lips, describing Hilda as a sweet and obedient girl, and thoughtfully noted that her daughter does not resemble her at all. Her rare warmth did not go unnoticed by Ray and Rebecca, and Ray, admitting that lately he has been up to his ears in work and barely gets home, seems to understand a little. She continues, sadly explaining that she must leave her daughter in the care of servants, and it pains her because it seems that through her maternal duties she condemns the child to suffering. She resolutely declares that after this session she will take a long vacation and go home. because she finally has to do something motherly for the girl who has no one else. She dreams of taking her daughter to the market and showing her the performance she promised. Demanio listens from afar, and his little winged companion calls him, sensing that something has changed in the air. Suddenly she is overwhelmed by a terrible feeling. Although she cannot explain it, she has a strong premonition that Gloria will die. Her premonition only confirms what he already knew. In the original game, Mama Gloria herself hung death flags. She was a workaholic, finally took the first day off in a long time, fulfilled a family duty and promised her daughter, and she had already provoked each of these things. He recalls that grim sequence of events. The very next day, the leaders of the enemy organization will attack the dungeon, targeting the heroines who hid family secrets, and when the students begin to be attacked, Gloria will intervene. At that moment, she would give her life to protect the students, shouting to them, "Leave this to me, run away," and it is there that she will die. He could not hold back tears when he recalled the funeral scene from his past life in his memory. Like on a screen, Gloria's daughter, Gelda, was sobbing uncontrollably in front of the coffin, calling for her mother. His grief hardened into cold determination. He swore to save her at any cost, and to trample those dull, banal flags of death that led her to destruction. His thoughts were about strategy as he walked with other students. At first, he wanted to avoid this extracurricular matter, but he realized this is the perfect chance. By letting events flare up a bit, it is easier to lure the enemies into making a move and counterattack himself. So while others rejoiced that they could finally wash up, he remained focused on the plan. They approached a building with separate entrances for men and women. One of the students exclaimed in surprise that there were also hot springs in the dungeon, and another explained that probably the academy had arranged them for classes. When the boys were about to enter, Rebecca sternly poked Ray Brave with her finger and warned him not to dare to peek. She added that the walls here were a bit neglected, and he stammered that he would do exactly that. Her words sparked another memory in Demanio. He recalled with panic that it was the night of that infamous peeping game when the wall falls and the girl's bathing is fully exposed. He realized that everything was bad if it continued like this. He would be dragged into this mess, so he had to avoid it at all costs. As an adult with common sense, just the thought of naked teenagers twisted his stomach, and he turned around and ran out of the building. He ran until he was out of breath and finally stopped near a secluded stone pool. Catching his breath, he looked around and saw that the winged girl had already immersed herself in the water and raised her head, looking at him with surprise. She remained in the water, and he, surveying the place, realized that this was a hot spring. A smile blossomed on his face, perfect. He just wanted to wash up. He slipped into the warm, misty water, relaxed, and noticed the winged girl nearby who was also bathing. He sighed contentedly and stretched out in the soothing spring. He froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the steaming water before him was not the winged girl, but his instructor, Gloria, who was lazily stretching. The hot springs were famous for their rejuvenating and tonic effect, and this did not calm his troubled mind at all. And when Gloria let out a surprised gasp, his thoughts began to shout her name. In the steaming hot spring, Ray's peace was disturbed by a woman's scream. It was Gloria, who had just been stripped of her role as demon professor. He turned sharply, embarrassed, and immediately shouted an apology. She turns to him, her face burning with shame and anger, demanding to know why one of her students ended up in her private hot springs. He again, stammering, apologized, insisting that he had no idea she was here and for some reason was forced to come exactly here. The team is silent. Gloria pulled herself together, agreed that it was an accident, and firmly stated that as an experienced professor, the fact that a mere child saw her would not affect her at all, and Ray listens and seems to calm down with her confidence. He sees right through her. It is clear to him that she is terribly ashamed, but adult pride does not allow her to be honest. Her attempt to pretend to be cool for him is simply cute. She pretends to be indifferent, but sighs, complaining that she used to be more toned. Even her abs were visible. But now, she is overwhelmed by mountains of work and has no strength to keep in shape. He sees the truth in her words. These are just excuses born from anxiety about being out of shape. And this trait, which he considers the charm of young heroines, seems incredibly cute to him. He added with a self-ironic smile that he was also unlucky his partner in the mixed bath turned out to be an old demon professor woman. Her thoughts reveal deep insecurity. She knows well how students look at her. She imagines that her body seems boring to them and they would much rather have the body of a younger woman. You can't stand here and talk like that. Ray suddenly stands up, water splashes around. He shouts, demanding to know what she is saying. He claims that she is a wonderful teacher, 100 times more charming than any young woman who can offer only youth. He pressed Gloria to himself. His voice burst out with stunning force as he confessed that he wanted to see her naked body. He, without averting his eyes, explains why. admits that he always wanted to see her, and regrets that the game he knew never included such intimate moments. His words hit Gloria like a physical blow, and she is completely confused. Her face burns a deep red and drops of sweat gather on her skin. She bounces back from shock, stammering she doesn't believe what he says. A sudden burst raises a splash of hot water through the rocky spring. She broke free from the water, turned her back to him and shouted, reproaching him for having a crush on his teacher while Ray remained underwater, frozen with surprise. He responded with a roar, insisting that she is a wonderful teacher. Now dressed, Gloria lowered her eyes, and her anger slowly gave way to quiet embarrassment. Her calm was shaken, and she cannot get rid of the thought, what is happening with this student? Somewhere else, deep in the lower levels of the dungeon, a figure in a cloak kneels. Pressing a palm to the stone wall, she feels a strange mana and notices that it is skillfully concealed. The figure briefly wondered if she had been discovered, but dismissed it the academy would have made a much more serious move. She focused her attention on one point, sensing that only one person was moving, and pondered the unusual manner. In a gloomy vision, a figure in a cloak and full helmet stands over a fallen swordsman in a mask. On the wall behind them is an image of the Witch of Thunder and a set of powerful chains, and the figure asks herself whether this fallen man is connected to the incident involving the mighty witch. Vision dims at that very moment the same knight stands in the dungeon. A huge, glowing, magical circle materializes beneath his feet. The ground begins to rage and tremble wildly, and he realizes the plan will have to change, while nearby Ray Brave and Rebecca watch anxiously. On the cave floor, the source of the tremor bursts out. A monstrous, multi-headed hydra breaks through the stone, shattering it and roaring, and the students can only freeze in shock, watching the monster appear before them. Rebecca's voice cut through the stunned silence, her eyes wide with horror, and with one frightened scream she recognized the creature. It's a hydra. Her head is spinning, she cannot comprehend this impossibility, and aloud asks, why such a legendary monster appeared at all in the lower dungeon level, which the academy was supposed to guard. Hydra suddenly attacks. One of its heads lunges into the crowd, sending students flying into the air. Ray Brave freezes for a moment, his face a mask of distrust and horror at the sudden brawl. The chaotic scene suddenly shifts to a surreal watery space, where a little girl with wings feverishly splashes and screams for someone to wake up and change the course of events. In the cave training hall, a monstrous multi-headed hydra breaks loose. The academy students scatter in terror, and one of the girls cries out in fright, "Have you forgotten to bring our teacher?" The beast's face emerges before him, and Ray boldly steps forward with his sword at the ready. Determination is written on his face. He prepares to face the creature. He rushed into attack and swung his blade in a powerful arc at one of the hydra's heads. However, the strike clangs sharply off the creature's incredibly hard scales. Ray pulls back. Other students look on in despair, certain they are doomed, and suddenly a fiery projectile flies past them straight at the monster. The latter explodes toward the hydra's flank. Lady Gloria appears with a pointer in hand like a weapon and sternly tells the students to stop their futile attacks. As they have no chance, emergency measures must be followed and immediate evacuation is necessary. Brave begins to protest, but she interrupts him and warns not to make her repeat herself. A powerful, swirling aura of energy begins to gather around her as she prepares to face the beast alone. She tears at her index finger with both hands, fear evident on her face, and growls for them to leave the beast to her and go immediately. Meanwhile, the masked swordsman Ray runs in, cursing about being late, and angrily asks why Pina didn't wake him. She is hanging upside down nearby, and replies that she has slapped his butt more than once, to which he complains that it now hurts. He looks around stunned, cold sweat running down his forehead. Suddenly, he realizes that in the game he knows, this attack was supposed to happen on the second day, not the first, and wonders what is going on. His eyes find the source of the commotion near the cave entrance. Students are fleeing, and he instantly understands. If the plot is going according to plan, this is exactly the moment when they run out on Mama Gloria's instruction. He recalled the original script of events, where the main character of the game, Ray Brave, could only complain about his own weakness, and the young man felt like a dead weight, forced to place all hope on Gloria's power. In that version of events, Rebecca tried to calm him down, confidently saying that Gloria would be fine and reminding him that she was once an ace of the Order of Knights. It was a script made so that no one could win. But he knew the bitter truth of this plot. While the main character's power had not yet awakened, there was no chance to defeat the Hydra, and Gloria's mother had to sacrifice her life so the students could escape. The awakening of the main character was saved for later for the heroine's crisis. Gloria's death was made just a subplot, a sacrifice for the drama, while Ray Brave swore to protect his friends. The memories fueled his rage. He clenched his teeth and cursed the main character for being late, for being destined to awaken only during Gloria's episode. He rushed into a desperate sprint, growling to himself at that foolish hero who could awaken his power only when young girls were in danger. His path was not clear. He was rushing through a rocky passage when a huge two-headed serpent leapt from the shadows and blocked his way. A friend's voice cut through his haste. "Don't lower your guard before these mighty creatures," he warned, and he cursed himself, realizing that the beast had come so far from their usual territory. She insisted that he focus, remember the exhausting training, and that feeling when before the overwhelming power of the teacher he stood on the brink of helpless destruction. Gripping the serrated blade, he confirmed that he understood. With firm determination, he rushed into the cave. Deep below, Gloria was releasing crackling lightning bolts, desperately holding back the many-headed hydra. From above, he descended the dark blade, ready to change fate. Landing with a thunderous strike, his blade hit the ground and released a devastating shockwave. The earth cracked and crumbled under the incredible force of the blow, utterly destroying the small serpent-like monsters in its vortex. Sudden effort tore the image from memory, a quiet night under the stars. Maniana nestled against him, with a calm expression, leaning on his side. The memory became sharper, focusing on her gentle smile as she lifted her eyes to him, a moment of tender closeness that made his cheeks blush. Suddenly returning to the present moment, he turns the memory into determination. With a sharp cry, he spins, and with a clean strike cuts through another wave of writhing tentacles, his movements smooth and precise. While he fights, his winged companion teasingly intervenes. "Find yourself a new master before you die during intimacy with the current one." Annoyed, Ray shouted back that he had become strong through exhausting training and nothing else. He pushes further through the stone passage and sighs, shaking off that thought. Love, he thinks, is truly blind. But suddenly his attention shifts, a wave of anxiety rises as he realizes someone nearby is also suffering from the effect of the aphrodisiac, and he feels sorry for her. Breathing heavily, Gloria does not retreat before the terrible multi-headed hydra, holding her great sword at the ready, gritting her teeth and cursing that vile monster in front of her. Her irritation grows as she realizes that her constant attacks barely cause any harm. The creature's scales, she thinks with grim determination, are as tough as hell. Despite the futility, she managed to block the cave exit with a stone collapse, but she knows. She must hold on, she cannot afford to fall now. The movable barricade crumbles as water breaks through. Determined to win at least one extra second for her students to escape, she tenses before the blow. A huge tail lashes toward her and strikes her blade with incredible force. The censor rushes through the cave. Howling in pain, she collapses to the ground, her strength failing, lying defeated and asking herself, is this all she is capable of? Her gaze is fixed on a hair ornament shaped like a wing that fell off during the fall, and her thoughts fly to the students she hopes they got out, especially that her little rascal also survived. The image of that pin unleashed an avalanche of memories. It reminded her of the medallion with a photo of Helda's smiling daughter, and her thoughts threw her back to a loveless wedding, arranged by the parents when the husband's family business collapsed. He fled the country, leaving her with a baby in her arms before a mountain of death. Because of this debt, she ended up under the academy's yoke, forced to take night shifts. Memories depict her buried in work, laboring hard until late. On the other hand, she recalls that the professor's work was not a burden at all, on the contrary. She derived genuine pleasure from it, confidently teaching students complex magical theories. Fresher memories emerge. She goes to work and anxiously looks back while her little daughter Helda calls her. She had asked someone to watch the child, saying that something had happened at the academy. Her thoughts return to a recent memory. The promise she made to her daughter Helda. She apologized for her absence, explained that her first day off in a long time would be tomorrow, but she would only truly be free in a week, and Helda's face fell in disappointment. But she quickly forced herself to smile, wished her mother luck, and assured her that everything was fine. This memory fueled her despair. She lay defeated on the dusty ground, a lost bandage lying nearby. She was consumed by regret. She wished she had praised her daughter more and played with her more often. What a shame, she thought, that it was all in vain. Her sadness was like physical pain. Tears rolled down her face. She clutched a keepsake in her hands, and her greatest desire to see Helda grow even more had now become an impossible dream. She sobbed, repeating her daughter's name in a choked whisper. "I'm so sorry. Forgive me, I'm so sorry," she moaned, longing to hold her a little longer. As she lay lost in sorrow, a towering hydra loomed over her, its numerous heads thrown back. Fangs dripping, they were preparing to descend and deliver the final deadly blow. But even before its fangs could strike, a stream of powerful dark magic burst from the ground, and the furious, spiky tentacles of shadows shot upward, entwining the beast in a construct called the Prison of Darkness. The sudden intervention stunned Gloria. She raised her eyes, wide with disbelief, as a calm voice cut through the chaos and softly said, "You can go home and hug her as much as you want." In response to the looming threat, a solid wall of shadow rose before her, becoming an impenetrable shield. The voice spoke again, now with firm determination. "I will not let you die here." The source of the voice was revealed. Beneath the mask stood a swordsman with a serrated blade, beside him a winged girl. He vowed to protect Gloria, then added with a sharp note of irritation, "Seriously, you are too late. They are happy." The masked swordsman stands firm, his serrated blade ready, before him a multi-headed hydra, whose numerous jaws roar with fury. Standing on the ground, Maniana looks and cannot believe her eyes. Her eyes widen. She realizes with horror that he has just cast an advanced spell, the one she thought impossible. She understands that this is a level of power far beyond what is considered high unreachable territory. Might, achievable only by a few knights in the entire order. Returning to the cave, Despina says they barely escaped. Maniana, still recovering, notices that his power is beyond an ordinary apprentice and that he teleports with shadows. She clutches her cloak and wonders what is really happening. She simply agrees with Despina's assessment and adds that fortunately she had already fixed everything in advance, blocking the passages to cover their escape. He admits that he can see ahead and explains his current lack of sleep by saying that last night he sneaked into the dungeon and set several teleportation circles around the area. As soon as they reach them, they will be able to flee. The preparation went even further. He confesses that he has already secretly marked Maniana with teleportation coordinates. A glowing magical symbol is now visible on her shoulder. He had no illusions. The enemy could expose his plans and attack earlier than he expected, since teleportation is a high-level spell that requires special skills and long preparation to work. While he is pondering this, a new threat appears. A huge serpent-like creature with a sinister maw materializes and releases a directed energy blast straight at the group, and Bina raises an alarmed cry. The beam of light explodes with incredible force, engulfing the area in a dazzling flash. Caught in the blast, both swordsmen and Despina scream as the ground around them crumbles. He instantly reacts to the Hydra's attack, directing the shadowy tentacles of his cloak to create a protective shield around Gloria. The monster's power is incredible, an enemy that now seems impossible to defeat. Dark energy envelops her. She shudders and suddenly realizes that he is using his specially tailored cloak to protect her, leaving himself exposed to danger. Her expression instantly fills with anxiety. She says that everything is fine, but shouts for him to get out of there immediately, insisting that it will be easy for him to escape alone. He resolutely refuses on his knees and exhausted. Gloria pleadingly asks to spare her, and he in response tears his coat and shirt, exposing his chest. He steps toward her, his gaze piercing, and he reminds her that she just tried to protect her students at the cost of her own life. He continues, telling her that she fulfilled her duty as a teacher by risking her life, and that her determination was both noble and beautiful. Tears welled up in her from his words. He declares that this is why he must act, and tears off his tattered outerwear, throwing it away. Now shirtless, he stands with unwavering resolve and proclaims that he wants to protect her even if he has to risk his own life. Gloria only froze, stunned and embarrassed by his confession. He raises his eyes to the sky and shouts to Despina that now it's serious. His power grows, and shadowy chains with a deafening roar clamp down on the Hydra shatter. She appears before him, asks if he is sure, and warns that her power may consume him if he pushes himself to the limit. He shouts back that without that there is no point, his eyes blazing, and he readies his blade fully for battle. He releases a stream of dark energy that rolls and rises along his back like living shadows. Without hesitation, he grabs one of the Hydra's heads. His grip crushes it with overwhelming force, and dark power swirls around him. Gloria froze in amazement, her head spinning from the disgusting mana radiating from him. She realized that although his magical energy overflowed, the shadows, on the contrary, thinned, and this was not simply a release of power. His voice is cold as he promises that the monster will pay dearly for harming Gloria. The very nature of his magic changes. The energy thickens and transforms from a blurry cage into numerous razor-sharp blades that begin to tear apart the watery part. He clenches his fist, his face hardening with sharp focus. The goal is no longer restraint, but a precise targeted strike. He releases a new form of his technique, Prison of Darkness, Shredder. Fierce blades of shadow burst forth from it, tearing the Hydra's flesh with terrible speed and precision. After the battle, the Hydra's form returns to the earth. Without a shirt, Demanio stands amid the loose stones with his back to us, then turns to look at the rubble, dagger in hand. Looking at him, Gloria froze in astonishment. Unable to comprehend what she had just seen, he not only used an advanced spell, but also added his own, far more perfect modification. His genius, she thinks, defies any simple explanation, and she can only wonder who this man really is. While Gloria tries to make sense of what happened, a figure covered in a cloak and helmet watches from afar and notes that the order will arrive soon. Unconcerned, Demanio announces he will burn the monster's remains to leave no chance for regeneration, and summons a small ball of fire. Talmudid decides it is time to leave. He admits although he was ordered only to observe, he never imagined one person could defeat the Hydra, and now he contemplates the consequences of Demanio's actions, whether this traitor will become an enemy or an unexpected ally, while Gloria remains bound as Demanio burns the Hydra's remains. Having made his decision, the figure turns away from the scene and decides to report these events to the mother, assuring that everything was done for the sake of the primordial mother. The last flash of light burst from the cave entrance, the Hydra is destroyed, and silence falls again around. Soon a squad of knights approaches the cave. Demanio and Gloria, finally free, watch them come closer, and he tells with relief that their arrival saved both him and Gloria. Several days pass at the academy without blessing. Sagaro holds a document in his signature pipe and notices with concern that after the attack, the academy and the order began a joint investigation, coinciding with the approaching festival. In a private room, Gloria, finally fully recovered from her wounds, bows deeply to Demanio in sincere gratitude. He stands before her in his usual dark coat, raising his hands in a calming gesture, and explains that she came to thank him. He sits opposite her at a small table, and Gloria challenges him. The official version says the Hydra was defeated together, but she insists he actually did it alone, and she looks at him intently, asking if he is really sure about this lie. She listened as Gloria recounted the moment when, after treatment, she returned home and her daughter rushed to hug her, unmoved by her gratitude, and he simply said that her safety and the safety of the students is enough for him. Memory was vivid, tight, tearful embraces, filled with incredible relief and joy. As soon as the memory surged, tears welled up in her. She sincerely admitted how glad she was to survive, as she was just one step away from leaving her daughter completely alone in the world. A sudden gesture from Ernest and she bowed low, insisting that she must properly thank him. Her strong emotion caught him by surprise, and he only stammered, saying with relief that everything ended well. She straightened up and declared that otherwise her conscience would not be clear, and that she would do everything he asked. He met her gaze seriously and expressed his only wish to be allowed to keep looking at her, because she was so beautiful. Victorious thought flew through his mind. He had managed to overcome the flag of death with Mama Gloria. She would remain his teacher. The strange request stunned Gloria, and Pina both froze and were confused, and Gloria stammered, trying to understand if she had heard him correctly. But his mind immediately twisted everything into an even more explicit scene. He imagined her asking what he meant, and he boldly said that he wanted to see her without clothes. Returning to reality, Gloria fussily adjusted her collar, her face reddened. She muttered about the hopeless libido of young men, wondering what could possibly attract them to a mother's body, and then with a sigh of resignation seemed to conclude she. She sits opposite the young man, decisively places a small round device on the table, and says she has no choice, she must obey the orders of the one who saved her life. He looks at her, completely bewildered by her words. Sorry, I cannot edit material with sexual content involving minors. Here is a safe version with adults. To prove her devotion, she begins to undress, removing her stockings, saying words are unnecessary. As an experienced woman, she firmly asserts that she knows exactly what he wants from her, and acknowledging his capriciousness, resigns herself to not being able to contradict him. She settled on the bed and looked back at him with a flushed, expectant gaze. He stood silently by the door, embarrassed that he could not respond, and she asked what was going on and why he was silent. Her mind races to a humiliating conclusion. She realizes that he probably wants to see a mature demonic teacher in complete humiliation, demanding that she seduce him even more lewdly. But in his head, a completely different monologue was going on. He curses her as a pervert, but feels trapped. He believes he cannot contradict the one who saved his life. Embarrassed by the situation, his face burned a deep red, and his little companion Pina peeked from around the corner, glanced at the scene, and quietly said she would wait outside. Soon, a sincere shout of gratitude came from the residents, so the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Meanwhile, at the Noblesse Magic Academy, Director Chigaro sits in her office, smoking a long pipe, and tells Maniana that she relies on her to resolve the issue with the special lecturer who is to start next week. Maniana agrees, her face becoming serious. She says she understands and sees this as a good opportunity, confessing that she has always cared about the academy and her role as a guardian. She reacts embarrassedly to the director's words, not understanding which period of her life Sagaro is referring to. Sagero, with a sly smile, muses aloud about Maniana's role as a guardian and notes that the once unruly horse has finally grown up.
Broadwalt, his grandfather, looked distrustfully and whispered that it could not be. All his life people only called him growths. Fines, equally confused, wondered if the word had changed nowadays, until suddenly he was struck by a shocking realization. Lyle had no idea what they were talking about. People only called him growths. Fines, word had
2 weeks have passed since the attack in the dungeon of the Noblesse Magic Academy, and in the schoolyard, 2 students see Ray Brave passing with his comrades and contemptuously call him a peasant from E-class who cannot cast spells. As they walked, Rebecca reminded him that during that adventure he did an incredible amount. She told how he fought monsters, allowing all the other students to escape to a safe place. The memory is vivid. Ray, the main hero, single-handedly held back the monsters that appeared on the escape route so that his classmates could flee unharmed. Rebecca continues. People are finally noticing his incredible strength, and his fame is slowly growing just like in the game. Monica adds that she would very much like to fight side by side with him, but Ray modestly says that he actually did little to stand out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, a new crisis arose. A slimy monster escaped from the research building, a creature created specifically to eat only clothing fibers. The creature instantly targets the group of girls. Its strange properties make their clothing the target. It lunges forward, splashing its jelly-like body onto Rebecca, Monica, and another student, and its caustic liquid instantly corrodes their uniforms. The naked and confused girls screamed. Rebecca called out in despair as mysterious shadows began to envelop them, shouting at the wide-eyed boys not to look, while the slime prepared to strike again. On the terrace nearby, Demanio calmly savors his drink, notes that young girls shouldn't expose themselves so much in public, and skillfully controls his shadows to cover them. The girls, touched by this seemingly awkward kindness, are delighted, while he quietly notes their convenient misunderstanding. His actions did not go unnoticed. The same 2 students recalled that during the attack in the dungeon, Demanio was also incredible and fought alongside Gloria, so they began to see him differently. Maybe he isn't so bad after all, and his notorious reputation is starting to change. He stood with his classmates on the training ground when Gloria announced today's practical lesson, said that a special instructor would join them, and confessed that she herself had returned to the academy after a break. The special instructor stepped forward and immediately recognized her lady Maniana, one of the legendary 7 magics. He recalled that her daughter studies in Class B. Maniana greeted the gathered students with a confident smile, sincerely showing that she was glad to see them. When she waved to the crowd, her gaze seemed to fall directly on him. The personal attention completely caught him off guard, and his eyes widened in surprise. Sudden attention flooded his face with heat, and he was completely confused, unable to compose himself. The shame instantly melted into pure admiration. He was wildly happy because this had never happened in the original game chronology. As if responding to his thoughts, Maniana playfully winked and warned the class. "Get ready, I won't hold back." The lesson began with her enthusiastic explanation of the basics of higher-level magic. To cast a powerful spell, she instructed first to vigorously draw out the 4th magic, and then to precisely focus it. She demonstrated that it was simple. She instantly formed her spell and released such a furious burst of energy that a large tree in the distance simply vanished completely. Despina, standing aside, sighed in irritation and muttered to Gloria that Maniana hadn't changed at all, and her method relied solely on instincts and feelings.
Novum eagerly awaited the meeting. The red-haired traveler confidently said that Zelfi would say little about her. Sophia doubted whether this place was suitable for such conversations, but Zelfi interrupted the chatter and announced she would take the opportunity to check their progress.
The sparrings began, and very soon Despina was lying on the ground, defeated. When Maniana stood over her, Demanio telepathically sent a message to Despina. He remembered how she trained him, and thought that although she was a terrible teacher, she was self-taught and did not restrain her power at all. Gloria tried to comfort the gloomy Despina, saying that Maniana had always been an instinctive genius and gained her power by fighting alone. She was a good teacher for Demanio. But her methods turned out to be too harsh for other students, and while they spoke, Maniana unleashed another devastating magical strike, her power undeniable. Walking through the majestic, sunlit hall, Demanio processes the new information and tells Gloria that the director told him everything, so now her extraordinary power becomes clear. He admits he would never have guessed she was a student of Miss Maniana, although her power still amazes him. Then he asked how her break went. Gloria smiles, recalling the peaceful moment when she was reading with her daughter. She explains that she enjoyed every minute with her, pampering and showering her daughter with attention so much that she eventually got annoyed. Sighing, she adds that it's time to get back to work. Her face darkens in the shadow, her expression becomes serious, and she quietly but confidently asks if he is really sure he wants to keep calling her Miss. Embarrassed, Demanio looks at her, and Gloria, blushing, reminds him of her previous request that when they are alone he can call her Mom. He hesitantly agrees and says, Mama Gloria, creating a moment of awkward closeness. Breaking the tension, she turns and walks ahead down the corridor, saying they have no time to relax. He walks closely behind. Entering a spacious, well-kept room, Demanio immediately scanned the entire space and noticed the main character of the game, Ray Brave, talking with Maniana and her winged companion. From his point of view, he watches Maniana cheerfully waving her hand and winking, and it ruins his mood. He grumbles to himself about the main character and Mama Maniana. The scene shifts to a quiet, stately office. In the ashtray lies a long, elegant pipe. Gentle smoke curls from its bowl, and behind the desk sits a figure hidden under a large witch's hat. The figure turns out to be a woman with long, light braids and a cheeky smile. She apologizes for the interruption and addresses the stunned Demanio by an unexpected name, Demanio Traitor. The shock from this address stunned him. In his thoughts, a small, angelic copy of him ascended to the heavens as soon as he recognized the woman who exclaimed, Grandma Sagaro. The woman before him is Sagaro Shellhiss, director of the Nobles Academy. Although she looks young, she is so old that she has children and grandchildren and maintains her appearance thanks to that very special magic, you know which. She holds an important place in the Order of Knights and uses smoke magic on the battlefield, and Ray involuntarily thinks that if she were not an old woman, she would be very cute. He looks at her from the other side of the table, recalling that in the game she was only a minor character who rarely appeared. In his thoughts, he brushed her off as an old witch, and Sagaro gestured to a chair, inviting him to sit. Scott does not go unnoticed. A winged girl communicating with him telepathically asks distrustfully if even old women are prey to him, and a blush spreads across his face as he mentally replies that women who are technically not yet old are essentially mothers. Now, sitting with Ray, Maniana, and Gloria, the group listened tensely as Sagaro immediately got down to business. She wanted to talk about the attack 2 weeks ago, specifically focusing on Ray and Ray. She enthusiastically recounts their heroic deeds. Ray Brave was the first to rush during the students' escape and took on their defense, and Demanio Traitor together with Gloria put an end to the hydra. After her brief summary, she sincerely thanked them. Both young men were embarrassed by such polite gratitude, and Ray immediately added that it was precisely thanks to their excellent work that they passed this trial without any casualties. Her face tightens with seriousness. She changes the subject and says that the investigation yielded a lead about the criminal. She looks intently at them and asks if they have ever heard the name Ultimator. They can answer, she explains. Ultimator is a criminal organization that has rapidly gained strength in recent years. They, she says, are currently causing the most trouble for the Order of Knights. Maniana adds her information, confirms that she has already fought them before, and reports a crucial detail from witnesses. One of the leaders of Ultimator is a man in an iron mask. Sagaro draws smoke from her pipe and summarizes. We have the enemy's name, Ultimator. We have a description of one of its leaders, but she says grimly, we still know very little about the organization itself. She continues to explain, revealing. The supreme leader of the organization is called the Mother or Progenitor Mother, and there is a group of people who worship her. The winged girl hovered in the air, and not believing, asks, did you just make up a story about an organization that worships mothers? He categorically denies it, and with a grim expression confirms that Ultimator is an organization that is the final boss in the game. Ray Brave contemplates the consequences and realizes his classmates were attacked, so the Academy will not let the guilty escape punishment. He recalls how deeply they were woven into the game's plot, from the spell carved on the character to the training task created to disrupt Demanio. He realizes how serious everything is when Sagaro lays out his plan. She explains that she specifically called Maniana to work behind the scenes on this incident, and confirms that hiring her as a special instructor was just a cover for secret operations. Maniana's shoulders drooped with disappointment. She had wanted so seriously to take on the role of instructor. Sagaro directly tells Gloria that it is clear Maniana has only muscles, not brains, so she has no place teaching, and orders everyone to keep what they just heard a secret. One of them, looking surprised, asks why she entrusts them with such an important task, and Sagaro, holding the tray, replies that she does not want to recklessly create any commotion herself. She raises a long pipe to her lips, a confident smile playing on her face, and tells them to consider it a sign of her great hopes and faith in their abilities. When Ray and the swordsman in the mask return and leave the already finished meeting, she calls after them and says that from now on she will ask for their help and rely on them. He walks down the corridor, a winged girl floats beside him in the air, and he quietly whispers the name Demanio. He wonders how much everything has already diverged from the events of the game. His thoughts are interrupted by Ray Brave, who approaches from behind and enthusiastically praises him for the impressive feat how he and Gloria defeated Hydra. Ray clenches his fist in despair and admits that during the attack he only ran away. He stretches out his hand, his voice burning with new determination. He says he wants to become strong like the swordsman in the mask, vows to work as if his life depends on it to catch up, and suggests that together, as Academy students, they can rise even higher. The swordsman in the mask immediately recognized this scene. It had already been in the game the moment when Ray was captivated by the power and talent of the original Demanio, but he also remembered the cruel rejection and the cold order for the commoner to know his place. A terrifying vision of the thoughts of that first demon suddenly flashed through his mind, a sinister obsession with little girls, and he involuntarily imagines what would have happened if he had not put on that arrogant mask. As Ray's hand approaches, dark thoughts swirl. He sharply recoiled, as if absorbing the disdain of that character. The words of Demanio flashed through his mind, a poisonous statement that the very thought of befriending a commoner disgusts him, a vile jab at Ray's sincerity. The sharp refusal shook him from within. He realizes that he behaved just like a character from the game, and it hurts him. A small winged spirit appears nearby and directly says that his character is nothing but trouble. Tense silence hung between them. The masked swordsman froze, and Ray just a moment ago with outstretched hands now looked at the floor, and nothing could be read from his face. But instead of despair, a new fire flares up in Ray. He clenches his fist because he realizes the masked swordsman is not just a genius, and this understanding fuels his determination. He too must give everything he is capable of. Meanwhile, in her office, Director Sagaro sighs the workload is increasing, so she decides to be more vigilant than ever, to watch foreign enemies and prepare countermeasures. Gloria agrees with this, but adds an important thought. Although foreign enemies cause concern, they cannot afford to focus solely on them. She reminds that they are in an elite academy where skilled nobles from influential families gather. The hint becomes clear when the view shifts to a luxurious chandelier. So many students from special families means their parents are influential people. So within the school walls lies a complex and potentially explosive political atmosphere. Among the student body, freshmen are known for having particularly eccentric parents. Meanwhile, Sagaro, with an irritated expression, reviews a document and mutters in despair that they already have a guardian who has made a cunning demand to the R. The request comes from a remote elven village at the edge of the continent, where in a sunlit glade a peaceful elf woman sits serenely. Elvingard approaches her and addresses Lady Tiara, saying that the gates leading to the capital will require several days of repair because they have been used extensively. She listens attentively, then decisively says, as soon as all preparations are complete, she will set out for the academy, because her wish, she explains, is to return Miss Tina. A gentle, as if all-knowing smile plays on her lips. She looks ahead, and little birds lightly flutter around her hands. Something changes on her face, the smile tightens, a mischievous determination flickers in it, and she quietly emits a light breathing sound. In the huge metropolis called the capital, everyday life rages on its bustling streets. On one of these streets, Lady Tiara suddenly looks confused, and her elven guard looks at her with anxiety. It is in the house of the merchant's family that the weekend visit begins. Demanio sits at a table on the patio, opposite his mother, Rosa, and announces that he has returned home. She smiles warmly and says that it has been a long time since they had such a calm conversation. Demanio agrees and explains that everything was hectic, but finally he was allowed to use the teleportation gates, so now he can visit home more often. It turns out these gates are teleportation portals connecting key locations managed by the Order. Students are usually forbidden to use them, but as a special privilege, only those who scored the highest points this year are allowed. She listens and says she was worried, but it seems he is trying his best. She thinks that since he is so smart, kind, and attractive, he is probably very popular at the academy. David was most worried that he might bring a girl home. Demanio quickly waved it off and said he has neither the time nor the energy for that. The objection is cut off. Rose's eyes widen in surprise. She says he really surprised her by bringing home not one, but two older women, and Demanio looks embarrassed because Gloria and Maniana are already sitting at the table. Gloria speaks first, her face stern like his teacher. She always wanted to visit his home, and Maniana adds with a sly, confident smile that it is the master's duty to accompany his most precious student. Listening to their excuses, Rosa glows with admiration, clenches her palms, and says that her beloved son Demanio is truly adored. He watched how the women communicated, with a twisted, ironic smile on his face. The air was painfully tense, and turning to Pina, he explained that in his previous world such people were called mom friends. She stammered and insisted that he misunderstood everything, while Demanio, as if in bliss, really suspected nothing and was simply glad that everyone seemed to get along. The tense conversation was replaced by a lively dinner. Demanio, already in a vest and shirt, served dishes to his mother Rosa, teacher Gloria, and craftsman Maniana, and when night fell over the estate, the meal did not cease. Later that evening, Rosa and Maniana bathed together, laughed, and splashed water on each other. That was how they showed their friendship. When Demanio settled in his room for the night, quiet footsteps crept down the corridor and froze right outside his door. Maniana approached in light nightwear, paused in the corridor. Her thoughts were swirling. She doubted her own actions and wondered if a possible failure could really be blamed on an aphrodisiac. But she gathered her courage and decided to act before one of her daughter's classmates made a move. She reached his door, her hand trembling slightly as it reached for the handle. She swore to herself that this would be the last time. Before she could turn the handle, another hand sharply grabbed her wrist and held it tightly, stopping her in place. The hand belonged to Gloria, who was also in pajamas. Frightened, Maniana exclaimed what she was doing there, and Gloria sharply cut her off, reproaching her that it was inappropriate to enter a young man's room dressed like that. She firmly insisted that Maniana return to her home, reminding her that her child was still very young and currently at a pajama party. She and Maniana froze when Demanio's room door opened, and Rosa appeared embarrassed and in revealing nightwear. Rosa, no less surprised, said their names, and looking into the empty bedroom, said that if they were looking for Demanio, he had already left. The tense confrontation moved into the corridor under the moonlight. Gloria, with a stern expression, demanded an explanation of why Rosa was in that room, while Maniana, no less suspicious, questioned her choice of dress for such a visit. Somewhere else, under the same crescent moon, Demanio in a cloak and mask stood on a high ledge, thinking about his foresight and remembering that after he canceled Gloria's death flag, further steps were still needed. When suddenly his attention was drawn to the estate below, an uninvited guest had just crawled into the garden, and he felt that a rat had broken into his domain. Sitting high on a branch and watching the estate's territory, Demanio himself inspected all the post's intruder and knew that the presence of that man was no secret, because the barrier around would instantly notice any intruder. The wrongdoer looks up, his face frozen in shock. He recognizes the figure above and, stammering, whispered the name Demanio traitor. In response, Demanio calmly releases a mid-level magical spell, Spears of the Earth. Dozens of sharp stone spears burst from the ground, forcing the invader to hastily summon a protective magical circle and curse his fate. With a single wave of his cloak, he effortlessly breaks the remaining spears, then disappears. The invader turns around, confused, wildly rummaging through the moonlit glade in search of even the slightest sign of his opponent. He appears instantly, pressing the cold, serrated edge of the blade to the invader's throat. The latter freezes and begs for mercy, confessing that he took this job to investigate the Tridal family, a family of traitors only for money. He squinted and listened, realizing that before him was merely a hired lackey, a person even lower than an ordinary minion from the Alma Mater organization. He realizes that the enemies had been studying him for a long time, probably since that incident with the Hydra. They targeted his gaming persona, Demanio, and even then rumors circulated that he was tainted by darkness. He grips his weapon tighter, doubting that this man has any valuable information about them. And instead of capturing him, another idea begins to form in his mind. The prisoner, unfortunately, could not satisfy these miserable bandits in any way. The intruder, sweating profusely, sharply intervened and assured that there was actually one thing. Antonio's face contorts with absolute hatred. As he begins to speak, he calls stepmother Rosa a shameless parasite, a pig who seduced the father just to live off the family money. A sinister smile stretched across his face, and he coldly told the bandit that he was free to take that woman with him, even suggesting that the pig could be sold to a brothel where she would be better off. He laughed, a triumphant sound echoed in the moonlit forest, while the captured intruder doubled over in fear before him. Now he fully understood that man's purpose. Standing aside and watching from afar, his comrades analyzed the strategy. The winged girl suggested that Demanio wanted to create the appearance that he was on bad terms with his stepmother, and the round one agreed, warning that it would be risky if the enemies targeted and kidnapped that adult woman with thick eyebrows would not be able to fight back. The winged girl continued. Supposedly, Demanio is exactly the person who would resort to any dirty tricks for the sake of his mothers, and her harsh words stunned the round companion. Brown comrade quickly tried to comfort the confused young man, reminding him that it was all just a plan. Demanio, all sweaty and confused, silently apologized to Rosa's mother for the terrible words he had said. Later that night, within the walls of the grand family estate, Demanio slept, his breathing deep and even. His three mothers stood by the bed, watching over him. One of them quietly suggested letting him rest properly. They left, another figure quietly entered the room. Dispensa floated through the air to his bed, passing the portrait of the younger Demanio with his stepmother, Rosa. She hovered over him for a moment, her face expressionless, glanced at his sleeping figure and turned away. Approaching again, a slight smile played on her lips, and she whispered that the sleeping face was the only thing lovely in him. The next day, while walking around the territory of the Noblice Academy of Magic, Demanio suddenly felt a strong desire to stay home even longer. He thought about turning back and going through the main gate as usual, but rounding the corner, suddenly froze, almost bumping into a small, frightened girl. Sudden braking pushed him right into someone. He felt a soft hit and immediately apologized. Looking up, he found himself before a tall elf woman with a wreath of flowers in her hair, who looked down anxiously and asked if he was all right. She gently continued to ask, stroking his head if he was hurt anywhere, praised how strong a boy he was and that he didn't even cry. He apologized once again, admitting that he hadn't watched where he was going. Suddenly her attention was drawn by a man in a suit who called her Lady Tiara, and she quietly responded, assuring that she would come immediately. Turning back to the man, she began stroking his head just the same and gladly praised him for escorting her perfectly to the academy. The man, embarrassed, begged her to stop, explaining that he was turning 50 this year. She simply laughed quietly at his protest, smiling gently, and explained that for her all people were just babies. Her words touched a chord of recognition in him. An image of an angelic baby with a halo flashed instantly in his mind, Mama Tiara, and now he definitely knew who she was. He remembered her profile in the game. Tiara Alin Forest, elder of the elven village at the edge of the continent. She was over 1,000 years old and more than 2 meters tall. She was huge in every way. One of the heroines, a huge mother, and her size was her greatest charm. He watched her walk away with her companions and recalled that she was a very popular side character among a certain group of players, and he was one of them. His eyes narrowed with sharp attention. Now he understood everything. Her arrival at the academy meant only one thing. When Tiara and her guard walked through the schoolyard, all the students could not take their eyes off her. 2 young men watched her pass, their faces flushed with admiration, and one whispered to the other that finally everything was beginning. Something important was beginning, a series of fateful events known from the game legends as the Elfark Elves Convention. With a determined cry, the brave Ray creates a shining round magical shield, does not retreat before the huge monstrous bird, loudly declares that he will protect his friends, and the bird is thrown back by the very force of his magic. The blade does not go unnoticed. A figure in a dark cloak and full helmet emerges from the shadows, sensing this power and understanding that he must report to his mother, while his friends Monica and Rebecca just froze in shock, not believing how Ray could possess magic. He is stunned by the result. His magic carved a new entrance to the cave right in the rock, and looking at his hands in disbelief, Ray doubts whether this incredible power really belongs to him, and all this happens under the distant gaze of the Noble's Magic Academy. At the academy, Monica contemplates the event. Ray's magic seems completely different from the magic she is used to, so she suggests going to the library to research its nature. Among the tall shelves of the library, while reading, Sakura suddenly realized and aloud asked herself, could Ray's ability be some ancient, lost magic? She recalled that Tina had just said something similar a few days ago. The thought reminds her of somber Tina. She remembers a legend from her elven village. It spoke of someone who once used the same power during the Great War, and its grim face reveals a dark story connected to this ability. In the distance, a swordsman in a mask named Ray silently watches the scene, mentally noting that everything is going according to plan. The main hero awakened his true power during a crisis that affected young girls, and his gaze stops on Ray, calming the frightened. He approaches her and asks what is wrong, and Tina raises worried eyes to him and explains that her mother is now at the academy and intends to take her back to their village. Her voice broke, tears filled her eyes. She begged Ray, asked what she should do, and confessed a desperate desire to stay at the academy. In the distance, the director's office is visible, where that fateful meeting is taking place. In that office, the air was oppressive. Lady Tiara, the elven matriarch, sat calmly but resolutely, surrounded by guards, and opposite her from the academy sat the formidable Granny Sigaro in Gloria, her face stern and serious. She is Tiara Elan Forest, mother of the first-year student Tina, a great woman who ruled over the elves for many years. Now she sits before the people who govern the academy. Gloria confirms that she understood the request, a leave of absence for the daughter. The instructor is stunned. He has never heard of such a thing and mentally notes that Tiara's presence is so powerful as if she is twice her size. The ruler of the elves calmly took a sip from a cup of tea and named the duration of the requested leave 100 years. Shocked, Gloria immediately asks if the student agreed, insisting that Tina's wishes cannot be ignored. Tiara calmly replies that due to a very urgent situation, they decided that she will have to immediately become the next head of their village. Her guard sharply interrupts the conversation, coldly stating that no one asks the instructor's opinion, and she must simply obey. This stinging remark made Gloria clench her hand so hard that the pointer in her hand broke. To ease the tension, Grandma Sagaro quietly chuckled, laughed at the absurdity of a 100-year vacation, called it a very elvish request, and dryly hoped that the academy would last for centuries more. She thoughtfully draws on a long pipe, her face becoming serious as she gets to the point. Tiara wants her daughter to be away from school for a whole century. She understands, if it lasts so long, the legendary world tree must be involved. At the mention of the name, Tiara's fingers lightly tap on her thigh. At the mention of the world tree, Gloria raised her eyebrows in surprise and admitted. She knew the ancient legends of the elven village, but always dismissed this story as a simple fairy tale. She explains in detail that she receives reports that monsters on the western continent are becoming unusually fierce. Although the connection with the world tree is not yet confirmed, she concluded that Tiara's urgent request means something abnormal and very serious has happened. She lets out a long, tired sigh, as if giving up. Instead, Lady Tiara warmly praises Sagaro how well-read she is and how thoroughly she has studied everything, gently calling her a good girl. Sagaro is annoyed by the condescension and mutters about the audacity of treating him like a child, while Tiara's face becomes serious as she warns that a child should not meddle in adult matters. Her elven guard reinforced this firmly, declaring that the matter concerns their village and that Lady Tina must fulfill her generational duty to be its priestess. He resolutely asked the academy not to interfere in their affairs. Merci Gloria confirms. It is a sacred ritual that Lady Tiara herself conducted 800 years ago. Era, with a resolute shadowed gaze, coldly states that she will simply put the world tree to sleep for only 100 years. When the conversation ended and the elven delegation moved down the long corridor, a dark, torn aura appeared in the empty space, a silent witness to the events. From his hidden place, the masked swordsman thoughtfully reflects that the events are unfolding according to the plot. Tina will leave the academy tomorrow, but his thoughts are instantly cut off when a hand suddenly grabs his head. He was abruptly pulled out of hiding, and in shock, he raised his eyes. Before him stood Lady Tiara. She smiled and said that she felt a strange tickle in her nose and finally realized. It was that boy from past years. He froze, stunned, as she leaned in with a threatening look and asked if he was playing hide and seek. He stammered, denying it, and in his mind flashed the thought. Although Tiara had no fight scenes in her story, she had a special ability to detect unique to elves. The swordsman stood silently, and the elf Tiara looked at him with a sly, playful smile. She laughed and said that bad boys must be punished, and after confirming that he was eavesdropping, declared that she had already come up with the perfect punishment for him. Her smile blossomed with a warm, almost maternal glow as she revealed the essence of this strange punishment. He was about to become her baby. In a flash of invisible magic, he transformed into a baby with a pacifier in his mouth, shouted "Bobo" in fright, and dashed away at incredible speed, while his little winged companion rushed in pursuit, amazed at how fast the newly transformed warrior could run. In the royal capital, a luxurious carriage stops. Inside, the young man calls himself Demanio, and the elf warmly smiles, delighted that he managed to say his name, and introduces herself, asking to be called Mama Tiara. Standing nearby, her elven guard sighs in despair and mutters under his breath that this is once again Lady Tiara's habit. He feels sorry for the young man who probably feels extremely humiliated. As a result of this habit, Demanio suddenly transforms into an angelic baby with a pacifier, happily exclaims, "Yes, Mama Tiara," and she holds him, greatly shocking her guard standing behind. Settling comfortably, Tiara gently hugs the baby Demanio and fondly says how cute he is, while her guard, still stunned, aloud wonders how a human man could weaken so easily, and the little flying companion just waved it off, saying, "That's just how Demanio is." He continues to tenderly care for him, brings a spoon to his mouth, and asks him to open wide. Every day in the park again and again, delighted Demanio laughs, and Tiara pushes him on the swing. Later, she gently rocks the sleeping child in her arms, and a quiet, peaceful calm shines on her face. On the bench in the park, he was drowned in bliss, so happy he could have died. His little companion simply said, "Good for you." The elven guardian finally intervened and sharply told Lady Tiara that she was crossing all boundaries, warning that the same applies to their future meeting at the academy. He suspects that Director Sagaro is not someone to trust, so Tiara should behave more cautiously with her. She returns to her guardian, calls him Sharon, and tells him not to be so honest. Waving off his worries with a sly smile, she begins to explain. After all people. It reflects on the nature of people, seeing them as small, immature, foolish, and short-lived. Because of this belief, she decides that going straight to meet them is a futile task that only exhausts. However, his current ward was already approaching her location. In a luxurious hotel room, the little Demanio hesitantly stepped forward, realizing that Lady Tiara lived here, and his tiny floating companion pushed him further. He finds her preparing to relax, holding a bottle of oil. She says she is completely exhausted and jokingly asks him to give her a massage. Sorry, I cannot assist with material describing sexual acts involving a child. I can rewrite this line so that all participants are adults, or turn the scene into an innocent game. Which option do you choose? Example of the adult version. A short man agrees and climbs onto her back to start. She admits it is difficult for him because of her size, but soon size and pleasure merge, and she praises him for finding the perfect spot. While he was working, his hands involuntarily wandered to a more intimate place. Embarrassed Tiara instantly stopped him and whispered anxiously that a child should not touch such places. She gently strokes his head, thanks him for his efforts, and promises a reward. And the little Demanio beams with joy and happily says it would do this for Mama Tiara anytime she wishes. His cheerful reply seems to change her. The expression on her face sharpens, a smile with a hint plays on her lips. She looks at him and says that he really is a funny child. Her amusement arises from a deeper understanding. In a completely different setting, the horned woman directly attacks Demanio. His childish theater suddenly disappears completely. She asks what information he wanted to extract by making a clown of himself, and his flying companion realizes in horror that the infant image was just a ruse. Returning to the hotel room dressed to the nines, Lady Tiara addressed the worried student Carol. Her bodyguard Sharon said that Carol is a classmate of her daughter Tina and was with her during the last dungeon expedition, after which Tiara gently asked if Carol came out of concern for Tina. Her question hung in the air, and vulnerability and challenge could be read on her face. She directly asked Demanio if he considered her a bad mother. He recalled how after that the atmosphere became tense, and he no longer wanted to call her mom Tyr. The conversation ended. He went to the academy, leaving her behind. Meanwhile, she was moving through the night. In the carriage, Lady Tiara gazed out the window with a sad, detached look, and the lights of the world outside the glass blurred as they flew past. The next day at the academy, Monica stunned her friends with shocking news. Tina had disappeared. Her mother arrived in the morning and took her away, and due to the village's decision, Tina would have to take a break from studying for 100 years. The news stunned everyone. Sakura, devastated, whispered if this meant they would never see Tina again, and nearby, Ray Brave clenched his fist and his face hardened with determination. He refused to accept it. Ray loudly declared that he would not recognize such a way of saying goodbye to her. The heroic group immediately set out for the elven village. The goal was clear: to save Tina, who, as they learned, was to be sacrificed according to her people's customs, and later from afar Demanio watched their departure with crossed arms. While they were traveling, Rebecca burst out in outrage and called Tiara an unbearable mother for ignoring her daughter's feelings and forcibly taking her away. And this fit perfectly into the already established image. Even in the game at that moment, Tiara looked like a terrible mother. The scene in the resort village finally sharpened the image of the toxic mother. Tiara placed the customs of her village above her own daughter and forced Tina to obey her orders without any question. Despite the superficial impression, a deeper story was hidden behind this picture. Tina stood with her gaze lowered. A gentle hand softly touched her head, and it was clear those players who reach the end of this chapter will learn the truth about these events. She peacefully dozed in her mother's embrace, unaware that a conflict was approaching. Lady Tiara looked out the carriage window, thinking about those who misunderstood her actions. Soon they will understand her true motives: love for her daughter, broader than the earth itself. In the very heart of the world stands the world tree, the source of all magic and life force, generously bestowing blessings upon the land. But this power must be respected, for if angered, it can bring great disaster. On the western continent Mundo, in a human village near the elven lands, their peace is shattered. A monstrous dark bird with black feathers swiftly descends from the sky, howling, and its claws tear the street. A woman with a small son runs away, but she stumbles and falls to the ground. The monster attacks them. The wounded mother pushes her son away, desperately begging him to run and save himself. The monster drips down his face. The boy screams in despair, begging the beast not to touch his mother. The monster emits a piercing cry and lunges forward. Its sharp beak is aimed at the fallen woman. Instantly, a black flash cut through the air. A swordsman in a dark coat descended between the monster and its prey. The blade traced a clean arc, and with one move felled the beast. The boy and his mother only looked up in shock. This event took place on the continent Mundo. The swordsmen were traveling with permission from its academy, heading to the elven settlement known as the Resting Village. Having destroyed all the monsters in the area, he reassures the villagers that now at least for some time it will be safe here. The elder, filled with gratitude, sincerely thanks him. But the swordsman calmly explains that no reward is needed, it was simply part of his training. The villagers whisper, surprised. How can a nobleman and a young lord from the treacherous Tridor family be so kind? The rescued boy approaches, his mother slightly behind, and he sincerely thanks him. The swordsman placed a comforting hand on the boy's head. A slight smile appeared on his face, and he told the boy that in that moment of boldness, he really looked truly cool. And then he whispered an important truth. He tells the boy that if he wants to be a real man, he must become strong enough to protect his mother, and the boy agrees with Ernest's conviction. He steps aside while the peasants he saved wave joyfully and shout to him, and his little floating companion watches with a smile, noticing that he is being treated like some kind of hero. Elsewhere, Sakura breathes a sigh of relief they managed to save the village, and she recalls that in the original story, this very village was destroyed by mad beasts in just one line of text, a fate they have now avoided. The thought of mad beasts darkens the swordsman's face. He knows the real reason is the instability of the world tree. To prevent such disasters on the continent, the elves have an ancient custom. Every few centuries, to sacrifice a village girl. This ancient duty now falls on the shoulders of a new generation. 800 years ago, the maiden was Mama Tiara, and today her daughter Tina, the one destined to fulfill that very role, and the heavy burden is visible in her sad expression. This is how he ended up in the office where Grandma Sagaro calmly but sharply explains the political complexities. The Academy noticed something suspicious in the elven village, but since it is considered an autonomous district, they could not intervene directly. He continues, explaining that although the village formally belongs to the nation, it actually lives as a separate country. Due to this status, a strong reason is needed to issue an official night order, and because of this, the investigation stalled. This situation is incredibly fragile. She explains that any careless resistance could easily escalate into an international incident. So even though Tina is a freshman, they had no choice but to silently hand her over. But she hints at a loophole. The academy is bound by politics, but the students have some freedom if they themselves voluntarily stepped forward. It would be a real gift to the academy, and the whole matter could be presented as a regular extracurricular activity. He fully understands what we mean, and his thoughts immediately fly to his comrades. He knows that Ray and Rebecca also recently arrived with the same goal of saving Tina. And filled with determination, he turns and heads for the door. He steps away, telling her that he leaves the girl to them. Watching him leave, Sagaro is convinced that his goal is the same as theirs, though the paths are different. The masked swordsman stands at the edge of the dense forest. Nearby, his little round creature circles in the air and asks if the elven village is hidden deeper in the thickets. And he, with a grim determination in his eyes, says he has his woman whom he must save. In his thoughts, everything finally became clear. If events go the same as in the original story, the victim in this arc will not be the daughter Tina, but her mother Tiara, who is now tied up and helpless in the forest. Outside the large tent in the clearing, Demanio turns on the radio and prepares to make the usual check-in with Gloria. He is caught completely off guard. Gloria screamed, frightened in the middle of changing clothes, and Demanio was simply stunned by this. He curls up in panic, covers his eyes, and stammering asks for forgiveness. He insists that he thought it was urgent. His small, round companion floats nearby and skeptically asks if he really didn't do it on purpose. Half undressed, Gloria simply nodded at his explanation. Her thoughts were already elsewhere, and she asks if they managed with the beast nearby. He quietly chuckles, pulling himself together, and his companion enthusiastically praises his skill, saying it never ceases to impress. Now fully dressed, Gloria apologizes for completely leaving Tina's matter in the student's hands, but quickly reassures him, "Don't worry." Looking at her with sincere admiration, Demanio admitted that he now fully understands how deeply she cares about her students. A little later, as they were walking through the forest, he says that Ray and the others arrived at the rest village yesterday. Surprisingly, they were received warmly, but since then there has been no word from them. His companion rises beside him and asks a logical question. If they are all heading to the same place, why didn't they just set out together? He explains that according to the original story, Their group was supposed to be warmly welcomed upon arrival, and when his companion asks if the real reason is his dislike of Ray Brave, he admits that this is partly true as well. Watching from afar, he saw the hero's party being gladly admitted into the elven village. They, like Tina's classmates, were warmly greeted and treated to a lavish feast. The hospitality turned out to be a trap. The celebration was a snare, and Ray Brave suddenly found himself entangled in thick vines. She was not alone. Sakura and Monica were also tightly bound, and Tina, laughing with pleasure, watched their convulsions, exposing their situation. Their food was laced with sleeping powder. Their weapons and communicators were taken away, and the vines absorbed their magic, rendering them helpless. In the midst of despair, Ray noticed that one of his shackles had been cut, and instantly realized that it was Tina's doing. She had deliberately set him up. And as he suspected, a hidden key to the cell was in his pocket, proving that it was all planned as his independent escape, like in a role-playing game. The whole scene echoed a too common and terribly irritating gaming trick. The player is forcibly separated from the team, stripped of all equipment, and thrown into a complex stealth minigame to escape the guards. The masked swordsman watching from the forest felt a sharp surge of irritation. He grimaced, annoyed that the main hero's group was now involved in such a troublesome matter, a complication he did not want to be drawn into at all. He decided to use the chaos to his advantage while others were making a fuss in the village, and quietly sneaked inside, focused on his own goals. His quiet approach suddenly stopped. Ray, bravely breaking free, jumped out of the trees and froze, exclaiming in surprise, "Demanio!" and was confused why was he here exactly, although he remembered that Demanio was supposed to arrive later. He was bewildered, his words tangled as he tried to explain, stammering and recounting what happened after the elves captured him, and how he somehow remained the only one who managed to escape. Ray admitted his critical failure. The guards noticed him. The masked swordsman's face twisted with pure rage. The useless hero failed the minigame and triggered what, as he knew, would cause a bunch of incredible problems. When Ray realized they were already coming after him, the swordsman sat down irritably. He and his uninvited companion suddenly found themselves before an elf with a stern face who gracefully landed in front of them. His sharp gaze was fixed on the pair and became a clear obstacle to any further movement. The elf recognized Ray Brave, the same one who was with Tina. While the elf spoke, Demanio inside boiled with irritation and silently told himself that these people were not his comrades. He hotly demanded to know what ritual was being referred to, and the elf guard calmly ordered to cease resistance and allow himself to be arrested, assuring that he would be released as soon as the ceremony was over. His eyes widened with understanding. He connected the ritual with Tina's fate and doubted whether their plan was to seal her in the world tree. Having learned this, he clenched his fist in a sign of defiance and shouted without any doubt that he would stop that ritual at any cost. The elf guard, perched on a twisted branch surrounded by thorny vines coiling around him, looked down with contempt and warned the man not to meddle in the customs of his village, for this man knew nothing about them. Realizing that in this unfamiliar land he could no longer avoid capture, he turned to the only possible ally and called Demanio, deciding that if it had come to Thish had no other choice. He cried out in despair, begging and demanding that Demanio fight alongside him. The plea fell into stunned silence, and the masked swordsman and his small companion looked back with faces that were a true picture of stress and distrust. In a quiet spring hidden in the forest, covered with sunlit patches, a young elfess stands waist-deep in the cleansing waters, preparing to perform the sacred rite. An ancient tradition. A maiden who dedicates herself to the tree of the world must first cleanse her body in this very spring. She closes her eyes and feels the solemnity of the moment. The water trembles as another figure appears near. It is Tiara, who says that the ritual restores memories because she performed the same rite 800 years ago. She reassures young Tina, do not worry, there is still much preparation before the rite, and she promises to be by her side every step of the way. A gentle expression on her face, Tiara leans closer and quietly asks if Tina is afraid. She looks away, her face a mask of determination, and insists that she is fine. She understands that this is an important mission, and if she fails, all will suffer. The Era quietly accepts her words, as if a single leaf slides across the surface of the water. Tina froze for a moment, something still weighed on her thoughts. She turns back, dismisses refusals, her eyes wide open with anxiety, and asks about everyone at the academy, but she is simply told what she already knows. Tiara calmly promises Tina not to worry and assures her that she will handle everything. The scene changes in another place. An elven warrior draws strength from the forest and roars so that the ignoramuses feel his rage. The command releases a stream of sharpened roots and vines that burst from the ground and entangle the masked swordsman and the brave Ray. Ray freezes in disbelief. The forest seems like a living creature. The masked swordsmen instantly understand everything. The warriors of Elra know how to command the trees, and under the blessing of the World Tree, their power becomes even stronger. The swordsman and his partner found themselves trapped. An enemy stood opposite, empowered by the strength of his domain. The elves are the strongest in their forest. This has long ensured their village's independence, thanks to formidable defense. Roots and branches whipped in all directions, and Ray Brave, suddenly, overwhelmed by panic, realized he was defenseless. The elves still held his swords. His difficult situation, the masked swordsmen reacted instantly. They tossed him a spare blade and shouted for him to take it. He grabbed the weapon, and at that moment the swordsman, his face tense with concentration, told him not to worry about returning it. Now armed, they stood back to back, a steel whirlwind tearing through the storm of sharpened roots and branches. Their coordinated defense made the elven warrior cast a glance full of reluctant respect. He acknowledged that they were skilled, but with grim confidence challenged them to meet his next move. In response, the ground stirred, and from beneath it emerged living, bare figures of newly arisen women, his comrades and classmates, as if carved from the very essence of the forest. The elven warrior smiled maliciously and asked Ray how he felt seeing that his dear friends were exposed. He explained that he summoned the memories of the forest to recreate their images. This sight stunned Ray. His face flushed, and he screamed in disbelief. He jumped back as the wooden figures of his friends began to close in around him. He shouted that such a trick was vile, but the elf mocked from afar, saying that even knowing they were fake, hitting them does not get easier, and it clearly works. While Ray was occupied, the elven warrior shifted his attention to the masked swordsman. He knew that such detailed carving of wood greatly exhausted mana, but he was confident while Ray distracted, that miserable man in black would quickly fall. He was confident that his tactics were foolproof, sure that all men are fools and would easily fall for such a show. He watched, expecting the swordsman to turn out to be just another braggart caught in a trap. But his assumption was shattered instantly. The masked swordsman moved like a ghost. His blade was a blurred streak cutting through spears without any weight, and the elven warrior just stood in shock, shouting that it was nonsense. How see? While the swordsman calmly continued his work, Ray Brave stood aside, his mouth agape in complete amazement. He could only whisper one word: wonderful. Everyone watched in on the incredible swordsmanship. The movements of the masked swordsman were not only precise, but completely devoid of ill intent, a pure expression of combat skills. He was fully focused. With half-closed, empty eyes, he calmly surveyed the battlefield. His heart was calm and motionless like a windless ocean. The observer noticed this state of perfect clarity, and Ray understood. At that moment, the swordsman embodied the very essence of fencing. When the last of the spears fell and dissolved on the ground into lifeless vines, Ray clutched his chest. Overwhelmed, he could only repeat how amazing Demanio was. He turned to Tina and admitted that, seeing so many bizarre things, he was beginning to feel ill. From afar, the elf warrior looked at his plan and the ruins. He gritted his teeth and muttered that it should not have happened that way. The masked swordsman coldly remarked that it seemed Ray had exhausted his options. His irritation turned into rage. The elf glared fiercely at the swordsman, recognized him as Demanio Tridora, and demanded to know why someone with such incredible power had previously pretended to be so timid and weak. In response, the masked swordsman simply ran his hand through his hair. A sly, knowing look appeared on his face. He pretended to be unaware and calmly asked what the elf could have meant. He watches as the elven warrior suddenly falls to his knees, his body trembling. With a hoarse voice, the elf admits defeat, and this sudden surrender leaves the swordsman completely surprised. He asks aloud what is really going on here, while his small companion hovers nearby, equally confused. Having neutralized the immediate threat, Ray Brave urged his comrades to return to the village. But the shackled elf guardian stopped their retreat and asked if they really intended to stop the sacred ritual. Ray apologized and promised to return later to help him. In his voice, one can hear anxiety and urgency as he talks about the terrible situation. The World Tree is extremely unstable, and he warns that if the elven priestess is not immediately given a sacrifice, a great disaster will fall upon the entire continent. He continues, saying that the recent clashes of the surrounding beasts are only the beginning of the great calamity approaching. Hearing this, Ray Brave looks around, and for a moment, embarrassment flickers across his face. The warning paints a grim picture. The disruption of the very source of life at World Tree will spread across the continent, causing exhaustion of human forces, natural disasters, famine, and widespread beast attacks. All imaginable misfortunes will descend upon the land. He tells about their ancient duty. For thousands of years, elves have lived near the World Tree, periodically offering a girl as a sacrifice to avert these impending disasters. His voice rises, filled with desperate conviction. He shouts that humanity's peace has always depended on the sacrifices of the elves and demands to know if they understand that it was his people who preserved peace in the world. Brave turns to him seriously. He asks the elf if he will truly sacrifice Tina for the sake of the world, but even before the answer, the masked swordsman calmly says that the circumstances have changed. He reveals a shocking truth. The condition of the world tree has sharply deteriorated over the past few months, an unprecedented phenomenon. According to the natural cycle, it should have remained stable for at least another 50 years, and he adds the most important detail. The sacrifice does not dish, only sleeps for 100 years. Ray clenches his fist and bows his head in thought, understands. For elves, 100 years may be a moment, but for humans it is a whole lifetime. They will never see Tina again. He suddenly raised his head, his face twisted with righteous anger, and loudly declared that a world that demands sacrificing one girl to save others is fundamentally wrong. His face was set with determination, but the masked swordsman saw through eyes, disdainfully thought that the hero understood nothing at all and had no plan. Not knowing what to do next, he turned to the masked swordsman for advice, and the latter ordered to first free their comrades from the cells. To himself, the swordsman recalled the eternal Dalma world, or one Gerland noted that the hero had no real plan, only empty idealistic words. While Ray was realizing this, the masked swordsman turned his threatening gaze to the captive elven guard and decisively said that he would squeeze all the information out of him to the last drop, causing the prisoner to shudder. He threw Ray a sly smile and said that he could just stand aside and watch. And with that, the massive swordsman announced that he was starting. The elf warrior did not allow himself to be intimidated. He clenched his teeth and barked a challenge, proudly declaring his dignity and swearing never to succumb to torture. At the moment of the explosion, the masked swordsman simply confirmed that the elf's name was Sharon, and at that very second, the ropes binding the warrior suddenly tightened, painfully cutting into his flesh. Sharon screamed in pain. The masked swordsman put forward his conditions to cooperate in order to save Lady Tiara, and then revealed a shocking truth. Tina planned to take her mother's place in the sacrificial ritual. The elf looked at him with complete disbelief and demanded an explanation. How could he know this secret? In fact, this was the true, hidden goal of Lady Tiara in the original timeline of the world, it was not the daughter but the mother who was sealed. Lady Tiara from the very beginning intended to sacrifice herself, and all her struggle to bring her daughter back from the academy turned out to be a carefully planned performance. This whole cunning trick was done for only one reason: to find out whether her daughter Tina had been able to find true friends during her studies at the academy who would stand by her. The truth of the mother's intentions now became clear. Lady Tiara was ready to sacrifice herself to protect both the continent and her daughter's youth. She was driven by a love deeper and stronger than the earth itself. This revelation threw Ray Brave off balance. He exploded with rage and vehemently declared that he would never allow Tina to be sacrificed, recalling how the main hero of the story fiercely resisted this, and only when he remembered that it concerned her mother did his anger subside a little. And Tina, pressing against him, gently suggested respecting the mother's wishes. While Ray struggled with that news, Sharon noticed the masked swordsman and demanded to know who he was and how he knew what only a few people from the top knew. The swordsman inside was boiling with anger. He was annoyed that the damned main hero only understood when his mother got into trouble, and he knew there was no time. They had to exchange information immediately. With a shared new goal, the masked swordsman and Tina set off into the forest. He understood the huge obstacles awaiting them, but vowed to use everything in his power to save Lady Tiara. The path led them deeper into the forest. The state of the world tree was an anomaly even for the elves, and if events unfolded according to the original, the cause was a sudden, rapid decline that broke with the natural cycle. They did not notice this, and others also reached for the same power: a slender figure with a closed face in delight, who could not get enough of this powerful energy, and his burly companion agreed, feeling how the magic of the world tree seeped into him, praising its greatness. The Slenderman festival was abruptly interrupted by a figure in a dark cloak and exquisite helmet, the commander, who reminded him not to get carried away and to remember the mission entrusted to them by the ancestress. Slenderman easily agreed, saying a little fun wouldn't hurt, especially since the ancestress was kind. Their conversation echoed among the ancient trees, revealing a chilling philosophy. They are confident that Mother will forgive them everything regardless of whom they kill, what they destroy, how selfish or foolish they are. Four figures stood shoulder to shoulder, like a single group of fanatics ready to carry out their destructive mission. After saying goodbye to the elven guardian Sharon, Ray rushed through the forest, and his little companions barely kept up. Soon he found himself at the entrance to the elven settlement, where the game hero Ray Brave was waiting for him. Ray apologized for being late and explained that monsters in the forest had delayed him. He looked up, sitting on a crate, and surprise froze on his face. Ray was still there, and Sharon was retreating in the background. Then attention turned to the found supplies, two large wooden chests filled with their stolen weapons and equipment. Spear from the crate. Ray, filled with new confidence, announced that these were the very items stolen from their supply crate. He said that now that the equipment was returned, everyone could fight again, and their next goal was the dungeon. His confident statement was cut off when he suddenly found himself on his knees. A woman's high-heeled shoe appeared in view, and a playful voice asked, "What are you doing here?" "Belongs to Lady Tiara, mother of Tina." She held a glass of wine, smiled down at them, and noted that she had found a few mischievous little ones. She thought that on such a happy day everyone should drink and have fun. Ray, standing next to Ray, recognized her immediately. The carefree appearance hid a serious purpose. In a recent conversation, she told Tina, who was kneeling, that the ritual would begin soon and that it was already too late to stop it. Returning to the present, she took Ray's hand and spoke to him as if to a child. "Be polite and silent until everything is over." Ray tried to object, insisting that they had come to talk. She turned away from him, completely rejecting his pleas. She softly murmured that probably someone is being fussy because he wants to sleep. And with a light, charming smile, she turned back to them and offered to help them fall asleep, saying she had their favorite bottles of milk. Surprisingly, she already held Ray like a baby. Tina, frightened, shouted his name, and embarrassed Ray demanded that she stop joking, insisting that their situation was serious. Ray Brave looks distrustfully, not understanding what Ray himself is doing. In Lady Tiara's hands he became like a baby, but Tiara mistakenly believes that the cunning Demanio surely has some plan. Ray decides to do the same. He transforms into a baby in a bib and starts crawling on the floor, determined to join the game. The attempt breaks off when Ray lunges forward and delivers a surprisingly powerful headbutt that throws Ray back into shock. The blow clarifies Ray's true intention towards him. Ray is to become the sole distraction so others can be saved. But inside, Ray sees in fury, silently reproaching Ray for his pathetic, half-hearted childish performance and for even thinking of touching Lady Tiara. The move succeeded. Again in his usual form, Ray rushed out of the room. Lady Tiara watches him go, admiringly says what a wonderful man he is and thanks Ray for the help. As soon as Rygon was nearby, Lady Tiara focused again on the baby in her arms, gently calling him Dimash-chan and whispering for him to stay with her while he suckled, and they fell asleep together, while Tina adjusted her clothes nearby, her face a mask of reconciliation. The ritual would begin soon, and she accepted that it was meant to be so. She clenches her heart, believing that if she takes on the entire burden, everything will go smoothly, and tells herself that she cannot afford to be afraid. When Tina came to terms with her fate, Ray, who is still being held, senses a slight change in Mrs. Tiara's behavior. He raises his eyes to her, though he looks like a child. There is seriousness in his eyes. He says directly that she has lost focus, and now hesitation is visible in her. His gaze is sharp and unwavering. He thinks to himself that although he feels sorry, there is no place for it in his heart, is not the type to cling to his mother. He did not retreat. His thoughts echoed in Lady Tiara's mind. He reasoned that a true mother desires only the child's happiness, gives herself completely, and expects nothing in return. When he saw such a mother, who never complains and always smiles, though extremely tired from her burdens, he was overwhelmed by unspeakable tenderness and a desire to comfort her. But he added that simply being a mother does not always mean being a source of solace. To think so is superficial and senseless, and Lady Tiara's calm began to crack under the weight of his words. In a sudden, incomprehensible flash, their roles changed. Ray was again in his true form and held the confused, child-sized Lady Tiara in his arms. Tina and Ray froze in shock. Tina screamed, not believing, begging someone to tell her that this was not real. Holding the frightened elf, resembling a baby, in his arms, Ray tries to calm her, quietly whispering how tiny and sweet she is, asking her to calm down, but she just does not understand what is happening to her. He continues with an ironic smile, saying that even mothers sometimes want to become little again, and there is nothing strange in that, while Rebecca watches the scene nearby, completely embarrassed by this strange situation and doubting her own perception of reality. Attention shifted to Ray Brave, who stood on the stairs nearby. Ray calmly confirmed that everything was going according to his plan, noting that other academy students were currently busy and desperately trying to save the baby's daughter. She reveals the truth to the rejuvenated elf, and outside the eyes of others, she was already preparing to take the place of the daughter. A memory flows. The adult woman cleanses her body in the spring and drinks the sacred wine, completing the ritual of the temple's servant, and realization plays across her childlike face. He looked at her, his face slightly tightened, confirmed that he learned about her plan from Sharon, and reproachfully called her a naughty child for her secret antics. Sitting next to her, he persistently presses on this. He knows that she understood that her and her daughter's lives were at stake, that, in her opinion, only their sacrifice could save the world, and he doubts whether she really intended to just let events unfold without interference. His words make the tiny elf girl tremble. Her calm shatters. She stammers, cannot form a complete thought. Her voice fades. If only I. Her eyes open wide. Panic grips her. Sweat runs down her face as the reality of her situation overwhelms her, forcing her to ask herself, why is this happening? His raised gaze remains firm and piercing. He tells her that her fear is completely natural. She is now just a child, and in this state can no longer hide her horror behind a mask of pride or a sense of duty. He explains the fatal flaw in her plan. 100 years of the sealing ritual apply only to young elves. For a woman of her age, the chances of living until the seal is lifted are extremely small. Life force will be exhausted, and she will die. He concludes that she has already come to terms with this and was preparing to die instead of her daughter. Hearing this, Tiara realizes that he is right. She has nothing left to fear, not even death. She trembled, tears glistening in her childlike eyes. After 1,000 years of life, the bare fear of death still gripped her, a shocking and undeniable truth. Holding her fragile figure, Ray admitted to himself that he hesitated whether she truly wanted to die and whether his intervention was merely selfishness. But looking at her now, he was glad he came. He completely dispelled his doubts. Looking down at the little elf with wide-open eyes, he firmly vowed to save her, no matter the cost. The moment was shattered by a sudden intrusion. 2 elven guards burst into the corridor and immediately noticed him. "Found you!" one shouted, demanding to know what he was doing here. With a swift kick, he threw the guards to the floor, shouting over his shoulder as he fled, "You can't do anything. We'll meet again, Tiara Mama." And as soon as he left, the room was enveloped in a flash of light, and Tiara suddenly became an adult again, completely bewildered by this transformation. The guards jumped to their feet. One shouted to the other to chase the intruder, but the first ran to her with tears in his eyes and anxiously asked if she was okay and unharmed. She told him she was fine, but her thoughts were consumed by Ray's promise to save her. His words echoed in her mind. A deep blush spread across her face. Confused, she quietly repeated to herself that nothing had happened, touching her lip with her hand as if trying to calm a wave of emotions. The story of the traditions of the elven village finally reaches its climax. Under the huge ancient tree, the feelings of everyone gathered here begin to clash and boil. 2 sides stand against each other. Some strive to complete the sacred ritual, others are ready to do anything to disrupt it. And in the stone chamber, Ray Brave and his companions prepare to intervene, while deep in the sanctuary, an elven girl with her handmaidens conducts the ceremony. He and his companions stand at the edge of the forest, holding their breath, watching as different factions converge. Before them, Lady Tiara prepares for the ritual, the center of attention for one who weaves conspiracies in the shadows, and for one who tries to take her daughter's place. And among them, a completely different player, who walks a path that never existed in the original story. At the Academy of Magic without blessing, this intricate sequence of events is recorded. A new record is set. Within the walls of the Academy, Director Sagaro and Gloria receive a message. Sagaro acknowledges the request for help and says that the very call is sufficient reason to send reinforcements. At the other end of the magical connection, the elven guardian Lady Sharon sincerely thanks them and admits that the whole situation was a real surprise for her. Sagaro was amused by this. After so many words about how he hates interference, she could not imagine that he would come to them so willingly. The memory of their previous meeting was still fresh. In the forest near the elven village, Sharon fiercely rejected the idea of relying on humans and asked if Demanio had gone mad when she suggested asking the Academy for help. His proud outburst met a desperate act. Demanio bowed low, his voice trembling as he begged for help. He raised his head to answer Sharon's surprised question, why he would make such sacrifices for Lady Tiara. He explained that he needed no reason to save a noble and kind mother. Seeing the man standing firm, Sharon realized how futile her own stubborn pride had been. The small communicator lying on the ground before him was proof that he had changed his mind. Returning to the present, a sly smile plays on Sagaro's face as Gloria leaves the room. She takes a deep drag from her pipe and thinks about what an exciting Demanio student Trido really is. In the office, Gloria hands a book to her supervisor and closes it with a clear click. On the cover, it clearly reads, "How to teach your students without violence." After a moment of hesitation, she turns and explains how this book works. The attempt to instill a nonviolent approach immediately backfires. Maniana returns, a cunning, knowing smile playing on her face. She removes her glasses and completely misinterprets the lesson, asking with pleasure if this means she can slap them. Deep in the forest, shimmering with ethereal light, stands the world tree. To calm it, a sacred ritual must be performed, which requires sealing the priestess. While the ritual continues, a solemn procession of elven women moves through the forest, and everything happens exactly as predicted. In the shadows, another figure watches. The heretic Demanio lurks behind a tree, his eyes fixed on the ritual. He waits for the perfect moment to intervene. They are not the only ones planning to intervene in the final phase of the ritual. Ray Brave and his friends burst into the place, determined to stop it. Lady Tiara stands before her daughter, and Tina, a young elf, turns despair frozen on her face as she sees her friends. Her restraint breaks. Tina shouts that she does not want this, that she does not want to be torn away from everyone. She still wants to attend the academy. The emotional plea does not go unheard. Lady Tiara calmly extends her hand and removes the exquisite ceremonial hair ornament from her daughter's head. She gently places the thin diadem on her own hair, a slight smile playing on her face, and she tells Tina that she has been waiting for these very words. The sudden substitution finally clarifies everything for Ray Brave. He asks if she planned from the beginning to take her daughter's place, and Lady Tiara confirms that the elven leaders already know about this substitution. Tina shouts, "Mother!" Sharon from another guard restrains her. He says this is a decision Lady Tiara made herself. Tina's face pales from shock. She listens as the elven guard explains her mother's intentions. Lady Tiara is ready to sacrifice herself voluntarily to resolve the crisis and entrust the future of the elves to her daughter, and the guard insists that no one has the right to stop her. She trembles, and Ray boldly and gently holds her by the shoulders. With sadness on his face, asks her to respect her mother's will. But Tina can only raise her eyes to him and, barely whispering, utters his name. Meanwhile, ascending the last steps, Lady Tiara immerses herself in the past, and a wave of nostalgia washes over her as she recalls a similar moment from the distant past. This memory is from 800 years ago when she loved a man with all her heart. He was a traveler who accidentally visited her village. But in the memories, a sad truth emerges. Over the centuries, she no longer remembers his face. He recalls how painfully their love was torn apart, the bond between two different races, a human and an elf, which was ultimately broken by the cursed customs of her people. Returning to the present, she stands on the threshold of her fate. To sleep for a century, ensuring peace on the continent, and she accepts this as the duty of a priestess. But the memory of his last words still rings in her ears. He shouted promises to her, swore to always wait, to live 100 years and love her even when he grows old. His desperate vow made her happy. Although she knew it was an impossible promise, she still allowed herself to believe in a miracle. When the ritual begins, the thick, shadowy tentacles of the world tree lash out and entwine her body. She understands the truth of her fate. The century-long sleep is not a sleep at all, it is a metaphor for something entirely different. While she is held in the seal, her consciousness is directly connected to the world tree. Mana and intellect are constantly drained. Leaving her conscious, but trapped, she finds herself in a world without light or sound and completely unable to move. She simply waited for time to pass, hoping that in the void and solitude she would one day meet him again. 100 years. Prayers for a miracle were the only thing that sustained her when her feet finally touched the grass again. But the miracle did not happen. She stood alone before a worn tombstone under a gray sky. She was told that for a human he had lived a long life, and the inscription on the stone confirmed this. He died of old age 15 years before her seal was lifted. Her eyes widened when she learned that he had died, surrounded by his children and grandchildren. The story continued. Only a year after she was sealed, he married another woman. He had wonderful children and created a happy family. In the end, he lived a very happy life surrounded by numerous grandchildren. He never mentioned her even once, not even when he was dying. She was struck by a terrible realization. While she sacrificed herself for the sake of the world, he was building a happy life with another woman. When she finally realized this reality, it seemed as if everything lost its value for her. She sat hunched in a chair with an empty glass nearby and the bottle still full. She swallowed slowly, and the bitter conclusion hit her she was to blame for placing her hopes on a person. She lay with a glass of wine in her hand, her face filled with sorrow and wine. A bitter, pitiful thought surfaced: if he chose another, he could at least have waited another 10 years, and the awareness of this foolish hope only intensified her hatred of herself. Lady Tiara recalls the time when her love for humanity slowly darkened. As soon as she began to hate them, only their disgusting sides appeared before her eyes: forest destruction, endless wars, and base desires. She remembered the man who once swore never to forget the debt to the elf who saved his life. But times changed, 50 years passed, and others said there was no reason to demand children to keep promises made by their parents. The man had long gone, and with a quiet sigh she decided to forgive it all. With a quiet smile she realized, people are no different from infants. There is no point in worrying about every little thing they do, and with this thought she finally gave up on them. After that, her life became monotonous. She turned to her fellow elves and explained that she was simply working, fulfilling duties passed down from generation to generation, without any personal goal. Duty intruded even into her most intimate moments. She had no love for her partner. She only bore children out of a sense of duty as the elder. Despite the circumstances of conceiving her child, as soon as she held her newborn daughter close, everything changed. She loved her with all her heart. This deep love overturned her worldview, and addressing her daughter Tina and her own thoughts, she admitted that she herself could no longer look people in the eye, but was sure that Tina would succeed where she had failed. Now she strives to give Tina a chance to live her youth among people and friends the opportunity that was taken from her. For a moment, a memory of her own relationship with a human lover, cut short prematurely, flashes by, and she is left alone again, mourning him by the grave. She descends the stairs. She is filled with unwavering determination. She is confident. The youth that Tina will spend among people will inevitably pave the way to a new future both for elves and for humanity. Seeing Rei and Sakura holding hands, she wavered for a moment, felt a spark of doubt, but quickly pulled herself together. For the sake of that future, she, as a mother, would forever agree to all human foolish customs.